The latest news came from the first floor of the tower known as Babylon. The Black Dragon Guild has decided to attack. They confidently declared that they would show what a top-tier guild could do. However, once again, they returned empty-handed. The reason for Black Dragon's failure was the #1 hunter known as the Flame Emperor, who single-handedly massacred the boss on the 40th floor. The press cheered Flame Emperor and praised him for setting another record. From the moment the tower appeared until now, only Flame Emperor had been able to defeat the boss single-handedly. The reporter asked if he had anything to say. However, the Flame Emperor looked annoyed and snatched the microphone from the reporter's hands. He expressed his disappointment and asked why the title Flame Emperor was being used instead of his real name, which he thought was a lousy nickname. He expressed his displeasure and stated that he intended to find those responsible for creating the nickname and torture them. Teo watched the interview on her laptop and envied the Flame Emperor for being able to say whatever he wanted. He turned to the HunterNet app on his cell phone where people were discussing the Flame Emperor. Even though the whole world was watching, Flame Emperor's bad behavior during the interview was discussed. Rumors of Flame Emperor's affair with one of the saints were also discussed. Meanwhile, Teo wrote the same sentences several times and dreamed of becoming like the Flame Emperor. Soon people noticed that Teo was repeating himself and began to guess who he was. Teo kept writing the same sentences and was envious of the rumors that the Flame Emperor was well-liked and had great wealth. Teo thought enviously that if this world were a novel, a man like the Flame Emperor would definitely be the main character, and he would only be a supporting character. It was then that Teo caught the attention of a reporter who asked Flame Emperor a question. He praised Flame Emperor's accomplishments and asked what the secret to his success was, as he knew that many aspiring hunters respected Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor sighed irritably and reluctantly replied. Teo carefully searched for the key to success. In the end, the Fire Emperor emphasized that those who were destined to succeed would eventually succeed. However, this was followed by a solemn warning that any attempt to stop him in his tracks would result in death. The Flame Emperor turned and began to leave, ignoring the journalist's attempts to question him about his previous statement. The journalists expressed bewilderment and annoyance, but in the end, they did not answer anything. The broadcast ended. Teo closed the laptop with tears in his eyes. He felt deep anger and resentment. He wondered if it was permissible for such a great Flame Emperor to ignore people. He wanted to possess the same skills as the Flame Emperor. He believed that such skills would spare him from living in a workshop where he was looked at as an F-class hunter with no skills. He wanted to be like the Flame Emperor and excel in his skills. How great it would be if I could master the skills of the Flame Emperor. Suddenly, a golden light flooded Teo's room and caught his attention. He looked up in surprise and recognized the phenomenon from countless videos. Teo thought it might be a skill card, a valuable skill-granting item. At that moment, a message appeared in front of Teo, displaying an envy unprecedented in history. Shocked by Teo's obscene envy, the pagoda granted them a new skill. Teo was stunned by the unexpected turn of events and remembered stories of people receiving messages of support and rewards from the tower. This message, however, was somewhat different. Another message appeared, stating that the tower was celebrating the achievement. Teo ignored the message and focused on the fact that he had received a skill card. This was the moment he had been waiting for ever since he stepped on the threshold of the tower. The card glowed a stunning golden color and symbolized the S rank of a skill. As Teo clutched the card tightly, a new message appeared in front of her. A skill card was immediately created, and Teo's eyes widened as she read the description. It was the skill, I Want to Be Like You, rank S+. This skill automatically activated after death and allowed you to copy the skill of the person you killed and make it your own. However, it is impossible to copy the skill of an enemy who has already killed you, and the copied skill is chosen randomly. It was also stated that using this skill results in death. Teo got tears in his eyes. What kind of technique is this? The tower came to our world without warning. Those who had nothing to lose were the first to enter the tower and explore its depths. Each floor of the tower was crawling with otherworldly monsters. Some of them were chosen by the tower and given unique abilities. As word spread, more and more people flocked to the tower, eager to hunt monsters and find their luck. In an interview, a man expressed his reverence for the Flame Emperor by recounting a battle in which he witnessed the Flame Emperor wielding a flaming spear. He compared this movement to the dancing form of the god of destruction. He emphasized that despite reaching the highest rank, the Flame Emperor's attitude remained the same. Teo turned to the shopkeeper and said he wanted to see something else. The shopkeeper asked if he didn't like Flame Emperor. He explained that his lack of enthusiasm had nothing to do with Flame Emperor. He lamented the contrast between those who live extraordinary lives, such as the Flame Emperor, and those who are constantly suffering from bad luck, such as himself. The shopkeeper sighed as he realized that Teo was also one of those who felt that way. Teo revealed that he had gained the S+ skill the day before, but did not report it to the Hunters Association because using it would have resulted in death. Teo, overcome with frustration, cried and complained about how bad he would feel if he had to claim the technique as his own. The frustrated salesman advised Teo to go outside and vomit. He went outside. His gait was uncertain. In the current hunter ranking, the Fire Emperor was first, the Black Dragon was second, and the Viper was third. Teo shuddered, discomfort building in his throbbing head. Suddenly, a distant scream broke through the hangover haze. Intrigued, he shifted his gaze to the narrow alley. In this alley, Teo's misty eyes caught the Flame Emperor and Saintess in a tense confrontation. The saint was pleading desperately, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. The Flame Emperor wryly praised her acting skills and suggested that anyone who witnessed their interactions would believe her innocence. He showed a small bottle and claimed that he had put a substance called basilisk stomach acid in the drink she had just drunk. He accused her of having intended to drink the drink herself. He threw down the bottle and expressed relief that he would have been in trouble without his hand. The saint shuddered and explained that it had all been a misunderstanding and she wished to team up with the Flame Emperor to remove the tower. The Fire Emperor chuckled and said that he had thought the same thing, but it turned out that he was wrong. He asked the saint to clear up the misunderstanding. Teo's heart raced as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He had always assumed that the Flame Emperor and the saint were in a relationship, but their current conversation was different. Smirking, the Fire Emperor squeezed the girl's throat tightly and asserted his superiority. He let her speak, but made it clear that he set the rules of conversation. As Teo watched the dangerous exchange, thoughts swarmed in his head. It became clear to him that this was not just a conversation between two people, but a blood-chilling clash between those who wanted to kill and those who wanted to survive. The Flame Emperor took control of the situation with a cold, calculating tone and forced the saint to obey him. He told her that he knew how to recognize lies and demanded the truth. The Flame Emperor asked if the Black Dragon sorceress had sent her to kill him. However, the saint remained silent, avoiding eye contact. Not satisfied with her answer, the Flame Emperor's hand glowed with a red and ominous light. He made his intentions clear and bid farewell to the saint. A piercing scream filled the air, reflecting the last moments of the saint's life. Teo was struck with horror at the sight of this terrible scene. The man he admired as a hero had shown his dark and ruthless side. Many thoughts ran through Teo's mind as he ran. He cursed the Flame Emperor as a murderer and a psychopath. He must run as far away as possible. However, as fate would have it, Teo's escape was cut short when he accidentally stepped on a glass bottle, which shattered badly. To his horror, the Flame Emperor appeared from around the corner, his eyes fixed on Teo. The Flame Emperor's icy words pierced the air, and he realized that Teo was the last rat in the vicinity. Teo looked into the Fire Emperor's eyes and felt a mixture of fear and anger. In his eyes was the look of an assassin. He realized that the saint was not the first victim. How many lives had the Flame Emperor taken? Dozens, hundreds, or maybe more. Teo lost his balance from the surprise and fell to the ground. Only then did he realize the horrifying truth. His own severed leg lay right in front of him. The Flame Emperor approached him with a burning weapon. Teo begged the Flame Emperor for mercy, desperately trying to save his life. Teo made no effort to hide his innocence and mumbled that he had seen nothing. The Flame Emperor was intrigued by Teo's reaction and questioned him further. Teo assured him that he had seen nothing and promised not to tell anyone. The Flame Emperor sat down next to Teo and told him what he was doing. He claimed that Teo had called him Flame Emperor and that he had not seen something he should not have seen. The Flame Emperor expressed disbelief and said he almost believed Teo's words. Teo blanched, begging him not to tell anyone and asking for mercy. The Flame Emperor smiled evilly and threatened Teo that if she refused, she would suffer the same fate as the saint. He wondered who had sent Teo and if he was related to the Black Dragon. Teo looked at the Flame Emperor and was forced to see him as a demon. Teo mustered up the courage to talk about the Flame Emperor's claim that he had the ability to recognize lies. He said that if the Flame Emperor used this technology, it would show that Teo was not an agent of an important person. However, the Flame Emperor asked him what the skill of recognizing lies was. Teo was stunned and asked if the Flame Emperor had killed the Flame Saint simply on suspicion, without any proof. The Flame Emperor flatly denied the accusation, saying that Saint planned to kill him and poison him the next day. When Teo expressed surprise at the Flame Emperor's knowledge, the Flame Emperor simply said that he had his own way of doing things. When Teo thanked him for believing in him, the Flame Emperor placed his hand on Teo's head, a hand with a red glow. With a bloodthirsty smile, the Flame Emperor declared that now that he had seen everything, he must die. At his farewell, the Flame Emperor called out his real name, Yusuha. Teo remembered the words of the headmaster and reminded him that, since his name was Teo, he should live up to his name. He smiled and reiterated his determination to live up to his name. Being on the verge of death, he found it undesirable to meet his end in this way. Suddenly the news of his death came. Teo wondered why he had to die this way and lamented his way of life. Suddenly he heard that his death had fulfilled the skill requirement and was now creating a skill card. Driven by the desire to gain a better fate, he suddenly noticed a golden card urging him to choose a skill card. With desperate hope for new possibilities, he reached out and grabbed the gold card. When Teo picked it up, a message appeared saying that the skill had been copied. Suddenly Teo woke up in bed, shocked at what was happening. He was soon stunned by the sound of the news coming from his laptop. Upon hearing the news, he was even more shocked. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, he could not help but voice his bewilderment, wondering what was really going on. His face reflected shock, and he asked himself when he had returned and what had happened. He immediately checked his cell phone for news and hunting network chats. He was pretty sure he had died a few minutes ago. In an instant, he summoned 2 skill cards with the single phrase, Skill card revealed. The first card showed a seemingly useless rare skill called I Want to Be You. Then, looking at the second skill card, he wondered if he had gotten the skill Flame Emperor when he died. The skill was called Clockwork Return Mechanism and had an EX rating. Teo's shock was compounded when he realized that the skill allows one to return for 24 hours before death. After returning, memories and abilities are retained, but the penalty increases as the hunter's level increases. This skill was copied from the hunter. Teo wondered if this new power was a legendary ability possessed by hunters. The day after the saint's poisoning, the Fire Emperor's motives are revealed. The next day he poisons the saint. However, Teo felt a surge of anger. Despite his innocence, he was the victim of the Flame Emperor's conspiracy. He shifted his gaze to the laptop where an interview with the Flame Emperor was in progress. The reporter asked the Flame Emperor to tell the secret of his success in a few words, to which the Flame Emperor replied that whoever was destined to succeed would succeed, but one had to be careful not to get in the way as it would lead to death. Teo, driven by determination and a thirst for revenge, decided that they would see who would meet their end this time. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. There was a great fire. People were filling buckets with water and desperately trying to put it out. Teo went outside and thought that the place where he lived was different from the outside world. Cities were built by aspiring tower hunters. Babylon, the city of the second floor, the city of lanterns. But no matter what they were called, the meaning was the same. Once in a city, a man could no longer leave it. The townspeople could not escape the ordeal of the towers, where they were forced to live in extreme danger. Teo rushed to the scene of the fire and realized it was the same time he had been drinking. He realized that the Flame Emperor had set the building on fire to cover up the evidence of his actions and create chaos and confusion. The head of the Black Dragon Guild, Black Witch, ordered the water users to cooperate and temporarily take control of the situation. They were determined to put out the fire and help the survivors. Alchemist, leader of the Healers and Apothecaries Guild, guarded the perimeter and worried about the survivors who were still inside. Rescuers were urgently needed to rescue the survivors. Captain Holly Knight, who heads the city organization, assured everyone that no one has lived in the area for 5 years. In the commotion, the alchemist noticed the sacred knight's absence and became concerned, especially since she was not lingering at such an important moment. The holy knight considered the possibility that she was meeting with the Flame Emperor, as she often meets with him. However, the alchemists expressed their distrust of the Flame Emperor. At that moment, the Fire Emperor appeared and asked who it was who was playing with fire without permission. The Holy Knight greeted the Flame Emperor and took the opportunity to ask for his help in putting out the fire that had engulfed the old slum. The Flame Emperor responded with a question asking what he would receive in return. Teo gripped the knife tightly and realized that this psychopath, the Flame Emperor, had the nerve to demand a reward for putting out the fire he himself had set. The Holy Knight tried to change the Fire Emperor's mind by saying that his good deeds were praiseworthy. However, the Flame Emperor made it clear that he did not care about the opinion of others. He left, stating that he was not engaged in public work. Teo was determined to confront the Flame Emperor and destroy him. He realized that despite his disgusting character, the people regarded the Flame Emperor as a legendary figure. Teo believed that no one knew the true nature of the Flame Emperor, but they disregarded it and considered him a hero with eccentric facial features. Only Teo knew the harsh reality behind the killer's face. He felt responsible for killing him in the name of humanity and the honor of the hunters. As Teo approached the Flame Emperor, he was stopped by an anxious man. Not paying attention, Teo moved forward. He firmly believes that the monster deserves to be killed regardless of personal danger. However, instead of attacking the Flame Emperor, Teo threw himself into the raging fire. He felt the heat and burns all over his body and cried out in pain. Those around him watched in shock as he endured the scorching heat. Teo knew that sacrificing himself was the only way to defeat this monster. Suddenly a message appeared in front of him. "You are dead," followed by, "Go back 24 hours." When he regained consciousness, he found he was in the past, and his laptop was displaying the latest news about the Black Dragon Guild's attack on the 40th floor. Teo was relieved that his skills had worked correctly and brought him back in time. A message appears stating that the hunter's current rank is F. He realized that it was impossible to kill the Fire Emperor at this moment. Even if he was lucky, the Fire Emperor had a similar skill that allowed him to turn back time 24 hours. Therefore, Teo, as a low-ranking hunter, had only one way to track down this man. Encouraged by his determination, Teo recalled his awakening during his encounter with the Flame Emperor. When asked by the interviewer about the exact time of the awakening, the Fire Emperor replied that he awakened about 11 years ago in the summer of the 21st year. The awakening occurred on his birthday, June 7th. According to Teo's calculations, the Flame Emperor had awakened 4,000 days before the present. Faced with a difficult task, Teo realized that the Flame Emperor would have to die 4,000 times before awakening. Taking a knife in his hand, Teo decided to commit suicide. As he was dying, a message appeared before his eyes, indicating his death and subsequent return to the events of the previous 24 hours. When Teo woke up again, he looked at the knife and realized that there were only 3.9999 days left to complete his mission. He repeatedly committed suicide and died many times, each time traveling through time. Due to his low rank as a hunter, he was not penalized for using his abilities. With each death, the number of days left decreased, first to 2,000, then to 525 days. But he stubbornly continued to persevere. Finally, with a smile on his face, he realized that today was his last day. As he prepared to meet his destiny, he finally got the chance to come face to face with the Flame Emperor. Waking up in his bedroom, he got out of bed and looked at the blank wall where numerous news articles about the Flame Emperor had once hung. It was a clear sign that his plan had succeeded. He had returned to a time when the legend of the Flame Emperor had not yet been written. Sighing, he realized that he had died 30 times more than he had originally planned. Given the time it took him to commit suicide and everything else in between, he survived the ordeal so that his demonic legacy would not live on. Full of determination, Teo left his room just when it was time to look for prey. 11 years ago, on May 6th at 11 o'clock in the morning, he saw the Flame Emperor lying in his bed with his alarm clock ringing. He had a headache. He shouldn't have drunk so much. Teo planned to repeat the day about 10 times to get the perfect result. At 9 a.m., the Fire Emperor woke up and left the F-rank hunter's apartment. He went to work, expressing dissatisfaction with his miserable life. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he was hunting slugs on the first floor of the tower. Teo realized that the Flame Emperor was tired of hunting slugs every day and wanted to live in luxury like the Sword King. For 21 years, the Flame Emperor has been an ordinary F-rated hunter, waiting for his life to change for the better. Teo realized this, but knew that the future would not be what the Flame Emperor wanted it to be. To disguise himself, Teo killed the red slime and covered his body with its gooey liquid, preparing for the next stage of his plan. At 5 in the evening, the Flame Emperor went up to the 6th floor. Teo realized that he couldn't just hunt slugs anymore and would have to go to a more difficult area. For the next 30 minutes, Teo knew that there was no one in the area but the Flame Emperor. With a determined look, Teo approached the Flame Emperor covered in red slime and asked for help, saying that she had been attacked by a wolf and needed medicine. The Flame Emperor looked at Teo and told him that if he had already dealt with all the monsters in the area, the day's hunt was over, and let him go. Teo insisted that he really needed the medicine, but the Flame Emperor responded with a frustrated question as to why he should offer an expensive medicine to a stranger for free. Teo apologized in confusion, not understanding the situation. The Flame Emperor disagreed, expressing frustration that he was already struggling to get enough daily rations and could not afford to dispense expensive potions. Teo convinced the Flame Emperor by explaining that the price of the medicine offered by the Chemist Guild was 20 gold, which he was willing to pay. However, the Flame Emperor interrupted him and said that if he can only pay 20 gold pieces, Teo seems to be undervaluing his life. The Flame Emperor doubted the value of Teo's life. Teo really wanted the cure, so he increased his price to 40 gold. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, the Flame Emperor smiled and demanded that Teo give him all the money. The Flame Emperor grabbed Teo by the collar and took away his wallet. The Flame Emperor thought that he was the kind of person who took advantage of other people's money. After examining the contents of his wallet, the Flame Emperor counted the money and realized that Teo was quite poor. Teo claimed that it was his entire fortune. The Flame Emperor smirked and said he would be sure to use the money for its intended purpose. When Teo asked for medicine, the Flame Emperor reached into his inventory and pulled out a weapon, fearing that he might be retaliated against if Teo was released. He said he wanted to live without regrets and wanted Teo to die because he saw his face. Teo had a quick reaction, dodging the attack and striking back with his foot at the Flame Emperor. Determined to live without regrets, Teo snatched up his knife and rushed to counterattack the Flame Emperor. According to Teo, he could not allow a life-threatening incident to trigger the Flame Emperor's awakening. Teo is determined to destroy the Flame Emperor forever and put an end to this. Teo exploded with anger and screamed at the Flame Emperor, expressing his outrage that he had hurt so many people. Turning away from the scene, Teo discovered a pack of red wolves nearby and offered to let them eat the corpse of the Fire Emperor. When the wolves began their terrible feast, he continued on his way. He removed the grass to retrieve his hidden bag. Having changed into fresh clothes, he prepared to go up to the first floor. When he arrived at the site and was teleported to the first floor, doubts did not leave him. Was it really all over? With fear and a sense of foreboding, he noticed a knight patrolling. Heading for the exit, he and the knight took the same stance, making him nervous. But to his surprise, the knight passed by without noticing him. Then he realized that no one knew what had happened. The truth about the actions with the Flame Emperor and his own revenge remained hidden, and Teo felt relief and completion. At the bar, he felt joy and relief that the ugly legend of the Flame Emperor was gone from the world. He called the waiter and asked for more beer to celebrate his victory. The waiter noticed Teo's enthusiasm and asked if the day's hunt had been successful. Teo was impressed with his valuable skills but realized that he lacked offensive power. He wondered if it was the greed of human existence, but reminded himself that with his current skills he could still accomplish great things. Teo pondered various options for his future. He could use his abilities to win the Trade Guild lottery or sell valuable information about the secrets of the upper floors. He felt his life had changed and he was ready to live. Encouraged, he thought about where to go next and looked forward to the new opportunities that were opening up before him. At that moment, an elderly man entered the bar. The old man calmly ordered a drink and asked for warm milk with vodka and a little sugar. Meanwhile, Teo turned his attention to the television news. The news anchor said that hunters needed to unite with each other, especially in difficult times, and inquired about the location and activities of the sacred sword. To his surprise, the figure of the holy sword shown on television turned out to be none other than an old man sitting in the same bar as him. This discovery intrigued Teo, and he wanted to find out who the holy sword was and what its purpose was. The Sword Saint had always been at the top of the rankings until the Flame Emperor became famous. Teo kept an eye on Holy Sword's reputation and pondered if he had any serious skills, such as S rank, as opposed to Teo's only skill, I want to be like you. Teo thought, what if he could copy the movement of any hunter trying to kill him, even if that hunter was the #1 hunter in that era? Realizing that he would never die again, Teo was confident of achieving greatness. When training the sacred sword, it was noticed that it came from a wealthy family principal. However, no one knew what skills it possessed. However, no useful information about the holy sword could be found. Suddenly, the Sword Saint spoke to himself in a loud voice, ordering someone to cover their mouth and not be so loud. Surprised by this encounter, Teo realized that the Sword Saint was indeed talking to himself and wondered if this often happened to high-ranking hunters. Teo's attention was drawn to an article titled, "Warning, you should never speak in front of the Sword King." The author claimed to have witnessed a situation where several high-ranking hunters began to accuse and provoke the Holy Sword. However, the matter took an extremely dangerous turn when they confirmed the grandson of the Holy Sword. As a result, they were instantly killed by the Holy Sword. The readers had doubts, suspecting that the author worked for a large guild and was just spreading rumors. Not afraid of the skeptics, the author replied that he didn't care if they believed him or not. He just wanted to share information and warned readers that if they wanted to avoid a similar fate, they should never mention the grandchildren of the Holy Sword in his presence. After reading the article, took the information to heart and thought it was worth testing. As he did so, he could be heard talking to himself, demanding silence and expressing his willingness to process something, while complaining that his presence was spoiling the flavor of the vodka. After paying the bill, he thanked the drinks and left the restaurant. On his way out, the waiter said, "Have a nice day." One of the girls in the bar expressed relief that he had finally left. Her companion wondered if the Holy Sword was suffering from dementia and why he was talking to himself. When Teo heard the Holy Sword leaving, he also got up, thanked the waiter and handed him the money. The waiter thanked him and told him to come again. Teo left the bar, determined to find the Holy Sword, now a rank 1 hunter. He left the bar right behind him, so he must not have gotten very far. Teo left the bar, determined to find the Holy Sword, now a rank 1 hunter. He left the bar right behind him, so he must not have gotten very far. He wondered what kind of feats the Holy Sword could possess. He thought that it might be a more amazing technique than the rare EX rank Flame Emperor technique. Teo harbored hopes of acquiring this skill for himself while his lucky streak continued. However, the Sword Saint suddenly stopped and shouted loudly for him to get down. Teo was surprised and realized that he had instantly detected his presence. The Sword Saint told him that he was in the right place and added that no one knew what had happened there. Teo turned around and addressed the Sword Saint politely, stating that he had a request. Surprised at Teo's approach, he doubted his intentions and inquired why he addressed him thus. Teo was puzzled when he realized that the Sword Saint seemed to be preparing to attack. Teo's thoughts were filled with confusion. At that moment, the Sword Saint appreciated Teo's acting ability and said that he was a first-class assassin. Teo trembled with fear, apologized, and expressed his confusion. Teo inwardly wondered why the Sword Saint would think that, but realized he shouldn't be provoked by the mention of his grandson's murder. Teo muttered an apology and denied that he had intentionally followed him. The Sword Saint expressed his contempt and disgust at Teo's behavior. He accused Teo of trying to deceive him, but said that his efforts had been in vain. Teo had the courage to approach the Sword Saint and ask for an explanation. He didn't understand why the Sword Saint considered him a first-class assassin, even though he was ordinary and unremarkable in appearance. The Sword Saint drew his sword and silenced Teo, saying that he had several techniques, some of which indicated the number of people Teo had killed. Teo admitted that he had a reason for his actions. He killed the Fire Emperor to prevent him from becoming a future monster. However, Teo realized that in front of the people of the present, his act was not justified. He imagined that the Sword Saint sees the number 1 above his head, which signifies one murder he has committed. Teo begged the Holy Sword to listen to him and explain everything, that he had a good reason for his action and was willing to swear even on his own life. The Sword Saint took off his hat and admitted that he himself had not led a clean life, and insisted that he had not participated in such ruthless murders as Teo. Stunned, Teo said that he had killed only one man. However, the Sword Saint pointed his sword at Teo and accused him of shameless lying. According to the sacred sword, the number of the men killed by Teo, 4,091, was displayed above his head. Teo realized that the number 1 was the case of the Flame Emperor's assassination, and the number 4,090 indicates the case of his suicide. For Sacred Sword, Teo is a legendary assassin with 4,091 deaths to his credit. The Sword Saint asked if the Black Dragon Witch had sent him. Teo, panicked, ran away, and the Sword Saint stood pensive without an answer. Teo realized that the situation goes beyond copying techniques. As long as he has this special skill, whenever he sees Teo, he will try to kill him. The Sword Saint swung his sword at Teo and decided to use all his power to end his life, calling him a demon. Teo managed to dodge Holy Sword's attack, which surprised and prompted Holy Sword to praise him as a first-class assassin. Teo managed to dodge Holy Sword's attack, which surprised and prompted Holy Sword to praise him as a first-class assassin. Realizing that he could not dodge the next attack, Teo prepared himself for what was to come. Suddenly, the Sword Saint shouted that he must capture Teo and interrogate him. He shouted. Teo saw that Mecha Saint was talking to himself and thought that this conversation was too realistic to write it off as psychosis. He considered the possibility that the Sword Saint communicates through telepathic techniques. Teo concluded that if he shared his information with others, the deaths of 4,091 people would be attributed to the killer. He would be sought out by hunters' associations, targeted by large guilds and high-class hunters. Eventually, he feared that he would be publicly executed in Babylon Square. Determined to prevent this fate, Teo believed he must die within 24 hours to turn the tide. Standing up resolutely, Teo appealed to the Holy Sword for the safety of his grandchildren, citing the dangers they might be exposed to as members of a wealthy European family. Teo hinted in passing at the dangers of the outside world. He also expressed confidence that his grandchildren would grow up to be good people because they had inherited his lineage. The Holy Sword was raised, and Teo's gaze turned to the moon. He marveled at its beauty and wondered if the moon had always been so upside down. At that moment, Teo didn't even feel the blow of the Holy Sword. Overwhelmed with desire, he wanted to become just like the Holy Sword and wondered how he could reach such heights. He felt a strong sense of envy and expressed a desire to possess the same level of skill and strength. When Teo's life ended, the message of his death appeared, and by fulfilling the skill requirements, a skill map was created. Teo was ecstatic, thinking that he had managed to obtain the skills of a rank 1 hunter from 2 different eras. However, when he was asked to choose a skill card, He was disappointed to find that there were no gold cards. They only had bronze and silver cards. He thought there would be gold cards like the ones he got from the Flame Emperor. He wondered if the Sword Saint could have made it to the top on his own, without S-ranking ability. He doubted that such a thing was possible. Even so, he decided that the silver cards might contain super-powered abilities. Disregarding the 3 copper cards, Teo decided to choose one of the 4 silver cards. However, the probability of that was only 1 in 4. In his choice, Teo was in dire need of a strong ability. He needed something outstanding, not a mediocre skill like counting kills. When he selected a card, a message appeared saying that the skill would be copied and it would return to a time 24 hours ago. Teo was confused, woke up in bed, and immediately ordered "Open the Hunter's ability window." He eagerly searched for the psychic skills he thought he had acquired. To his surprise, Teo found the Sword Constellation skill. Although he recognized that his A+ rank skills were still commendable, he favored unusual martial arts and aura awakening classes, skills. He couldn't help but feel a thirst for more powerful abilities. Lying in bed, Teo reflected on the fact that the skills he had acquired were passive. However, he consoled himself with the fact that he had an A+ rank. Teo's curiosity took over and he thought, the skill card is open. He realized that the name of the skill alone didn't say much about its effect. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Who's talking so loudly? Teo turned to the side and saw a red-haired man lying on his back. The man called Teo an old man, scolded him for making noise during the night training, and asked him to keep quiet. Teo's face contorted with confusion and disbelief as he struggled to understand the identity of the red-haired man in front of him. Red expressed his frustration by reminding him to be quiet during the evening training sessions. He emphasized that there was no need to disturb the old man as he naturally followed his movements. Stunned by this conversation, Teo asked the red-haired man who he was. To his surprise, the red-haired man asked Teo if he could see him and hear his voice. Teo actually sensed the redhead's presence as they were busy talking. Puzzled, the red-haired man stood up and said it was strange to see and hear him. He then asked where they were, surprised that the place was so small, like a dog box. He also inquired about the old man's whereabouts. Teo asked curiously if he was referring to the Holy Sword. The red-haired man confirmed this, admitting that it might be foolish to call a novice a mecha saint, but explained that that was what they called him all over the world. Teo asked incredulously if a mecha saint was really a novice. A red-haired man looked out the window and complained that he couldn't see much through the small window. Teo checked the red-haired man's information and found out that he was a swordmaster from another world. He had reached the 99th floor of the tower of his world, but before he reached the 100th floor, he was defeated. Out of resentment, he turned into a wandering spirit that could not physically interact with the current world, but could mentally communicate with capable people and give them advice based on his vast knowledge and experience. However, only capable people could perceive and communicate with him. Teo thought for a moment and concluded that the red-haired man was a ghost. Curious, Teo asked the red-haired man if he was the spirit associated with the sacred sword. As if to confirm Teo's suspicions, the spirit admitted that he was the spirit of the sword. Teo apologized, saying that he had accidentally copied it from the Holy Sword. The sword spirit, unable to believe his eyes, opened his mouth wide and demanded that the old man hand it over immediately. The spirit was so moved that it cried and begged Teo to cancel its potential and take everything back. Teo felt helpless, covered his ears, and explained that the situation could not be changed. In despair, the spirit of the sword sat upside down on the roof of the room and scolded the Holy Sword, calling it a failure because it had been able to be stolen so easily by the enemy. Teo was frightened by the sword spirit's cries and asked him to live peacefully. The sword spirit replied that he could not live peacefully since he was already dead. Teo, in desperation, asked him to die peacefully at least then. In response, the sword spirit continued to wail, accusing Teo of arrogance, pointing his finger at him, and expressing disbelief at his audacity to order the ghost to die once more. Teo wondered why the sword spirit was so talkative, and suddenly remembered that the holy sword had a habit of talking to itself. Then he realized that it was because of the spirit's presence. Disappointed, Teo complained that he would now have to hide from the holy sword for the rest of his life, as well as bear the burden of accidentally copying techniques. The sword spirit asked why Teo would want to hide from the holy sword, and said that other than his grandson, no hunter could match him. But Teo interrupted him and said that he already knew, but he had the skill to see how many people had been killed. The sword spirit said it was detective insight, but the sword spirit interrupted him, saying that this skill is useless. It only gives an idea of whether a person is a murderer or not. Teo told about the 4091 kills. The sword spirit looked at him with disdain and said that Teo was crazy and a newbie among newbies. He criticized him for his lack of aura and asked him how he got 4091 kills. Teo explained that of the 4091 people killed, only one was a real person who would become a villain in the future. The other 4090 he killed himself to activate his ability. His ability was to copy the skills of the person he killed, and the person he attacked had skills that allowed him to return to the day before his death. This made Teo practically immortal, and one day he would die and return. His main motive was revenge, but the target, the number one hunter in their world and a man of rare skill, was too powerful for him to defeat. Then Teo decided to go back in time, to the moment when this man awakened his power. Intrigued, the sword spirit questioned Teo's decision to turn back time just to get revenge on one man, and set himself up for a series of suicides over the next 11 years. Then the spirit came closer to Teo and asked his name, to which Teo said what his name was. The surprised sword spirit asked why Teo had decided to imitate the old man's technique right after taking revenge on the Flame Emperor. Teo explained that the old man was the number one hunter of his time and that he needed to learn the strongest techniques to become stronger. The sword spirit noted that Teo answered the question honestly, since the skill card indicated that only he could perceive them. This information would not be shared with anyone else, so there was nothing to worry about. Teo confirmed that and said that was the case. The sword spirit signaled Teo to stand up and examined his body. The spirit commented on Teo's excellent determination and noted that he was in good physical shape and had admirable ambition. The sword spirit looked at Teo's potential and marveled at his talent. Interested, the sword spirit asked him to teach him how to hunt monsters. They arrived at a hunting field full of red slugs. Teo asked how many slugs he needed to kill, and the sword spirit said he needed to kill a few. Teo began to hunt the slugs one by one, skillfully wielding his knife. As Teo fought, the sword spirit watched him closely. After a while, the spirit expressed that his intuition was confirmed. Teo was interested in this and asked about the intuition the spirit had spoken of. The sword spirit said that in his past life he was known as the Emperor of Swords. He came from another world where there was a tower similar to the one he had now. He boasted that he climbed the tower at a speed unmatched by others. After reflecting on this information, Teo realized that while the Flame Emperor had reached the 40th floor and became a legend, the sword spirit had reached the 99th floor. It was admirable, this feat of the sword spirit. The sword spirit believed that the true measure of a hunter's talent was his behavior. so he asked Teo to demonstrate his hunting skills. In response, Teo looked on, recognizing that the sword spirit's efforts would be in vain since he didn't know how to fight at all. The sword spirit, puzzled by Teo's self-deprecating statement, strongly refuted it. He claimed that Teo had a talent, and an outstanding one at that. Teo was stunned by the sword spirit's words and thought he was mocking him. However, the spirit explained that Teo's lack of fear of death was his unique talent. While it is natural for many people to try to defend themselves in a fight, Theo's fear of death probably diminished after 4,000 repeated experiences of dying. Teo expressed surprise, wondering if something like lack of fear could be considered a talent. The sword spirit confidently asserted that talent is not an innate ability, but something that is awakened in the process of life. Of all talents, overcoming the fear of death is one of the most difficult and outstanding achievements. Teo reflected on this revelation, realizing that no one had ever spoken to him in this way before, including himself. He originally wanted to take revenge on the Flame Emperor who had wronged him, but his anger caused him to die 4,000 times without hesitation. Now he knew that death would be his gift. The sword spirit asked Teo what he thought of his death at the hands of the old man. Teo replied that he remembered the moment and thought it was beautiful. The sword spirit was completely surprised by Teo's answer and began to laugh. After laughing for a while, the sword spirit expressed his delight that their situation was so funny. Realizing that Teo's skill was not stealing but copying, the sword spirit suggested that the old man might have a copy of it. Curiosity flared in his soul as he pondered who was a better hunter, Teo or the sword saint. With unwavering confidence, the sword spirit declared that he would help Teo. He swore that Teo would not be defeated by the old man, but would surpass him in strength. Together they would conquer the tower and strive for new heights. The sword spirit shouted loudly and called out to Teo, who was still asleep. Teo sleepily asked him to wait another 5 minutes. The sword spirit was angry at this request and expressed disbelief that he dared to ask for more time. He said that the old man, truer than the sword saint, was probably already on the 10th floor, and Teo was still dozing. Seeing that he had covered himself with a pillow, the sword spirit announced that he would sing the song of his homeland. He boasted that his song could burst the eardrums of 30 people at once. A frustrated Teo finally got up and asked what time it was. He showed him his cell phone and said it was 4 a.m. The sword spirit cleared his throat and said that it was 4 in the morning and the insects had already started crawling, implying that Teo, who was weaker than the insects, should have woken up earlier. Teo countered that the spirit was just bored with sleep. The sword spirit flinched upon hearing this, but Teo continued, saying that he always wondered why the one got up at 4 in the morning to train. He said humorously. It wasn't because he was a hard worker, but because he was incredibly loud. The sword spirit admitted that Teo was right when he said he woke him up out of boredom. The sword spirit said that Teo should be grateful to him for giving him a chance to wake up and train. The sword spirit asked to be thanked and told him to bow and praise him. Teo responded by saying that he wanted to kill the sword spirit. The sword spirit smirked and confidently stated that he was already dead and Teo wouldn't be able to kill him. He wryly said that if Teo was jealous, he'd better die himself, but soon added that he couldn't die even if he wanted to and called him a little zombie. From then on, the sword spirit began playfully calling him Theo Zombie. The one looked at the sword spirit disappointedly and muttered irritably. When he went out for his morning run, the sword spirit interrupted him again. Calling him Zombie Teo, the sword spirit emphasized that he was only gaining determination. Normally, a sword spirit would prefer to teach from the beginning, but in his case, he felt that he hadn't even started yet. Meanwhile, Teo reflected on the 4 days that had passed since he had received the sword master skill from the Holy Sword. He had killed the Flame Emperor and avoided encounters with the Holy Sword. The Sword Spirit, who was observing Teo's abilities, realized that he possessed the power of infinite void, which seemed incredibly cool to him, and expressed his jealousy. Teo got tired of running and asked the Sword Spirit not to bother him anymore. However, the Sword Spirit intervened, saying that Teo needed special training and jokingly mentioned the high registration fee. He then jokingly suggested that they go and win the lottery. In the tower there was a guild called Trade Guild, whose official name was Alliance. The head of the guild held the title of third-class hunter and called herself Countess. The Countess possessed a unique skill that allowed her to trade goods from the outside world. This powerful skill gave the merchant corps a complete monopoly on the tower, making it the only place to buy lottery tickets in Babylon. When they arrived at the trading company, an employee in a cat hat greeted them cordially and asked how he could help. Teo handed him a lottery ticket and told him he was here to claim his prize. The staff checked the tickets and excitedly told Teo that he had won the trading company troop lottery and congratulated him. Curious, the Sword Spirit asked Teo about the employee who always wore a hat with cat ears. Teo explained that he had heard that the head of the guild was a cat lover. The Sword Spirit jokingly said that, although he loved cats, he would have to be a very twisted person to make an ordinary person wear cat ears. The employee told Teo that the ticket could not be redeemed for 2 years from the date of purchase. Teo assured the employee that the ticket had been purchased last week. He thought he should win the lottery at least once because the spirit had mentioned the need for money. The employee smiled and said he needed a check. However, as soon as he saw the ticket, he was shocked and exclaimed that it was the first prize. The Sword Spirit excitedly noted how easy it was to make money. The employee checked the room and asked for time to bring his boss in. Teo agreed and advised the employee to take his time. The Sword Spirit warned of the possibility of being ambushed in questionable places. Teo replied, remembering how the Flame Emperor had used his power to win the lottery. If someone tries to hide it, they won't succeed. Therefore, it's safer to publicize the winnings. If the winner was killed, it would greatly affect the reputation of the trade organization. The director arrived, greeted the group, and thanked them for their patience. He introduced himself as the Safety Guardian and asked to be addressed as such. Teo reacted to the introduction and realized that the nickname of the headmaster was very fitting for the guild. Teo realized that the fact that the headmaster had a nickname meant that he must be a hunter of at least rank 300 plus. The warden grinned, admitted that he was often told similar things, and invited Teo upstairs. Normally, Teo didn't think he could challenge someone in charge, but not today. After receiving 50,000 gold, he had regained his confidence. Seeing the happy expression on Teo's face, the Sword Spirit commented on his easy, disposable happiness, saying that Teo had never been treated so well before. The Sword Spirit remembered how happy he had been when he told him that he had a talent for dying. A nervous Teo ordered the spirit of the sword to be silent. The spirit advised Teo not to give in so easily and counseled him to believe that the world existed to sustain his existence. The supervisor looked at Teo and asked if he wasn't feeling well. Teo quickly dismissed this concern, saying that he was just thinking about his own thoughts. The supervisor expressed relief, noting that Teo hadn't shown up earlier and concerned that he'd crossed the line. Teo had no way of knowing if the boss was an angel, but the Sword Spirit watched Teo's actions and noted how easily doubt could be planted on him. The supervisor led him to a door explaining that this was the VIP lounge. Opening the door, he revealed the first-place prize that Teo had won, 53,000 gold pieces. Teo was shocked to look at the gold and realize that in his homeland it equaled about $5 million. With that kind of money, he could live like a king. He thought about it. If he had aspired to success, he would have realized his dream by now. The boss offered him a choice: either take all the money or keep it in the safe of the trade troupe. Teo pondered his decision, thinking about his goal to conquer the tower and reach the top as a hunter. He realized that money was just a means to an end, and he had already seen a more enticing golden light than gold coins. Teo decided to leave the money with the trade troupe. His boss praised him for making the right decision, saying that he had personally recommended this option to the laureates. He explained the potential risks involved in getting that much money in front of bad people. However, Teo interrupted him with a smile and expressed his desire to purchase an honorary guild membership. He asked if it was worth 10,000 gold for a second-level honorary membership and offered to pay immediately. The boss was surprised and asked if Teo was in any other guild, to which Teo assured him that he was not. The spirit praised Teo's intelligence, noting that a guild was more than just a friendly group of hunters. He explained that one of the main reasons hunters joined guilds was for protection, and Teo understood that. Teo thought of the lawlessness in the city, where relying only on the guild and a group of hunters was not enough. He thought about the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint, realizing that they were able to kill him without repercussions. The Flame Emperor never belonged to guilds and lived by pride alone. Although he won the lottery twice, he probably never paid money for protection. He rejected all guilds, turned the leading guilds against him, and eventually faced the threat of poisoning. Realizing how important it was to not make enemies in the leading guilds, Teo decided not to pursue him. He then explained that he was currently living in a cheap one-room room and asked if the guild could find him another place to live. He also asked that if any newspaper inquired as to the identity of the winner of the first raffle prize, the manager informed them that he was an honorary member of the Chamber of Commerce. Hearing the thoroughness with which Teo had approached the matter, the director's face hardened, and he realized that Teo had been very careful. The spirit of the sword told Teo that the boss's original plan to treat him like an idiot had failed. Teo replied to the superior. The warden agreed. The sword spirit teased Teo. He said that Teo was doing fine on his own and no longer needed to be treated like a child. Teo denied that the sword spirit would be more tolerant if Teo pointed out that he looked happy. Teo confirmed this and said that this was just the beginning. He said that after 4,000 deaths and 4,000 comebacks, it was a special privilege that he didn't take advantage of because of his obsession with revenge. He stated that it was time to savor his new success. The sword spirit recalled a previous conversation with Teo about the importance of tuition and noted that he had the means to do so. When asked what he needed next, Teo recommended an experienced teacher. Teo thought that the sword spirit had no need to be ashamed. The spirit continued and emphasized that he now needed a textbook. He compared it to some kind of elixir that could improve his physical abilities, or a scroll containing the principles of martial arts. However, given Teo's current level, he decided that he wouldn't be able to understand even secret martial arts books and recommended that he purchase a high-end elixir instead. The sword spirit referred to a guild called the House of the Alchemist, where skilled doctors and pharmacists work, and spirits who find an elixir created by the best craftsmen in that guild also said he knew a store where they might have what they needed. Teo expressed concern about the high cost of elixirs, and the sword spirit confirmed that they were indeed very expensive. The spirit whispered the approximate price in his ear, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Realizing that even with all his remaining assets, he could only buy a few elixirs, Teo became worried. The sword spirit mocked and mentioned the possibility of getting a bulk discount on 5 bottles. Teo reluctantly agreed to follow him, but asked to go slower. Suddenly, the spirit stopped abruptly, and Teo questioned the sudden change of pace. The spirit gave him a serious look, told him to hide, and admitted that he had forgotten to say something important. The spirit came out from around the corner and, noticing Saint Sword approaching, informed them that the store they were heading to was Saint Sword's favorite store. Teo, disappointed that the spirit had only informed him now. The Sword Saint glanced toward the trash can Teo was hiding behind, making him cover his mouth anxiously, worried about being spotted. Fortunately, the Sword Saint turned and walked away. After he left, Teo expressed his disappointment at having to hide behind a trash can. The Mecha Saint realized the gravity of the situation and realized that if the old man was there, he must have bought the elixir as well. The spirit urgently summoned Teo and they ran together. When they saw the Sword Saint enter the store, the spirit complained that they were a step behind and wondered what they should do. Teo thought it was too dangerous to enter the same store with the Sword Saint. He then checked the rankings on his phone but couldn't find what he was looking for in the top 20 rankings or even the top 100. Even when he expanded the search range to the top 300, he still couldn't find anything. The spirit asked what he meant, and Teo smiled and explained that they might not have to spend as much as they expected. He claimed to know an excellent pharmacist who was able to offer them elixirs of the highest quality for a small amount of money. When Teo and Spirit entered a poor neighborhood, they attracted the attention of some people who turned out to be gangsters. The spirit expressed doubt that a talented pharmacist would live in such a place, but Teo insisted that a pharmacist was not only talented, but brilliant. The spirit was shocked and puzzled as to why a genius would live in such an area. Teo replied that if he didn't want to, the spirit might not believe it. Meanwhile, Teo noticed the people around him, noticed that they were following him, probably trying to rob him. He figured they probably thought he was crazy for talking to himself, but he wondered what their reaction would be if they found out about the money he had in his pocket. At that moment, they heard a voice pleading with him not to touch the lab equipment. The others answered in the negative, and Teo looked ahead and confirmed that they had arrived at the right place. The situation changed when the man demanded payment for overdue fees and threatened to rob the equipment for the experiment. The green-haired girl asked not to hand everything over to the pawn shop because she would not be able to earn a living. The moneylender was stubborn and ordered his men to take everything. The green-haired girl, desperate, asked for only a week or 5 days, explaining that the panacea was not yet ready. The man pulling the cart expressed frustration, pushed the cart back and knocked the girl over. He advised her not to make drugs again. As the girl sat on the ground, people watching her began to discuss the situation. Some pointed to the collapse of her business and said they had expected it. Others criticized her for not taking the business world seriously at her young age. The high price of her healing potions was also discussed. In response, the green-haired girl felt that the quality of her medicines justified their cost and that they could not be found anywhere else in Babylon of the same quality, and that she was sorry she was doing business in such a horrible city. As people began to disperse, the green-haired girl tried to convince them to buy at least a bottle of her special healing potion. Meanwhile, the spirit looked at Theo with an incredulous look. He wondered if the loser they were facing was really the best pharmacist of all time that Theo had mentioned. Teo approached the crying green-haired girl and asked if she was still in business. When she looked at Teo, he said he wanted to place an order. Teo recognized her as the alchemist who had risen to the top 5 rankings and became the guild leader of the House of Alchemy Guild. The alchemist was shocked by Teo's order and demanded an explanation as to why the order was so large. Teo carelessly said 20,000 gold coins. She was stunned, but Teo urged her to fulfill the order. He saw the potential to connect with her before she was even ranked, and he decided to become a loyal customer until the end. She opened her lab door and said it was a disorganized and messy space. Meanwhile, the spirit expressed concern to Teo about taking the elixir created by the alchemist in such an environment. The alchemist clarified to Teo whether he had indeed ordered it for 20,000 gold. If she doubted his reliability, Teo offered to pay her up front in advance, but she said that wasn't necessary. But if possible, she would like to be paid first. Teo thought to himself that if she couldn't show even basic courtesy, her financial situation must be dire. He told her to withdraw as much money as she needed from his account and assured her that he would inform the party in advance, but told her that he wanted her to stick to a budget of around $20,000 as his funds were not limitless. When the alchemist asked what kind of elixir he wanted, she added that she would refuse if it contained drugs. Teo praised her beliefs, noting that her simple but strong beliefs had led to her becoming such a genius. Teo assured her that it wasn't some drug he'd asked for. Interested, she asked about the details of the order. The spirit told the formula and repeated the words to the alchemist, who listed the liver of a rabbit, the eyes of a magic cat, the skin of a huge desert snake, and the tail of a green salamander. She confirmed that there were a total of 23 ingredients in the formula. The spirit confirmed to Teo that those were indeed all the materials. Teo then confirmed that his understanding was correct. Spirit was surprised when she said that the blended ingredients greatly improved reflexes and was a high-quality formula. She explained that the ingredients were not refined one at a time, but immediately stewed together. The spirit wanted to ask how she knew this, but Teo interrupted him and confirmed the alchemist's explanation. She smiled and continued her explanation. She said that the ingredients usually contained a small amount of poison, and one way to neutralize it was to take the other ingredients she listed. However, depending on how they are purified, there can be different side effects. One effect is to stimulate the basic metabolism. Teo interrupted her explanation and asked how many days it would take to make the elixir. She replied 4 days, explaining that under normal circumstances it could be done faster, but that it would require new tools. Teo remembered the time when people waited at the alchemist's door for a year and had her brew potions. He smiled and said that 4 days was a steal. When they left the alchemist's store, the spirit was dissatisfied with her and doubted her abilities. He thought that most people who talked a lot were crooks, and that Teo had wasted his money. Teo asked the spirit where he had learned the formula, to which the spirit replied that he had created it himself by using various poisons. Teo noted that the alchemist had praised the formula and immediately realized its true potential, urging the spirit to give it some credence. He also mentioned that despite her current appearance, she would be the most powerful person in the alchemical world in 10 years. However, Spirit averted his gaze and remained skeptical, believing that she would take their money and run away. 4 days later, Teo and Spirit were sitting in a chair in a hotel room. The alchemist had brought 3 boxes. She explained that it had taken longer than expected to combine the different materials and apologized for the delay. Teo reassured her, said it was fine, and reminded her that he had originally said it would take 4 days. The alchemist then handed him the boxes and explained that each box contained 30 bottles, enough for at least 30 days. Teo realized the value of his investment and thought that the store was 15 times more efficient than the ones the spirit knew. The spirit noticed Teo's thoughts and asked if he was scolding himself for his own ideas. Feeling a little awkward, the alchemist asked why Teo had made such an expensive request of a nameless apothecary like her, even though she could understand and compose formulas that only a few people in Babylon could accurately do. Teo believed that it was because she was a genius of her time that he had entrusted the apothecary before him with a costly errand. But there was another reason. He remembered that she had been the first to rush to the capital when it was burning and see who the Flame Emperor was. She had skill, kindness, and the ability to understand people. It would be a great loss not to get close to someone like her. Teo said he had helped her because she seemed kind to him. He believed that not only crazy psychopaths could succeed, but also good hunters like them, so that they could support each other in the future. He held out his hand and expressed his opinion sincerely. She agreed with him and shook his hand. He said that in order to change the world, he must first succeed. As she left, she told Teo that if he had any questions, he could call her any time. Teo smiled and thanked her. The spirit moved closer to his ear and questioned his words about good hunters like us. Teo recognized that he might have said something awkward and suggested that he start practicing instead. When Teo arrived at the hunting grounds on the third floor, he was greeted by orcs and goblins. After defeating the monsters, he wondered what to do next. The spirit advised him to take the elixir first. Teo followed the advice, and the taste was surprisingly ordinary, smelling of lemon and honey. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and noticed that something else was going on. The spirit grinned and praised the apothecary's skill, implying that the elixir had worked as it should. Teo felt a splitting headache, but the spirit explained that the elixir dulled his current perception and gave him more time to react. Teo could clearly feel the sweat dripping down his face. Confused, he asked what the spirit was talking about. The spirit indicated that his aura was moving in his heart. It formed inside the body of every hunter who entered the tower, but many lived their normal lives without realizing its presence. The spirit emphasized that proper control of his aura would improve the outcome of the battle. Teo covered his ears with his hands and tried to cope with the sensations overwhelming him. The spirit grinned and said that you could usually feel the aura flow. If you meditate, you can feel the aura flow. He said that Teo's body must suffer for his lack of talent. When the orcs attacked from behind, the spirit urged him to run away if he didn't want to get injured. Dodging the orcs' attack, Teo expressed his displeasure, calling the spirit a cursed ghost. In response, the spirit smiled and ignored Teo's words, saying that he wouldn't listen to someone who didn't even know how to use his aura. The spirit continued to taunt Teo and advised him to kill himself if he didn't like the situation. He hinted that the old man, the sword saint, would thank him if the number of murders increased. Despite feeling the slowness of the orcs' attacks, Teo realized that his body wasn't reacting to them the way he expected. A spirit appeared next to him and cheered him up. Orcs have a simple attack pattern that can be spotted and dodged. He told Teo to charge his aura at his feet. Teo didn't immediately understand how to carry out the spirit's advice. However, he was determined to repel the attack. He concentrated on charging his legs with his aura and felt the aura connect with his legs. Teo realized what he had done. The spirit pointed out that it was more complicated than Teo had realized. He compared Teo's body to a trail in the jungle, emphasizing that the trail had to be as wide as a highway to use the aura effectively. The spirit reminded Teo that it was because of the elixir that he could feel the power of the aura. He could feel the power of the aura thanks to the elixir, but without the elixir, he had no chance of winning. Teo successfully dodged the orc's attack and asked what would happen when his path turned into a highway. He let the aura flow through him and tried to overcome the obstacles within himself. He wondered what would happen if he could make that breakthrough. The spirit answered Teo, remembering how the sword saint had helplessly chopped off his head. Teo recognized that memory. The sword saint's attack was just a sidekick. The spirit said that the old man still had a long way to go, but compared to him, he was nothing. When the orc attacked Teo from behind, he managed to dodge his attack. Teo then drew his sword and connected his aura to his legs, allowing him to leap towards the orc. He swung his sword and plunged it into the orc's chest. The spirit had warned him to be on guard, for orcs had thick skin. He advised him to concentrate his aura on the tip of the blade, but Teo found that too difficult. Nevertheless, he advised him to focus all of his aura on the tip of the knife. Pouring his aura onto the tip of the knife, Teo shouted, "Die!" and the orc's green blood splattered onto the ground. The spirit asked Teo if he was okay. He was in pain. The spirit mocked Teo and said that the pain was the result of using the aura when the path didn't exist. Teo mocked the spirit, saying that his weakened body was on the verge of death and that he deserved it by killing one orc. Teo looked at the spirit and called him a bastard in response to the barb. However, the spirit smiled when Teo flexed his aura like a spring. The spirit emphasized that hunters should fight with their heads. Teo expressed his reluctance to heed the spirit's words. The spirit asked him if he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Teo didn't know what to answer, and the spirit advised him to die because it would be better from here. Teo looked at the spirit in confusion. The spirit had recommended this method of training to Teo because of his ability to regress. Even the Sword Saint had said that after taking the elixir, he simply meditated and didn't overwork his body as recklessly as Teo did. Teo pondered the meaning of the spirit's words. The spirit emphasized that it was because of his regression skills that Teo was able to return after death. The spirit envied Teo's ability to endure harsh training and not injure his body. Teo suggested that killing himself should increase the number of kills, but suggested a way to prevent the number of kills from increasing. Suddenly, a huge orc appeared behind Teo. The spirit said that since he had already tasted the taste of using the aura, 100 deaths would be enough. He compared 100 deaths to a journey of 1,000 miles starting with a single step. When the orc pointed his weapon at Teo, the spirit suggested starting with death number 1, and he got the message that they were dead. Teo placed a hand on his forehead, feeling the pain throbbing in his head. The spirit looked ahead and was puzzled as to what was going on. Teo looked at him and asked if the spirit had arrived there as well. He explained that he had stayed in this place, which he now called the underworld, for some time after his death. He said that he always hears the words that he can return for 24 hours, but the rest of the time he can copy techniques. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him saying that his death had fulfilled the skill requirement. It said that he could randomly copy the orc monster's skills. Both Teo and the spirit were surprised by this message. Teo exclaimed, not believing that the monster had a technique. The spirit was thrilled that the technique was incredibly powerful. Another message appeared, asking him to choose a skill card. The spirit shouted that he needed a skill as well. The spirit was furious and shouted that he wanted to know who was in charge of the tower. He couldn't understand why such a valuable skill went to a newbie like Teo and not an experienced hunter like himself. He considered it a disgrace to the hunting culture. Teo, on the other hand, thought about the skill, realizing that it belonged to a monster. He reached out his hand for one of the cards and decided to pick one to start with. Interested in Teo's choice, the spirit asked why he chose that particular card. Teo replied curtly that all the cards were equally unimpressive, so it didn't matter which one he chose. To Teo, it looked like a game of luck. The spirit wondered why Teo couldn't figure out which technique was better. Annoyed, Teo replied that all cards look the same if you look at them from the back. Without looking at them from the front, it's impossible to tell which one is better. The spirit casually said he could see the front of the map. Teo was stunned and realized that he could only see the back of the map because the map was moving. However, Spirit could move as he wished and see the front of the map. Suddenly, in a burst of joy, Teo screamed. The Spirit was infuriated by this outburst of anger and questioned Teo's sanity and why he was screaming. Teo, wanting to continue, called out to the Spirit to reveal the technique he had just seen. The Spirit reluctantly agreed to read the information about the technique on the card. He warned Teo to be careful, as he would only read it once. The first map depicted orcs and their ability to overcome the challenges of nature by maximizing their fertility. The map stated that orcs had always been hidden from many races. It stated that this skill had a low F rank. However, the skill had its own disadvantages. The second card had a unique description that emphasized its interesting nature. The technique and its rank was as follows, F. However, the corresponding flaws were unknown. Teo was stunned by the absurd skill information. The Spirit noticed that if he hadn't intervened, Teo would have chosen the second card. He assumed that Teo, being a man, must have mastered the power of orcs at least once. Teo couldn't believe his ears and doubted that the Spirit was serious. In his opinion, both techniques were useless, but if he had to choose between them, he would lean towards the second one. The Spirit noticed the discrepancy between Teo's thoughts and words and expressed concern, but confidently said that Teo's thoughts were correct and that the second skill was superior to the first. The agitated Spirit asked for time to think, but Teo haughtily stated that the Spirit was thinking what he was thinking. Before the Spirit could respond, Teo grabbed the card and displayed a message that the skill had been selected and copied. The Spirit was overcome with despair and realized that Teo had finally made his decision. Upon waking up in his new home, Teo was informed that his true hunter rank is F and there is no skill penalty. Teo rejoiced and expressed his satisfaction at having refreshed his body and mind in a comfortable environment. The Spirit, realizing that Teo had not fallen for his tricks, became angry and cried in despair. Teo wondered who would agree to choose the skill Blessing of the Breed, and urged him to stop being annoyed about the Spirit and focus on hunting. He was currently a rank F hunter, and all of his skill slots were filled. All of his slots were filled, and he had 4 skills. Teo was satisfied with his skills and stated that he had no problems. Upon reflection, the Spirit advised Teo to practice meditation to avoid the deadly pain. He advised him to sit down, cross his legs, and concentrate on practicing his aura for 6 months. He walked to the gate and told him to go to the hunting ground on the 3rd floor. The Spirit repeated its question, wondering if Teo could hear it. Teo drank the elixir and turned to the Sword Emperor. Confused, Spirit asked what Teo meant by asking if he wanted to take the lotus pose. Teo noted that the Spirit calls him zombie when he is winning and Teo when he is losing. Lately, he said, the Spirit has started calling him only Teo. With a friendly gesture, he warned the Spirit to correct this habit. Teo attacked the orc and noticed that, as before, the orc could see his movements. The orc pounced on Teo and roared. In response, Teo activated his skill. The orc was confused and stopped attacking. When Teo repeated the skill, the orc's eyes filled with joy. Seizing the opportunity, Teo quickly swung his sword and cut off the orc's head in one motion. Strike! The defeated orc fell to the ground. Teo was pleased with this result and cried out in relief. The Spirit became angry and began to berate Teo, accusing him of deceiving and ignoring the feelings of the orcs. He criticized people like Teo for making people suffer. Teo ignored the Spirit's words and smiled widely. He lamented the tower's decision, perplexed as to why such a powerful skill had been bestowed upon such a deceitful man as Teo. Teo urged the Spirit to stop complaining and sweating and continue on his way. He then advised him to go up to the 4th floor. A week later, Teo met the Orc King, the boss of the fifth floor. The Orc King looked at Teo curiously, and when Teo opened his eyes, there was a message to activate the Orc High Society Rank F skill. Teo shouted something in the Orc language and lunged at the king. The king was stunned to realize that someone other than himself could speak the king's language perfectly. When Teo defeated the king, he said goodbye to the great king and recognized that he was the most formidable opponent he had faced in the last week. The spirit scratched behind his ear and said sarcastically that Teo was worried about killing the monster. It was sarcasm, Teo exclaimed disappointedly, but he wanted to be sentimental for a while. After all, he had only hunted the king for 6 coins. Spirit defended his previous statements. He emphasized that the fight was not an honorable fight. Teo explained that it was a legitimate fight because it used a skill that could be obtained for 5 life coins. The information about the skill showed that it is a rank F skill. This skill originated from the great king who once invented the Supreme Association. Noting the uncultured nature of the orcs, he decided to abandon their traditional language and speak a language that better reflected their royal nature. However, this change caused a negative reaction in the tribe. Teo expressed the opinion that the orcs spent too much time on unimportant details. The spirit remarked that this was typical of orcs and added that humans were not much different. Confused, Teo questioned the spirit's words, but the spirit kicked him away, saying he was talking to himself. Teo tried to find out what the sword spirit wanted to say. His attention was distracted by a message that appeared in front of him. The message said that his existence had become clearer and more reasonable. Teo's aura enveloped him, and he thought it had finally happened. Another notification followed. The skill slots had expanded, and his hunter rank was now Class E. The spirit looked at Teo and was confused, wondering if the effect was fireworks or blood. Teo decided it was just a level-up effect. The spirit explained that the type of aura a hunter has depends on the effect it shows when they level up. For example, Flame Emperor Teo, whose aura type was probably fiery due to the nature of his abilities, was killed. The shape of the aura is usually influenced by vivid events, scenes, or things that have had a significant impact on the hunter's life, sometimes even involving trauma or unconsciousness. Then the spirit replied that the aura type was fire or blood. When Teo asked about the aura of the sacred sword, the spirit said that the aura type of the sacred sword was moonlight. When Mecha Saint was a boy, he once got lost in the mountains and was mesmerized by the beauty of a powerful shining moon. It was not his own. This experience made him embrace the idea of living with what he was given, shining like moonlight. He had held this belief since he was a 12-year-old boy. Teo believed that the spirit was also abnormal in its own way. Spirit then pointed out that now that they had cleared the 5th floor, they should move towards the 6th floor. However, Teo suggested that they skip those floors and go straight to the 10th floor boss. The spirit was surprised. He wondered if Teo was beginning to overestimate himself. He warned about the number of experienced hunters who had died on the 10th floor. However, Teo confidently stated that if he couldn't get past the 10th floor on 2 tries, he would start calling the spirit his master. The spirit began to taunt him, saying that he had spent 6 coins to defeat the orc boss, and he only had 2 left on the 10th floor, meaning easy victory. However, Teo added that he had one condition. Smiling, the spirit accepted Teo's request and agreed to reveal the techniques of the 10th floor boss. Teo added that if he won, the spirit should call him Teo and tell him the techniques of the 10th floor boss and be as polite as possible. However, Teo noticed a strange expression on the spirit's face. Excited by the challenge, the spirit announced that Teo would fall to the 10th floor and serve his master until he died. He then laughed at Teo's inability to die and said that he would have to get used to the concept of a master. He is fearless. In response, Teo asked the spirit if he had the skill to deceive him and confidently told him to prepare to serve Teo. The onlookers saw Teo standing alone and laughing, a rather unusual sight. A few onlookers said he must have gone mad. When Teo and the spirit reached the gate on the 10th floor, the guard told them that Teo was not allowed on that floor. When Teo asked why, the guard said that hunting alone on that floor was considered suicide. The guard asked Teo if he had heard the news that the guild had organized an elite team of 34 and had failed. Teo replied that the law allowed any hunter who was willing to try to hunt. The guard explained that he was obliged to keep a record of all hunters coming in and out and that the inspector would check the records later. He didn't want to let in a man who was likely to die and asked Teo to understand his position. This was because the concept of inspector was unfamiliar in his world. Teo pondered his options, wondering what to do in the current situation. The spirit suggested defeating the guards and going inside anyway. But Teo had another idea. He approached the guard and realized the difficulty of his situation. He looked determined and admitted that he really wanted to commit suicide. Both the guards and the spirit were stunned by this fact. His beloved had died a year ago, and recently the Ministry of Alchemy had diagnosed him with an incurable disease. He only had 6 months to live, but he couldn't live without his beloved. Despite his illness as a hunter, he expressed his desire to challenge the monsters in his final days rather than waiting to die in a hospital room. Tears welled up in the eyes of the guards, touched by Teo's story. Teo handed him a red bag and explained that it was the money he was saving to pay for his hospitalization. The guard was hesitant to accept the money, but Teo said that he wanted to leave this world with nothing because he wouldn't be able to spend it anyway. He then asked them not to record his admission to the hospital as he believed it was his last wish as a hunter. The guards, touched by Teo's sincere attitude, understood his request and allowed him to enter. He promised not to report that Teo had entered the hall. Spirit, meanwhile, was watching all this and wryly remarked that it all looked like they were making a movie. Determined to leave behind a legacy superior to that of the Flame Emperor, Teo entered the villa on the 10th floor. When he opened the door, he saw a multitude of little laughing dolls. The whole room began to burn, and the dolls invited him to join them. They invited him to play hide and seek. The dolls looked excited and invited Teo to join the game. He then received a message that he had reached the boss stage and was informed that the opponent was a lonely man named Teo. He accepted the dolls' invitation and confidently agreed to play with them together. The guild that had been the strongest guild since the opening of the tower suffered its 30th defeat today. The reporters asked the guild leader, Black Witch, about the reason for the failure. The Black Witch confidently stated that they had no skill deficiency and that their failure was due to simple bad luck. However, after successfully traversing the 10th floor, the Flame Emperor began to doubt their confidence. He said that luck was part of their abilities and called this group losers. Teo thought deeply, anticipating that this interview would be remembered as a show of weakness in the future. Why was it that, out of all the hunters, only the Flame Emperor was able to conquer the 10th floor? At that moment, Teo received a message that he had entered the boss stage. The boss on the 10th floor turned out to be the Flame Maiden. The dolls teased Teo, inviting him to play with them and convincing him to find a real one. The task of clearing the 10th floor was simple. The only real doll hidden in the mansion had to be found and destroyed. The spirit warned him about the flames, explaining that they were no ordinary flames, but an aura full of hellfire. Teo realized that even with the protective aura barrier, any human wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes in this flame. However, for hunters using the flame aura, the impact is greatly reduced. A disappointed Teo exclaimed that it was this advantage that allowed the Flame Emperor to successfully clear the area. He then expressed his dissatisfaction with the Flame Emperor's behavior. The spirit objected that luck was part of his ability, calling Teo a person who relies on luck and a zombie. He called him a zombie. The dolls started singing a hide-and-seek song, which made things even worse for Teo. He tried desperately to protect himself from the flames and expressed bewilderment at the claims that he relied on luck to survive. He emphasized that it was difficult for him to resist using his aura. The spirit replied, stating that despite Teo's efforts, his aura would reach its limit in about a minute. The spirit mentioned the holy sword that had withstood the flames for 30 minutes and waited for an opportunity for over an hour. The spirit noted that Teo had invaded impulsively, without proper preparation. Teo sarcastically thanked the spirit for the information. The spirit asked what he was going to do with the 2 coins. Teo replied that he would think about it after he died. The spirit chuckled and commented on Teo's expectation that his aura would suddenly and dramatically expand upon his death. The spirit explained that there were 2 ways to clear the area. Either find a real doll with little chance, or have enough aura skills to withstand the flames until you find a real doll. However, Teo foolishly bet 2 coins. Teo smiled and said confidently that the spirit only knew half the situation. He said he would see who would win when he survived death. Teo estimated that he had about 10 seconds left before his aura was depleted. He thought about grabbing a doll at random. One of the dolls turned to him and asked if he wanted to play with it. He placed his hand on the doll's head. However, the doll's mouth opened, and it was clear that his choice was wrong. As Teo's time was coming to an end, he expressed his disappointment with the design of the boss scene. The spirit told him that it was useless to try to understand Tower's intentions, since Tower was a twisted psychopath who bestowed broken skills on lazy people like Teo. Teo glanced at the spirit, intending to comment on his words, but before he could finish, his aura reached its limit and he was engulfed in flames. The spirit taunted Teo, declaring that his time was up and cursing him as a masochist who outdid even the Tower. Teo was engulfed in flames and desperately wished for a quick death. The spirit laughed at Teo's painful cries and emphasized his masochistic nature by agreeing to Teo being burned alive. Suddenly there was a message saying that he had died and that the skill requirements had been met. Another message said that he would randomly copy the skills of the Flame Maiden monster. Teo looked at the spirit and remembered his promise. The spirit looked over the skill map and assured Teo that he hadn't forgotten and that he wasn't the kind of limited person who didn't keep promises. He pointed to the golden skill card and said that he had hit the jackpot. It turned out to be a rank S skill. It uses resentment and anger to burn away all unresolved grudges, unheard voices, and unfulfilled hopes. Can generate a fire aura within a 2-kilometer radius, but it doesn't activate unless inside a barrier. The spirit insisted on choosing this particular skill. He emphasized the power of a rank S skill and imagined that he could unleash hellfire at will. However, Spirit noticed the change in Teo's facial expression and asked what was bothering him and what he was thinking about. Teo looked worried and admitted that something was bothering him, though he couldn't explain why. He knew for a fact that this technique was very powerful, but he wondered what caused such anxiety. He asked the spirit to read the other skills as well. Reluctantly, the spirit began to list the names of the skills: Rank A Maze Planning, Rank B Puppet Control, Rank B Remote Control, and Rank C Trap Setting. Teo looked at the last skill card in shock, and Spirit's face contorted in annoyance. Teo smiled and said confidently that he already knew what it was. The spirit tried to interject with concern, but Teo assured him that it was okay. He already had an idea of the technique. Pointing at the golden card, the spirit spoke enthusiastically about her abilities, emphasizing her charm and demonic style. However, Teo's thoughts contradicted the spirit's enthusiasm. Teo knew that this was exactly the card he needed. Teo explained that something had been wrong from the beginning. The real doll had a fire aura that kept it from burning, but the fake doll remained unharmed. Teo decided that there was only one answer to this riddle. When Teo picked up the selected card, the skill information appeared on the screen. This skill is rank A and prevents the specified target from being set on fire. This skill provides a safe life free from the fear of fire. Teo realized that the skill allowed him to choose an object that would not burn. The spirit expressed disappointment that it was a terrible gamble. However, Teo laughed and asked the spirit to call him Sir Teo. Another message appeared, announcing Teo's death and pushing the timeline back 24 hours. His current hunter rank is E. Teo expressed confidence in his new skills and the joy of being able to go back and explore the complex in search of real dolls without any worries. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as he suddenly received a message about a skill penalty. Teo soon realized that this penalty was related to injuries. Another message said that this penalty would replicate the damage of the enemy that killed him. Another report on the start of the punishment appeared, recreating the Flame Maiden's injury. A little beggar girl was so desperate for food that she went from house to house in her neighborhood, asking for even a piece of bread or leftovers. However, people rejected and criticized her. The number of orphans rasped begging in their neighborhood, and this was attributed to the ongoing famine. Some were indifferent, but the girl complained of hunger and persistently asked for food. People have commented on the situation, expressing their frustration and wishing someone would clear things up. While doing so, the beggar accidentally bumped into a man. He took pity on her and asked her about her parents. He noticed that she looked exhausted and that she was in pain. With a ray of hope, he introduced himself as a doctor and invited her in. He mentioned that he had many other children who needed therapy and companionship and suggested that she watch and play with them. She stood in a cage with her hands chained together. When she was hungry, she wanted to come out and play. The gentleman watching her smugly declined her request and gave her a lecture on patience. He believed that someone who asked for food simply because he was hungry was like an animal. He finally let her out of the cage, claiming to know orphans like her. Smiling sinisterly, he accused them of spreading diseases like a virus, roaming from village to village. He claimed to be a doctor and claimed to eradicate such diseases. He demanded that she sacrifice herself. Meanwhile, other children were suffering in cages. The gentleman stated that these orphans, who were believed to be children of witches, were the cause of the famine plaguing the country. According to him, they are carrying poison and other viruses affecting the country. He promised to save the country by sacrificing them. The little helpless beggar watched her companion suffer the same fate. The people around her eagerly awaited their execution. In the cage, she pondered her master's actions, wondering why he had hurt her and wondering where her friends were. On the outside of the cage, Teo watched the scene along with the spirit. They both reacted to what was happening with shock and disbelief. Teo wondered if it was just their consciousness floating around. In this strange state, the spirit was full of anger and condemned the cruelty of sacrificing innocent children. Teo guessed that it was a copy of the level 10 boss scene. He was amazed that this monster could have been human before. Spirit intervened and countered that not all monsters are like that. In particular, bosses are influenced by otherworldly events, such as creatures and heroes. From floor 11 onwards, this became more obvious. Teo asked why Spirit hadn't informed him earlier, to which Spirit replied that Teo hadn't asked. This was the spirit's first encounter with the original copy, and she realized how difficult it was to understand what these monsters experienced in the afterlife. The spirit was upset by this situation. Suddenly, the butler with the candle slipped and dropped it, causing a fire that quickly engulfed the mansion. Maids, butlers, and others ran out of the burning building. Teo tried to stop them and reminded them that there were children in the basement. Meanwhile, a little beggar girl facing the fire called for help, but found the heat unbearable. She walked up to the kind gentleman and flashed her a look. The young beggars thought they had done nothing wrong. They just didn't want to starve and wanted to play with their friends. They just wanted to play some more. The message appeared that the injuries had been treated and the punishment was over. Teo woke up in his bed with heavy thoughts. He was silent, not knowing how to feel about what had happened. The spirit watched him for a while before giving his opinion on the matter. The spirit recognized the sad plight of the children, but stated that there did not seem to be any acceptable solution or action to remedy the situation. Teo was stunned, disappointed, and discouraged by the spirit's response. He admitted that spirits were nonsense, but pointed out the harsh reality. The wardens had become monsters, and their first children had died long ago in another world. It had happened before Teo was even born. Even if it happened in the tower, Teo could have died countless times trying to save them. But this tragedy happened in another world, and no one could solve the problem. The spirit convinced Teo to find and kill the real dolls and continue climbing to the 11th, 20th, 30th, 40th, and 50th floors. The only way to clear his floors was to solve these problems on his own. To become the strongest hunter at the top, Teo had to solve these problems by himself. Teo thought about the Flame Emperor's way of thinking and realized that he wouldn't hesitate to quickly find and defeat a real puppet. However, he stated that he did not want to imitate the Flame Emperor's ruthless methods. He also stated that he did not want to be like him. As they approached the mansion, the spirit berated Teo. He stated to him that he refused to defeat the boss just because he didn't want to be like the Flame Emperor. The spirit emphasized that defeating the boss was necessary to clear the floor. Teo wondered who had decided he needed to kill his boss. He slammed his hand on the door, expressing disappointment and acknowledging his past stupidity. The spirit asked about his explosion, to which Teo replied that he'd been a fool and that the spirit had been a fool too. The spirit reminded him that he'd chosen the S-class. He uttered the words resentment, hostility, and revenge. Resentments that were never quelled, voices that were never heard, dreams that were never fulfilled. Burn it all away. If you wish, an aura of hellfire will descend to a 2-kilometer radius around you. No one can escape this hell without your permission. Teo questioned its strangeness. The spirit demanded an explanation from Teo, but Teo pointed to the last part of the sentence. He wondered how the guild could have survived without killing the boss. Noticing the contradiction, the sword spirit agreed with his remark. Teo opened the door, stating that there was only one possible answer. The boss had authorized the escape. Teo saw a scene that no man could have overcome. The boss wanted only one thing, to play with the dolls. The dolls saw Teo and asked him to play with them. He agreed and activated his special skill, Fire Caution. The dolls wondered why the heat didn't bother him. Teo approached one of the dolls and confirmed that they could play together. He suggested they play hide-and-seek and warned them to be careful. He showed his confidence by saying that when he was a little boy, he never lost at hide-and-seek. The dolls looked at him in surprise. When Teo closed his eyes and started counting, the dolls hurried to hide. The spirit watched Teo play hide-and-seek with the stuck children. The puppets cheered each other on, running farther away so Teo wouldn't catch them. Teo approached the dolls and claimed to have found one. However, the doll denied that it was the same one. He repeated the process with the other dolls, enjoying the play and the laughter they elicited. The spirit recognized the scene and realized it was a memorial of sorts. Teo continued playing with the dolls, but received the same response that it was not the doll he was looking for. However, as he continued to play, he eventually got to where the doll was sitting in the cage. Teo knelt down next to the cage, and the doll asked him if he wanted to play with it. Teo put his hand on the doll's head and confidently announced that he had caught it. He then informed the doll that it was their turn. The doll began to melt, expressing his gratitude. The little girl smiled and thanked him. When the doll disappears, a blessing appears on the screen, signifying the completion of normal, hidden, and boss stages. When Teo reached the 10th floor, a message began to appear informing him that the reward was being calculated. Once the calculations were completed, Teo was informed that the prize would be awarded 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. Spirit noticed the concerned look on his face and asked about it. The spirit acknowledged that getting through the hidden levels was not an easy task, and noted that the rewards were quite good. Teo, feeling heavy, responded by saying that the spirit wouldn't understand since he wasn't human. Teo expressed his thoughts on how unhappy and frustrating the world was, drawing parallels between the boss stages they had just encountered and the realities of their two worlds. For the next moment, Teo and the spirit stood silent. Suddenly, the spirit broke the silence and shouted that he could not participate in such discussions. Instead, he praised Teo for his excellent job of taking down the bosses in his own unique way. He congratulated him and emphasized that it was his own skill and not just luck. As partners, when good things happen, they should be happy. At that moment, fireworks lit up the sky, creating a dazzling spectacle. The cost of the 10th floor was reduced, and an announcement appeared that access to the 11th floor would open in 24 hours. As the sky filled with fireworks, people on every floor of the tower began to question the reason for the spectacle. Discussions about the fireworks and their meaning unfolded in an open forum. One person asked if it was fireworks. This was limited to the first floor, but another person replied that he had witnessed the same spectacle on the 3rd floor. During the discussion, someone brought up the cleaning of the 10th floor, and this sparked speculation as to who might have accomplished such a feat, raising the possibility that the guild was responsible. But another participant reported 2 weeks later that the guild was planning to raid the 10th floor. As Teo and the spirit watched the fireworks, the spirit told him that he had seen this exact scene in his past life, and it was his second observation of such an event. On the other hand, the open forum discussed the identity of the people and groups that cleared the 10th floor, eliminating the top hunters and guilds as candidates because they knew they weren't on the 10th floor. The question on everyone's mind was, who was it? Who had managed to conquer the 10th floor? The spirit commented on Teo's transition from an extra to the main character, asking how he was feeling. Teo replied with a smile, expressing the incredible feeling of having the whole world in their hands. The spirit smirked and acknowledged his accomplishment, noticing that they could only make it through the 10th floor, but they were the closest in their world to the top. Teo recognized this fact and realized that their next goal was to get to the top of the tower. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Teo, and a guard rushed over to him, asking if he was the one who had cleared the 10th floor. Teo asked the guard about the situation. The guard, stammering, explained that he was the only known person who had challenged the 10th floor that day. Chaos was brewing, and the officials were demanding information about what had happened. Teo defiantly responded and asked the guard what to do if he was really the one mopping the floor. The guard was shocked as Teo started to walk away. In desperation, the guard asked him to at least give his nickname, but Teo simply said he didn't have one. The spirit intervened and told Teo that he had made the right decision. It was very important to hide his identity, and he had to let others search for him. Teo realized something and turned to the spirit. With a wicked smile, he showed that he understood why the spirit admired him so much. He recalled the spirit of their previous agreement, in which the spirit promised to treat him as Lord Teo if he took out the boss on 2 tries. Teo smirked as he recounted his exploits and claimed to have gotten to the 10th floor with only 2 coins. Spirit tried to reason with him, emphasizing their partnership and equality. He massaged Teo's shoulders and talked about their journey together. He was the hunter who reached the 99th floor, and Teo was the one who conquered the 100th. The spirit saw them as partners and friends. Ignoring the spirit's words, Teo ordered him to return to the 1st floor. Before leaving, he looked back at the spirit and said that, from now on, the spirit should address him as Lord Teo for the rest of his life. While Teo was sitting in the cafe, the people around him were discussing that someone had actually cleaned the 10th floor. Some speculated that the guild might have done it. Someone had cleaned it, but had deliberately hidden the accomplishments. Teo turned to the spirit, calling him Mr. Sword Spirit, and asked his opinion, noting the sweetness of victory, much like his caramel latte. He then pretended his headphones weren't working and playfully addressed the spirit, using various exaggerated nicknames such as Mr. Psycho. The frustrated spirit finally answered and asked what Teo wanted. Teo smiled and laughed that he finally heard the spirit's voice and jokingly reprimanded him for making his master worry. He suggested they talk casually, because it was strange that Teo had formally addressed the spirit and the spirit called him his teacher. The spirit cried out and expressed his desire to learn new skills and become his old self again. Teo acknowledged that it was a big decision and emphasized that they were life partners and would be together forever. After a while, Teo looked at his watch and realized that an hour and a half had passed. At that moment, he noticed the cat and thought to himself that such an important person had started looking for him. No one knew about the cat yet, so he decided to pretend he didn't know. Teo put the cat on his lap, asked if it was lost, and invited it to play with him. The cat responded with a meow sound. Teo thought about the person inside the cat and noted his incredible acting ability. Suddenly, a group of people approached Teo and asked if he was a hunter. Teo waited for them and commented on how long he thought it had taken to wait for them to arrive, saying that it had been exactly an hour and 30 minutes. Teo showed his hunter card to confirm his identity, and upon confirmation, the group immediately began contacting the boss. The chief among them showed interest in Teo joining their guild. However, Teo interrupted him and emphasized 2 important points. First, he didn't want to attract much attention to himself, so he asked not to reveal his name to the press. In front of the entrance on the 11th floor, when they asked how long he should withhold his name, he pointed to his watch and told them to wait until they reached 0. The group confirmed the request. Second, he reminded them to pay attention to visitors to public cafes. As a result, the group left the cafe and gathered around his table to continue the discussion. They began offering him various rewards, including money and positions in their guild. Teo noticed that he seemed surprised at the mention of Holy Sword, a high-ranking person who didn't belong to the guild. People were wary of the guild. People had been wary of the guild and their intentions for the sacred sword, and now they were looking for someone who could trump the rumors surrounding it. Teo pointed out that they should not try to recruit him by hiding their true intentions. Suddenly, the cat sitting on Teo's lap spoke up, offering 500,000 gold on behalf of the merchants. The cat then gracefully jumped off his lap and introduced herself as the Countess, the leader of the Rank 3 Alliance Merchant Guild. She sent an invitation to Teo, offered him the position of deputy guild leader, and asked his opinion on the matter. Intrigued by the negotiations, Teo took off his headphones and realized that they were finally starting to resemble real negotiations. During the conversation, the Countess admitted that Teo wasn't surprised by her transformation from cat to human. Teo thanked her, saying that he even had the ability to see ghosts, jokingly pointing out his relaxed nature. He couldn't believe that the Countess was already in her 40s. She was the richest person at the top of the tower. He assumed that she probably consumed some sort of youth potion every day to maintain her appearance. At that moment, the blond man stood up and expressed his concern over the offer of 500,000 gold and Teo's status as a deputy guild master. He questioned Teo's unknown skills despite his impressive feat of passing the 10th floor. The Countess dismissed the man's concerns and told him to bring his boss to continue the conversation. She made it clear that she could not argue with him and would only consider those who could offer more than 500,000 gold pieces. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from the entrance, cursing the cat. The Countess noticed the door and announced that the people they were waiting for had arrived. Rank 5. Clan Snake Guild leader entered and cursed the Countess. Clan Rank 4 Cult investigator followed, admitting his mistake a step late. Clan Rank 8 Deputy Guild leader also arrived and emphasized that the term mistake was inappropriate. Their role is to prevent confusion among the existing hunters. The guild from the 2nd floor, the master of the Black Witches Guild, arrived unnoticed. Teo saw them in shock and realized that all the people of the highest rank had gathered in one place. The Countess recalled the rarity of their meeting and how it was as if it was only yesterday that they had conquered the 2nd floor together. The enraged guild leader disturbed her and threatened to make soup out of her. He continued to shout and questioned her tendency to flaunt her wealth, setting a reward of 500,000 gold pieces. The famous investigator diffused the situation for a moment by offering to order coffee. After ordering drinks, they turned their attention to Teo and asked what he wanted. Sensing their ordeal and the need to keep his composure, Teo pondered whether the guild leader's presence was a coincidence or part of a strategy to suppress him. The spirit calmed Teo down and reminded him that he shouldn't be afraid, but that they were trying to test him and intimidate him. Teo realized this and decided to show relaxation rather than fear. He asked the waiter for a menu and, after looking through it, asked for hot chocolate instead of coffee, explaining that he wasn't in the mood for coffee right now. Teo admits the worst, reflected in his lack of fear of the guild leader. They could have killed him. The cult researcher found the transformation of Teo from a seemingly inexperienced hunter to his current state interesting, noting that he was suddenly a completely different person. The Countess admitted that Teo was not completely inactive, but had luck, courage, and perhaps some skills. She revealed that Teo had recently been chosen to enter a lottery, the winner of his guild. According to the Countess, young men with these qualities would succeed in whatever they did. The leader agreed, stating that someone who passed the 10th floor couldn't be a rookie. He urged the others to stop pretending and just recruit Teo. The Black Witch intervened, suggesting that their reputation shouldn't overshadow the main issue. She then turned her attention to Teo and asked him directly what guild he was planning on joining. She warned him that they would have to discuss how to handle the media if he wasn't going to register with a guild like Holy Sword, and asked him what would happen if, oddly enough, he did plan to join a guild. The Black Witch explained that a tense auction would follow. She said that they had spent too much time on the 9th floor, but clearing the 10th floor provided an opportunity to announce the value of the tower to the outside world. This could not only attract war refugees, but also rekindle a sense of adventure among the hunters living on the 1st floor. She emphasized the curiosity that arises about the world waiting on the 11th floor and how it will sustain the tower. Teo added that a solution to the food shortage was also possible. The Countess recognized that it was not enough, even though she had left the road open to the outside world. She thought it was time for a new approach. They needed to take the adventurer to the ground beyond the 10th floor to discover something that could only be found there. They also needed an active way to promote the tower to the outside world, a symbol that could herald the beginning of a new era. Realizing the implication, Teo wondered if the Black Witch was suggesting that he was the symbol. Teo pondered the situation, remembering that the Flame Emperor had already tried to kill the icon. He didn't know the reason for it, but he saw an opportunity to turn the enemy of his enemies into his friends. Teo accepted the offer, and the guild that successfully took over became the new symbol of the tower's growth, while the other guilds probably had to act as subordinates. He expressed concern about this result and suggested a different approach. Taking out a deck of cards, Teo surprised them all. He offered to join the guild that won first place in the poker game. He didn't want money or positions. However, if he came out as the winner, he would simultaneously apply to join all of their guilds. In the eyes of the public, he would become a member of the guild, but in reality, they would have to treat him as an equal. The Countess laughed at the boldness of the young man who had just cleared the platform and wanted to be on the same level as them. She accepted the challenge. The cult investigators agreed, provided there were no tricks. The leader suggested refraining from using their skills to avoid an unfair advantage. Those caught using their skills would be disqualified, and the others said that their guild was poor, so betting on Teo would cause a loss and make the offer favorable. Black Witch also agreed to this proposal. Teo turned to the spirit and asked if he liked calling him Teo. The spirit was puzzled by this question, and Teo advised him to call him that for the rest of the game. In return, he asked the spirit to inform him of the cards each player had. The spirit danced excitedly and thanked Teo for his offer. He even promised to find out if anyone was cheating and praised Teo for his generosity. He nodded and announced that it was time for them to start the game. When the poker game began, the spirit stood behind the Countess. As the Countess seemed to straighten up, he advised the player to discard her. Following the spirit under Teo's guidance, he discarded the card. Moving on, the spirit approached the leader and saw his card. Frustrated, he noticed the audacity of the leader bluffing at only one pair. He urged Teo to call and destroy the leader without hesitation. Teo heeded the spirit's advice and rang the bell. Now the spirit climbed under the table and declared that he was aiming for a full house, but he assured Teo that after studying the tables and decks, he would never be able to collect a full house. Inspired by the spirit's words, Teo decided to go all in. There was a brief moment of silence, after which the leader threw his cards on the table in despair. He pointed his finger at Teo and shouted that there was no point. The guild leader said that they had played 30 rounds already and Teo hadn't lost a single round. He thought that it was cheating and that bluffing against Teo had no effect. Calmly, Teo asked the leader if he had any evidence to back up his accusation. He reminded the leader that he could become an accomplished poker player and expressed disappointment if he accused him without evidence. In response, the guild leader said that Teo's gloating gave him away and emphasized that Teo could never become an F-rank player. Surprising the leader, he revealed that he had recently been promoted to rank E, but had not had a chance to report it. Caught off guard, the leader stumbled while Teo playfully thanked him for the compliment. He then asked about the leader's chip count, mocking him and calling him a gatekeeper. The latter, realizing that he was in an awkward position, barely hesitated to answer. When the guild leader stepped aside, the cult researcher greeted him and said that it was time for the clan to be banished in the battle for the heavens, and ordered another espresso for him. But the leader vehemently expressed his indifference to the drink. The tension in the room was evident as only 3 people remained, along with Teo. One of them admitted defeat and expressed confidence with an invulnerable face. He asked if Teo had used his mind-reading skills. Teo playfully responded by stating that he might be using mind-reading or X-ray vision. The leader noticed the sacred knight's resignation and angrily yelled at him, urging him not to give up so easily. He accused Teo of cheating and asked why the knight had dismissed the cheaters. He also claimed that the man had cheated everyone. Knight defended Teo, calling him a new hero, and dismissed the leader's claims, saying that he knew of Teo's skills from the beginning. The leader was stunned by the knight's revelation and wondered how he could have known that. The knight explained that it was strange not to notice Teo's skills. He said that newcomers didn't offer games and didn't bet everything on luck. In fact, Teo challenged them to a game and showed them that he was going to beat them, so they didn't realize his real abilities. The knight also said that there was nothing to lose from the start. Victory would be great, but even in defeat there were advantages. The leader protested, worried about his pride and how the newcomers would be able to rise in their ranks. The knight objected, asking the leader if his pride could put food on the table. The cult investigator intervened, placing a cup of espresso in the leader's mouth. Now only Teo and the Black Witch were left in the game. The Black Witch spoke up to Teo, who softened his opinion by saying that he was glad he was a reasonable man. She talked about her background, or rather, that she had lost her family. Civil war. She lived her life as a foreigner. She said that the girls had nowhere to live, whether it was their current place of residence or the outside world. Teo thought about the Black Witch's words and accepted her point of view. He agreed that the people of the tower, especially the first generation, had their own stories to tell. He admitted that he himself had been an ordinary orphan. The Black Witch considered the tower her homeland, where people's origins didn't matter. She emphasized that in the tower they could understand each other's words, and they were all equal competitors, at least more so than in the outside world, where they were considered disposable. She used the analogy of a blooming rose from a garbage can to explain this, even in an unfavorable situation in which greatness might arise. The Black Witch spoke directly to Teo and warned him of the inevitable attention he would receive. As the clock ticked towards 0, he would get it, and his life would be turned upside down. She urged him to choose wisely. Teo responded with confidence, a desire for attention, and praise and inspiration for others. The Black Witch marveled at Teo's sincerity and compared him to a sword saint. Meanwhile, Teo ponders the strong arm of the guild leader and realized that his own arm might not be enough to defeat her, but he decided to show his confidence and go all out. Teo said that clearing the 10th floor wasn't his only accomplishment. He boldly announced his intention to conquer the 20th, 30th, 50th, and finally 100th floors of the tower. He respected the tower and its value to all, but expressed his desire to explore the world beyond. He admitted that he did not know about hunger and poverty in the tower, but encouraged others to use his name to address these issues if they wished. In turn, he really wanted to experience the joy of reaching the top, so he asked for their help in climbing the tower. Black Witch sighed, acknowledged her previous mistakes, and said that Teo did indeed look like a holy sword. Teo asked if that was a compliment, but the Black Witch explained that it was an insult and considered both of them greedy. She revealed her final hands. She had a flush and Teo had a full house. Teo smiled, considering it a compliment and hoping that he would now be treated as an equal. The Black Witch asked if he was responsible, and Teo replied that the responsibility was to climb the tower. Hunter, who assures her that she shouldn't worry. The Black Witch smiled and noted Teo's easygoing nature as a newcomer. The spirit praised Teo happily, saying that if ease was a skill, Teo would have an S rank. He then started calling him a zombie and expressed his joy at how beautiful the word was. Teo was confused by the spirit's enthusiastic remarks and asked if this person was really a sword emperor. As Teo got ready to leave, the Black Witch asked if he had already left. Teo remembered to mention that the 11th floor would be opening soon, and he should be ready to catch up. The Black Witch asked how he could prepare even though he doesn't even know what's in store for him. Teo explained that the topic from the 11th to the 20th floors was role-playing. He got tips on how to get through the 10th floor, but he had no other knowledge. When Teo left, Black Witch expressed her intention to repay her debt to him someday. People were eagerly awaiting the opening of the 11th floor, but excitement was in the air. Only 11 seconds to go. Happy and blown away people. It was announced that the practice was over. The spectators shouted impatiently, demanding that the 11th floor be opened. Suddenly, an angelic figure appeared in the sky, talking to the warriors climbing the tower, congratulating them for allowing the mansion to abode. Some people were surprised, thinking of this figure as an angel or even a goddess. But the spirit said it was just a system describing the assignment. The spirit also said that even if the goddess existed, what they saw was more than just something. Recorded video. The goddess spoke of a world where humans needed the help of warriors suffering from the Demon King's invasion. She offered them a mission to protect humanity. If they wanted to accept, have them ask them to say, "Pass it on." Teo asked the spirit how they knew that what they were seeing was not a goddess. Before the spirit could reply, the sword saint suddenly leaped into the sky and slashed the hologram with his sword. But the hologram of the goddess remained intact and continued to speak, repeating the message, saying, "Send." The spirit declared that he had achieved what the sword saints had achieved. He had just done it in his previous life and realized that this figure was a fake. Holy Sword's gaze connected with Teo's for a moment, and he uttered the word transfer before disappearing. In a hurry, people started saying, "Pass it on," and rushed to the 11th floor, eager to continue their journey. The goddess's message resonated with the climbers, who said that from the 11th to the 20th floor, they would have to undergo a test of faith. They had to find their own answers because those answers reveal who they are. At that moment, a knight appeared next to Teo, expressing the following frustration. Teo asked the knight what he was talking about, and the knight explained that the person who created the tower had put a lot of effort into creating it and had also left them a message, but the people had become indifferent and could not understand the miracle of the tower's existence and skills. Teo commented on Knight's unexpected sensitivity. He said he specializes in music in the outside world. It fascinates his character. Teo said that it might be hard to make money with music. The knight jokingly replied that the truth could sometimes hurt. The spirit warned Teo to be careful with the knight, because the man seemed suspicious. Suddenly, a crowd of reporters approached Teo and asked if he was the hunter. Knight smiled and took charge, apologizing to Teo for the attention he'd drawn. He said goodbye to Teo, noting that he would see him on the 11th floor. Teo asked Knight if his approach was directed toward that goal. Knight demonstrated people's ability to read and saw it as a way to show interest. Teo then asked what kind of person Knight was and what he thought of him, and Knight mysteriously had an answer in his head. Then he said, "Send," and proceeded to the 11th floor, leaving Teo with unanswered questions. Teo still couldn't believe his eyes after the knight's escape, and Spirit reminded him of his earlier warning about the knight's suspicious behavior. He was attacked by reporters, and they asked if it was true that he had cleared the 10th floor on his own, and wondered if his simultaneous guild membership was a plan orchestrated by a large guild. Teo thought he should find a way to get up to the 11th floor. Ignoring their questions, he also stated that he was trying to conquer the 20th floor. The reporters were shocked for a moment, and Teo took the opportunity to say goodbye to them and said, "Leave it to me." When he disappeared from their sight, A message appeared asking them to wish good luck to all the climbers. Upon arriving on the 11th floor, the hunter realized that he was in the midst of a large-scale war. The Sword Saint was also shocked by this chaotic scene and wondered what was going on. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted for everyone to hold on and stop the king's army for the empire. The soldiers of the empire were engaged in fierce battles with formidable demons. The commander motivated them by emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He urged them not to retreat and emphasized that the fate of the empire depended on their perseverance. In this chaos, the hunter arrived on the 11th floor and saw what was going on. Suddenly, someone warned everyone about the flying arrows and urged the hunter to quickly dodge them. The shocking sight before them threw them into awe and disbelief. But after traversing the 10th floor, Teo remained calm, knowing that the training stage was over. From now on, each stage might have similar problems. At this point, the commander approached the hunters and asked for their help. He saw them as warriors who could save the empire and prayed for their help. He explained that the port they were in was the empire's last source of vitality. In order to ensure continued support for the capital, it was crucial to secure the port. Warriors from another world were asked to lend their power to the empire. A quest notice appeared, offering hunters a new quest. The goal was to confront the disaster that had befallen the empire in the role of a cunning, evil, and powerful demon king. Finally, he gathered an army. His first goal was to cut the empire's supply line. Defending the port was the first step to saving the empire. If you don't complete this mission, you won't be able to get to the 12th floor. The hunters were attacked by various questions expressing surprise and uncertainty about the existence of the Demon King in this empire. They were thinking about how to complete the task. In response, the Sword Saint who fought the goblins acknowledged the uncertainty of the details, but suggested that the only way was to defeat these creatures. Inspired by the Holy Sword's words, the hunters rushed at the goblins, their battle cries echoing in the air. One of the hunters, torn by anger, taunted the goblins, claiming that he had killed 6,000 of their kind in 6 years. During the fierce battle, Teo received a message welcoming him and recognizing his exploits in mopping up the 10th floor. The message also listed the rewards awaiting him. Teo glanced at the map, but the spirit expressed disappointment, hoping for some special privilege. It expressed disappointment and hinted that Teo shouldn't rely on such cheap skills because he could train on his own instead. Teo continued to receive messages indicating additional bonuses. One message mentioned a hidden bonus to stage prowess, and another mentioned a blessing for it. The message informed Teo that he would have access to the abilities and locations of all non-player characters from the 11th to the 20th floor, and that there would be hidden stage bonuses. Disbelief was reflected on the spirit's face, and Teo had no choice but to smirk at the new developments. But the message didn't end there. Another notification appeared, stating that Teo had been blessed by the god of merchants. This gave him the ability to choose and possess items that existed on floors 11 to 20. As Teo's smile grew wider and he realized that this game was entirely skill-based, his eyes closed contentedly. Meanwhile, the spirit erupted in anger, venting his frustration at what he perceived as a game based on luck that relied too heavily on chance. The tower determined a theme for each floor, and the first 10 floors served as training materials. It was a city for beginners. Newcomers could adapt to the challenges of the tower, and the hunting grounds were carefully equipped. Demon Quest was from the 11th to the 20th floor. Teo considered 2 options to defeat the Demon King. The first was to have enough strength to face the army alone, and the second was to lead the army. The spirit concluded that he was going to choose option 2 and asked if he had ever commanded an army before. In response, Teo revealed his skill window and pointed out his skills. "I want to be like you." He confidently said that he had not commanded an army in the past, but believed he could acquire the necessary talent. Calling Spirit the Sword Emperor, Teo mentioned their previous conversation about the game being based on luck. He said that it would challenge the spirit and demonstrate why the game is completely skill-based. He also said that he needed to be listed as a top 100 skill specialist. The spirit shuddered and protested that this was wrong, prompting Teo to take a small step towards becoming stronger. He crossed the line, accusing Teo of cheating and questioning his lack of embarrassment. Teo dispelled the concerns about the spirit and said he felt no embarrassment. He then instructed the system to display the soldiers' leadership skills, limiting the display to only the top 3. A list appeared in front of him, and Teo was asked to show these 3 locations on the map. After the locations were shown, he was also asked to mark his current location on the map. Teo smirked at Spirit, asking if he still believed. The game wasn't skill-based. He argued that an initially decent privilege had now become a truly valuable privilege. He attributed this result to the man's ability to use his mind effectively. As Teo began his journey to the place of a non-player character, the spirit expressed anger, calling the situation a joke and accusing him of just resorting to tricks. Teo laughed and replied that being able to use such tricks was also part of the skill. Teo thought about the location of the blue dot on the map and realized that the closest place to it was where he had spotted the object involved in the battle. He identified him as the commander and called out to him. The surprised commander looked at Teo and asked about his purpose. Teo admired the commander's mustache and thought he had good skills. In a serious tone, Teo asked that if the commander thought he was a warrior, he would like to ask him something. But the spirit yelled at the commander, warned him to flee, and called Teo a rogue. Unfortunately, the commander heard nothing. The commander expressed his willingness to listen and help if possible. Then Teo shocked the commander by asking him to kill him. The commander's face showed a mixture of shock and confusion. Teo revealed that he had a secret ability. If he died, the entire battlefield would receive a blessing. As long as the blessing was activated, it was a kind of suicide skill that guaranteed the Empire's victory. The stunned commander hesitated and couldn't bring himself to kill the warrior. Teo emphasized the importance of thinking about what really mattered. He explained that if the commander didn't kill him, Teo would take matters into his own hands and kill himself. He turned to the commander for help, believing that it was the best way to help the Emperor. The commander questioned the possibility of such a blessing. However, Teo continued to insist, stating that the commander, as the leader in charge of the port city, was someone who preferred to end his life at the hands of a patriot, an experienced leader, rather than die in battle with the claws of a monster. Teo turned urgently to the commander, emphasizing that time was limited. The commander expressed his reluctance to rely on the Empire to take the life of someone who came from another world to offer his assistance. The commander, realizing the cursed nature of his world, lamented the need to take the lives of warriors like Teo. With his sword ready, the commander asked God for forgiveness and vowed to send Teo down without pain. Teo thanked the commander. The commander asked him his name. Teo gave his name, and the commander thanked him on behalf of the Empire and recognized him as a true warrior. As the commander swung his sword at Teo, the reports came in. Dying Teo copied all the skills of the commander and thought, "Every man who runs has a man who flies." The goblins were attacked by a hunter boasting that he had killed 6,000 of their species in 6 years. Teo pondered another statement. For every hunter who uses his sword, there is a hunter who uses a soldier. At this point, the hunters looked ahead in shock and wondered what kind of hunter Teo was and why he was riding a horse. Teo rode his horse confidently alongside the commander, holding a white sword in his hand as they moved forward. Teo rejoiced at his new skill, battlefield perception. It was a rank B skill that allowed him to analyze the battlefield, instinctively recognize the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and find gaps in their defenses. He copied this skill from the commander. Talking to the commander, Teo informed him that if they continued on their current path and turned right, they would run into the commander of the demon army. He said that there were a few monsters nearby, but not many, and he suggested that they destroy them all. The commander enthusiastically agreed, raised his sword, and declared that the warriors of the goddess were on their side. Teo thought about how the skills he had acquired while working as a military strategist had won the general's confidence. He looked at the mini-map and at one point ordered a right turn. He admitted that he owed his success not only to his skills, but also to the preparations he had repeated relentlessly throughout the day. While they were fighting, Teo noticed the goblin tossed in the air and noticed that he looked like he was flying that day too. He realized that not everything could be explained by his skills alone. Suddenly Teo drew his sword, and it glowed. The soldiers who witnessed it recognized it as the light of the goddess and cried out in awe. It was the sacred sword of the legendary weapon's defense. Teo relished the importance of wielding the sacred sword of the ancestors, a legendary weapon associated with the founding of the empire. According to legend, the sword was given to the founder of the empire by the goddess herself, and its disappearance remained a mystery. According to the founder's prophecy, it is said that the promised one will appear with a sword on Judgment Day, and its wielder will gain the absolute trust of the empire. The soldiers who saw the sacred sword in Teo's hand cried out in awe and declared their loyalty to the empire. They welcomed the return of the founder's sacred sword, believing that heaven had not betrayed the empire. Encouraged by their support, Teo expressed his satisfaction, noting that the landscape in front of him was worth clearing the hidden scene. Spirit was furious, however, wondering why Teo had traded everything for what he thought was a shiny and useless sword. Teo justified his choice by emphasizing the sword's brilliant and durable qualities, which allowed it to dazzle non-player characters up to the 20th floor. He explained that non-player characters aren't just tools for completing missions, they also help you complete missions. The soldiers looked at Teo and asked for his protection, while some hunters watched him with envy, perplexed as to why he alone was allowed to ride with the commander. Teo basked in the attention and jealousy of those around him, relishing the fact that his actions caused such a reaction. The spirit criticized him for using his enhanced hearing to eavesdrop on gossip instead of focusing on more important things. Teo cheekily professed his love of attention. With a sweep of his sword, Teo signaled the completion of the destruction of the left wing of the demon army, and the commander announced their willingness and determination to proceed to the enemy base. Advancing forward, the soldiers spotted the Goblin King, the boss of the 11th floor, who looked puzzled and with an expression of uncertainty on his face. The Goblin King tried to escape, but Teo was on his trail. Jumping off his horse, Teo activated the high social skills of his goblins. With a powerful swing of his sword, he defeated the Goblin King and slew him with a single blow. The soldiers celebrated their victory, declaring that the warrior had defeated the demon army. The empire regained its glory, and the defeated goblins scattered in fear when they saw that their leader had fallen. The hunters expressed their contempt, thinking they had seen the retreating goblins hunting alone for their specialty, and vowed to kill them all. A report has surfaced that the 11th floor stage has been cleared. The hunters were shocked to realize that they had cleared the floor in just one day. They marveled at their strength and wondered if such a feat was possible. Another post displayed the calculations of the top 10 raiders, and Teo ranked first in terms of contribution to the raid. The hunters were surprised that the player ranked first didn't have a nickname, and the Sword Saint was ranked second. Then it became clear who Teo was, who had cleared the 10th floor. Someone began to question if he was some kind of lone master. The spirit laughed at the idea, deeming Teo a cunning and lazy slacker. Teo challenged the spirit's perception and asked if he was now considering a game skill test. The spirit turned around in anger and flatly refused. Teo noticed his anger and realized that this ghost really did value basic skills over ability. He assured him that he would train his sword skills diligently before he reached level 20. The spirit asked if he was telling the truth, and Teo was contradictorily sure that when the Sword Emperor was around him, he must be the one asking the spirit to teach him. The spirit was pleased with his answer and realized that he had finally realized his worth and began to remember the tower he had climbed in his time. Teo found the spirit's simplicity interesting and praised his candor. At that moment, the commander approached Teo and expressed his gratitude, recognizing that their victory was made possible by Teo's contribution. Teo responded modestly, stating that it was a team effort and they all played their part. The commander continued, remembering an old prophecy predicting the arrival of warriors summoned from another world to confront an invading army of demons. At first, the commander was skeptical of the warriors' determination to fight for an alien world, but admitted his doubts. But seeing Teo's unwavering determination and the successful outcome of their fight, the commander realized that his fears had been in vain. He extended his hand to Teo and expressed his gratitude once more. Teo thought and realized the importance of the handshake between him and the commander. Despite their different worlds and backgrounds, the gesture had a universal meaning. They were both human beings who shared a common humanity and the ability to extend a hand of gratitude and respect. As they shook hands, the commander expressed his hope for Teo's future accomplishments. Teo responded with determination and promised to exceed the commander's expectations and continue to strive for greatness. At that moment, a message about the calculation of the reward appeared. The best raiders will receive their deserved rewards and get the right of first passage to the 12th floor, and the rest of the raiders would have to wait until the reward was distributed to the top player. A shining light enveloped the upper raiders and heralded the teleportation to the 12th floor. Teo also began to fade away, preparing to embark on the next leg of his journey. The commander entrusted him with one last request and urged him to take care of their empire. Teo was on the verge of teleporting to the 12th floor when a spirit intervened, questioning the summoning of only the top 10. He asked if the elderly sword saint would be present and expressed concern about his potential hostility. Teo brushed off the concern, stating that the worst that could happen was death, but assured Spirit that he had a plan. Reaching the 12th floor, Teo looked around and wondered if this was the Empire's royal palace. Behind Teo, the others materialized, and the Black Witch expressed surprise at being in such a place. The investigator, also known as the cult investigator, suddenly appeared and greeted Teo, praising his incredible performance on the 11th floor. Teo was surprised and noticed that the investigator was there and used his powers to look younger. The questioning investigator noted Teo's skillful use of non-player characters and the distinctive sword he wielded, and wondered if it was a reward from the 10th floor. Teo modestly confirmed it, but the investigator asking praised his exceptional ability to lead a raid on the 11th floor using the 10th floor's bounty. Teo smiled and downplayed the flattery. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when the questioner immediately used a technique to thwart the holy sword attack aimed at Teo. Teo was puzzled by this sudden attack. The investigator expressed surprise and ridiculously doubted the holy sword's transformation into an assassin. During the conversation, the sword saint maintained a cold and determined gaze, expressing his desire to kill Teo. The questioning investigator asked for clarification, asking if the sword saint had mentioned the hunter Teo. The sword saint confirmed this, threatening to release his hand from the investigator and asking if he would step aside. The questioning investigator pointed out the inconvenience of losing his hand and emphasized the negative impact of Teo's death on the reputation of the five great guilds. He asked the Sword Saint to explain why he was targeting Teo. The Sword Saint refused. He said he was under no obligation to do so. Unafraid, the investigator used the divine transmission Sant technique, causing the leader and the knight to appear behind the holy sword. But the Sword Saint quickly flaunted his attacks, mocking their existence and calling them annoying flies. When the leader was thrown back, he cried out his frustration, wondering what the Manga Saint had consumed to possess such power. The Manga Saint responded by pointing out that the leader himself was about 40 years old. The leader committed the offense with a hint of old age, claiming that life truly begins at the age of 40. The knight intervened and urged the leader to focus on the ongoing battle, acknowledging that the odds were not in their favor. The investigator, who assessed the situation, recognized it as unfavorable. Turning to the Countess, she asked for 1,000,000 gold pieces. In response, the Countess offered a compound interest of 15%, and the investigator who asked the question explained that he had not asked to borrow the money. The Countess expressed displeasure at the fact that she was being asked for donations by businessmen, but when asked, the investigator insisted that the money was dirty and offered to the church for salvation. The Countess playfully stated that the investigator was an even bigger bandit than herself. She summoned a small bag and ordered it to pull out 1,000,000 gold coins, causing the ground to be covered in a rain of gold coins. When the investigator asked, thanks were expressed for her help. The investigator activated a holy technique called devotion, initiating transference and physical strengthening. Knight and leader were targeted, and the duration of the buff was 300 seconds. The investigator stated that for the next 300 seconds the knight and leader would be noticeably different. He then said that it would be a big problem for the holy sword, the countess, the knight, and even the leader fighting alongside him. Furthermore, the investigator said that the countess's vault had not yet been emptied, offering a choice between her bankruptcy or the death of the enemy. The countess expressed confusion and wondered why her vault was in such a situation. At that moment, the Black Witch intervened and offered advice. She revealed that it wasn't just the four of them fighting. She said that Hunter Teo had officially signed a contract with the 5 major guilds the day before. The Sword Saint expressed surprise at this revelation. The Black Witch explained that Teo, with the powers of a guild leader, participated in all 5 great guilds at the same time. She emphasized that bearing one's sword against Teo was the same as fighting all of them. The Black Witch challenged the Holy Sword and wondered if he was really ready to face them. Teo's thoughts were in a rush as he thought about the plan he had devised. He reminded Spirit of their conversation on the 11th floor and asked if he remembered what he had said. Spirit expressed confusion and asked Teo to explain that he had mentioned 2 ways to face a strong opponent. One way was to gain enough strength to crush an army alone, and the other was to gather an army of allies to fight alongside him. Teo emphasized that, as a single player, he was powerless against the hunters who had an alliance at their disposal. Determined, Teo approached the Sword Saint and asked for time to speak with him. The Sword Saint questioned his intentions, and Teo replied that he was truly puzzled by the situation. He admitted that he didn't know why the Manga Saint had pursued him, but he wanted to express his admiration. Teo looked into the Manga Saint's eyes and realized that his actions were not convincing enough. The Sword Saint probably still considered him an assassin sent by the Black Dragon. The spirit intervened and evaluated Teo's impressive abilities from the outside. Specifically to the Holy Sword, Teo might look like a mercenary hired by a large guild rather than a self-made hunter or perhaps colluding with them. The Sword Saint expressed his views on the tower and the outside world, saying that they weren't that much different. In the tower, he faced daily pressure from others to join the guild, but he resolutely rejected their offer. His motivation for standing on top alone was to show that ancestry, nationality, and belonging to someone who was considered humble in the outside world didn't matter in the tower. In response to Holy Sword's statement, Black Witch expressed anger, wondering how he, of all people, could say such a thing. She believed that he had survived by caring only for himself, and that if he had helped others, many more hunters would have survived. The leader yelled at the Holy Mecha, accusing him of not participating in various raids, including the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors. He expressed disappointment in him, claiming that if Holy Sword had helped, the losses could have been cut in half. The Countess expressed her disdain for the Sword Saint and said that if he had used outside influence to help, the current food shortage wouldn't be so severe. Furthermore, she argued that the current Tower Society could have been created in a much safer way. She criticized Saint Sword for his lack of sense of responsibility and compared him to children. In sheer anger, the Black Witch demanded that if a Sword Saint had rank number 1, he should show a sense of responsibility appropriate to that rank. At this moment, the group was gripped by a strong killing intent, and the Sword Saint uttered the word silence. With an angry expression on his face, he continued, expressing his frustration with their constant quarrels. He refused to talk about them and suggested that they fight with swords if they wanted to fight. The spirit, full of excitement, admired the Sword Saint as expected of his only disciple. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Teo raised his voice and reminded him that not even the game characters on the 11th floor participated together to save their country. The Black Witch looked at him, denying his involvement, and said that it was about something more serious than himself. Teo acknowledged her point, but emphasized that, as hunters, they should focus on mopping up the 12th floor. Instead of pointing fingers and harboring resentment, they should strive to behave better instead of getting worse. Teo turned to the Holy Sword and let him know that they were asking for his help. They claimed that their country was on the verge of collapse, called them heroes, and they couldn't put the Empire in second place. Teo questioned the essence of a hero, saying that if they could solve problems that others could not, then they were heroes. In response, Holy Sword pointed his sword at Teo, calling him arrogant. However, Teo continued to not be embarrassed by this and urged him to focus on completing the remaining stages, such as the 11th floor. The knight stepped forward and supported Teo's statement, saying that it was hard to understand why the Sword Saint had attacked Teo, but it was clear that now was not the time for them to fight amongst themselves. The Sword Saint looked at the knight in confusion, and he reiterated that the current situation required them to put aside their differences and work together. Knight announced his willingness to make small sacrifices and demonstrated his unique lie detector skills to everyone in the room. This skill allowed the user to determine if someone was lying or not. This effect not only applied to humans but monsters as well. It warned that what the other party believed to be true could be objectively false. Ultimately, the choice between believing or doubting was left to each individual, and there was no guarantee that people would believe what they said. Knight claimed that her ability to discern lies was instrumental in his position as vice captain. He offered the assurance of confirmation to the Sword Saint and Teo. The validity of their statements, emphasizing that doubt was a poison that corroded people, while truth served as an antidote. The knight realized that they could not change the distrust that had arisen and invited them to cooperate, at least on the 12th floor. Teo saw it as a great opportunity, and he raised his hand, affirming his willingness to cooperate. The Sword Saint recognized the knight's sincerity and noted that he was the only one who had never harmed others. He also decided to believe him. The knight said that with the agreement of both parties, he would proceed to honestly confirm their answers, putting his honor and the honor of the vigilante at stake. He asked the Holy Sword to question Teo. The Holy Sword pointed his finger at Teo and asked him if it was true that he had killed over 4,000 people. Teo briefly replied, "Yes." Holy Sword was shocked and accused the others of using Teo as an assassin for unknown purposes. But a knight intervened and said it was a lie. Holy Sword froze in shock, not realizing what he had just heard. Knight explained that Teo's answer was a lie, meaning that he didn't kill 4,000 people. Knight turned to Holy Sword and asked if he had any more questions. The Sword Saint, still shaken, looked at Teo with a mixture of surprise and a noticeable drop of sweat appearing on his forehead. Knight commented on the strangeness of the original question, wondering if one person could even kill that many people. The Sword Saint pointed his finger at Teo again, blaming the group that raised him as an elite assassin and tripped him up. Teo replied with a smile and confirmed that he was indeed an elite assassin. However, the knight immediately stated that it was a lie and could not believe it, leaving the Sword Saint with his mouth wide open. The Sword Saint expressed his utter disbelief and believed that he would mediate without the lie. The knight reminded him that he was asking if he really trusted him. Begin, asking if he was now trying to take back his words. Shocked and stunned, the Sword Saint stated that Teo could not help but kill one man. Then Teo intervened and agreed with the Sword Saint's assertion, and the knight confirmed that it was true. Teo admitted that the killing was still murder, but insisted that the person he killed really deserved it. The knight confirmed that his statement was true, including the fact that this person was the first person who had tried to kill Teo and was actually an incredible mass murderer. The Holy Sword's face was covered in sweat, and he froze in place. The investigator who asked the question laughed and dismissed the theory, saying that it was all an interesting misunderstanding. He said that yesterday was the first time they had met only the hunter Teo. Teo approached the Holy Sword and confirmed that he had answered all the questions. He expressed relief that it was just a misunderstanding, but said that if the guildmaster hadn't protected him, he probably would have died. Teo then saw the Holy Sword and said that at this point, in his opinion, he deserved an apology. He asked the Holy Sword what he thought about it. Knight also told Holy Sword that this was the absolute truth, and Holy Sword was completely wrong. He had already asked him to apologize to Teo. Holy Sword tried to speak, and Teo wondered how he would react. He knew that the Sword Saint was famous for his pure image, while the knight was a member of the 5 great guilds. He assumed that the Sword Saint could claim that the knight had lied, or reveal his detective's eye skill card as evidence to exonerate himself. The Sword Saint asked him if his name was really Teo, and Teo confirmed it. Teo thought the Holy Sword might try to silence him by killing him, similar to what the Flame Emperor had done. He recognized that when people are wrong, they often find excuses or distrust others. He believed that the way the Holy Sword handled the situation would determine what kind of person he really was. Holy Sword looked at his sword, pondering the situation. If Teo didn't actually kill innocent people, but he suddenly cut short his words and declared that it was the wrong way, he resolutely sheathed his sword and stated that he was going to make another attempt. He bowed to Teo and apologized sincerely. He admitted that he had been wrong and had made assumptions without giving them legitimate meaning. He acknowledged that his hasty actions could have led to someone's death. Sword Saint reflected on his past belief that anyone deserving of death should be wiped from the face of the earth a second earlier. He admitted that he had acted on his own in the past, but promised that from now on such actions would never happen again. The Sword Saint recognized that words alone were useless, so he said that if Teo had wanted something different, he would have done it. He thought it was the gentlemanly thing to do. but he asked to spare him from committing suicide and forgive this shameless old man so that he could survive and reach the top of this tower. Teo was shocked by the Holy Sword's reaction. Instead of doubting the knight, making excuses for his skills, or trying to silence him, the Sword Saint admits his mistakes and humbly forgives the inexperienced hunter. Teo shows how the Sword Saint sincerely apologizes, admits his potential transgression, vows to change his lifestyle, and expresses his desire to live. Teo turned to the knight and confirmed that everything Holy Sword had said was true. Teo then asked the Holy Sword to teach him how to swing a sword. He explained that he wanted the Holy Sword to accept his request to duel whenever he asked. He said that he had managed to find a teacher, but there was no one who could practice dueling. Thus, he asked the Holy Sword to be his sparring partner. Teo stopped and said, "Sorry, try again." He expressed his willingness to forgive the Sword Saint without paying anything, but he would be embarrassed if he did. He didn't want to look like a great man because he wasn't a great man. Instead, he would be satisfied if a great man like the Sword Saint didn't see him as an enemy. Teo's face turned red when he realized that the swords had already crossed. That was why he was ashamed to forgive the Sword Saint just because he looked like a bigger person. That was why he wanted the Sword Saint to teach him the best sword techniques. Teo was embarrassed and perplexed how the Sword Saint could express his feelings so openly. The knight looked at Teo in amazement and confirmed that everything he said was true. The leader expressed his skepticism, wondering if Teo was really serious. He sensed that Teo was too embarrassed to appear arrogant or superior, so he doubted it and calmly asked for nothing. The Black Witch replied that after a long time of watching immature children obsessed with personal interests, when asked how heretical it was to watch a person like Hunter Teo, someone sincerely apologized and expressed admiration for the scene that was sincerely forgiven. People are involved in endless battles, so a genuine apology is considered a holy miracle. The Countess, despite the happy ending, expressed disappointment that her 10,000 gold seems to have been wasted. Suddenly the Holy Sword grabbed Teo's shoulder and shouted with a happy face, "How could he misunderstand such a kind young man?" A puzzled Teo asked for clarification. Holy Sword always waved Teo's hand and expressed his enthusiasm about becoming a dueling partner. He claimed to call Teo Grandpa. He then asked about Teo's age, suggesting that he couldn't be more than 30 years old. He told the outside world about his kind granddaughter and said that if she ever got into the tower, he would share Teo's charms with her. Feeling awkward, Teo politely declined the offer. With a serious face and tone, the Sword Saint asked if that meant Teo wasn't interested in his granddaughter. Teo apologized and explained that he wasn't interested in a romantic relationship. Holy Sword rejected Teo's answer and said that young people should never lack a source of love. Falling in love, he said, allows you to perceive things that were previously invisible, including your own depravity. He began to ask if Teo understood the significance of admitting his own viciousness. Watching this scene, the spirit realized that the Sword Saint was a stubborn old man and called him Boomer obsessed. He explained that this was what a boomer was. In addition to refusing to listen to others, he stated that the Sword Saint's unwavering determination could lead him to divinity. The Holy Sword assured Teo not to worry and promised to take care of him. He noticed Teo's shabby clothes and suggested he start with a suit. Feeling depressed, Teo considered killing himself and starting the day over. However, at that moment, he received a message that he had won first place in passing floor 11 and would receive the appropriate awards. Teo realized that since he had taken first place, he was being rewarded first. He remembered hearing about the clear conditions on floors 12 through 20 before his return. He wondered what the awards would be. He was offered 2 reward options, from good and from evil. The reward of good was protection, explaining that the goddess was deeply moved by Teo's efforts and offered an important position in the empire. He could be prime minister, a great general, or even a great knight. His choice of position would provide him with the appropriate abilities and status suitable for the role. This motivated Teo to gather his strength with the other heroes and destroy the Demon King core of the 20th floor. However, Teo realized that if he chose the goddess's reward, he would not be able to choose the Demon King's reward. Teo realized that this was part of the theme from floors 11 to 20, including role-playing. A hunter takes a position in the empire and receives the corresponding abilities and status. The best participants from the previous stage were given the exclusive right to choose these special positions before anyone else. At that moment, another message appeared, indicating the special classes available on the 12th floor. He read the new positions and remembered that he could only choose from positions like guards before, but he was interested in the demon's reward. Curiosity took over, and he turned and read the description of the Demon King's reward. It explained that the Demon King was deeply moved by Teo's efforts and secretly asked for his cooperation. The Demon King promised the same reward as the goddess, but added another gift. Teo had to kill all of the top 10 heroes except himself. If he accomplished this feat, the Demon King would immediately raise Teo to the 99th floor. But there was a catch. Only 10 of the top 1 players could receive the Demon King's reward. If more than one person chose this award, one person would be chosen at random, and if no one chose the award, she would die. Teo was shocked after reading about the award and asked about it. The leader looked at him and asked why he was suddenly staring into the air. Teo looked around nervously, sweat beading on his face. He pondered the possibility of getting to the 99th floor in one go, killing everyone present. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, a message appeared, addressing him as Hunter, and once again asking him to choose a reward. While Teo was carefully considering his reward options, the spirit interrupted him and warned him that this was undoubtedly a trap. Teo admitted that he was well aware that the Flame Emperor had chosen the Devil's reward, but the Fire Bastard was still on the 99th floor, not the 40th floor, so Teo decided that the Demon King's reward should be a trap. The spirit who couldn't climb the 99th floor alone fervently advised him not to fall into the trap. With his current skills, he couldn't defeat the top 99 tenants, let alone conquer the 99th floor. Interested in how strong the 99th Teo's boss was, he questioned the spirit and was answered that there were no monster bosses on that floor. Instead, there was something much more dangerous there. As the spirit's behavior changed, Teo became more and more concerned. He was scared and confused. However, the spirit reluctantly acknowledged that Teo was making progress, encouraging him to keep going and assuring him that he would automatically overcome the 99th floor. Upon reflection, Teo made a decision. He decided to abandon his current one and take only the safest paths, disregarding the reward. He decided to observe the situation. For the moment, the spirit doubted his choice, but Teo emphasized and reassured him that he was willing to sacrifice the battle to win the war. Teo turned to the group and announced that the reward on the 11th floor had appeared in front of him. He was tired of waiting for quests, so the Black Witch expressed relief. She also added that once he picked the reward, the line would go to the next person. But he had already informed everyone that he had decided not to choose the award. This shocked everyone and made them question his choice. A notification appeared that Teo hadn't chosen a stage reward. The goddess of protection questioned his decision, and the Demon King laughed menacingly in the autumn rain. The knight, in a state of shock, faced him, demanding an explanation. The Sword Saint, as second in rank, understood Teo's attention, but questioned the need to completely refuse the reward. Teo thanked him for his concern, but stood by his opinion, not regretting anything. Calmed by Teo's reaction, the Sword Saint made his choice in favor of the goddess of protection and Grand Master of the Empire. Suddenly, soldiers appeared and swore allegiance to the Sword Saint, recognizing him as the most powerful swordsman of the Empire. Observing the situation, the investigator recognized the roles and compared it to a game of mafia. Using the skill, the investigator revealed both rewards to everyone. The leader expressed surprise at the revelation about the 99th floor, and Black Witch looked stunned. The investigator explained the dynamic, calling those who chose the goddess a knight and the Devil King a traitor. But she emphasized that traitors have a significant disadvantage compared to playing mafia. They had 9 knights on their side and confirmed their ability to identify traitors only if they trusted her. The investigator emphasized that the game was in the knights' favor, as evidenced by their support. Hunter Teo's decision to refuse the reward seemed unnecessary in this context. Respecting Teo's choice, the investigator proceeded to select the Empire's top generals. The soldiers who had sworn allegiance to the Empire's highest flag appeared again, affirming their support for the decision. The leader understood the importance of choosing an award, and confidently chose the captain of the guard. The knight followed suit and chose the Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, figuring it was the most common choice. The Black Witch decided to become Prime Minister and expressed her confidence that no one would side with the Demon King. She reminded them that if no one chose her, the reward would disappear. The Countess chose the Minister of Finance and confidently announced her choice. When everyone was done choosing their awards, a message popped up saying the giveaway was over. The spirit expressed concern to Teo and asked if this was really the right decision. Teo assured the spirit that it was the right decision. The message also said that all the winners had been selected. The report said that 1 person did not receive an award, 8 received the Goddess Award, and 1 received the Demon King Award. The Black Witch angrily scolded the others, emphasizing her earlier warning not to choose the Demon King's prize. The investigator smiled and expressed surprise that they had chosen the Demon King's prize despite the extremely unfavorable situation. The leader felt the same tension he had felt during the sweep of the first part of the tower, and anticipated that today would be the day he would have to shake his head. The Countess remembered the past when the 5 guilds were the 10 guilds, and it was the cause of many deaths. The Black Witch ordered the knight to interrogate everyone with a lie detector and not to miss a single person. She declared her position as leader of the Black Dragons and expressed her determination to give the traitor the most agonizing death for daring to betray them. She demanded that the knight immediately interrogate everyone present, threatening to kill anyone who tried to evade the interrogation. The knight asked the hunter Teo the first question. Even though Teo refused the reward, the knight still asked if he chose the Demon King's reward. Teo honestly answered no. The knight confirmed that it was true. He then turned to the Sword Saint and asked if he had chosen the Demon King's reward. The Sword Saint swore on his honor that he had not. The investigator, the leader, and the Countess also denied involvement in the betrayal. The knight confirmed to the Black Witch that everyone was telling the truth. When the Black Witch was asked about the Demon King's choice of reward, she also denied it, and the knight confirmed that it was true. The leader intervened and asked who they would be if there were no traitors among the 10. The knight suggested that traitors might have the ability to hide or conceal lies, or that there might be multiple personalities among them. The Sword Saint looked at the knights and accused them of being dirty traitors. The Black Witch asked if he suspected them at this point. He answered in the affirmative, suggesting that even if the knight wasn't lying, she might have lied to protect the 5 great guilds. The knight acknowledged that she could be a traitor and emphasized that it was important not to lose his temper. He reminded everyone of the countless obstacles they had overcome together and encouraged them to trust each other again. The investigator smiled and replied that it was hard to trust anyone outside of the 5 main guilds. He believed that building trust took time and patience, which not everyone could possess at the moment. Knight realized that now was not the time to prioritize efficiency. However, the investigator used his saint technique, divine body, and ordered the leader to take care of the rank 10 hunter. The knight was against it. But the investigator used another holy technique, divine transmission, and appeared behind the back of the rank 8 hunter, finishing him off. The leader did the same to a rank 10 hunter. 2 reports appeared, confirming that the slain warriors were not the Demon King's subjects. The Sword Saint drew his sword and confronted the investigator, calling them disgusting and accusing them of showing their true colors. He threatened them to stop immediately. However, the investigator used his holy technique again and finished off a rank 9 hunter who was trying to escape. Teo watched in shock as another message appeared, announcing the death of another warrior who was not a servant of the Demon King. The investigator realized it wasn't one of those 3 and the situation became more complicated. He was sure that the traitor was one of them, but now it meant that the culprit was among them and their 10 years of trust was about to crumble. The knight cried out in frustration and asked everyone to wait and remain calm. He was disappointed that his request was ignored. The investigator claimed to be calm and stated that she had logically concluded that the 3 warriors were the most likely to be traitors. She admitted her mistake but noted that at least the media would not have access to this information. Suddenly, the Sword Saint attacked the investigator and cut off one of his hands. The leader intervened and started grabbing the Sword Saint, urging him to inform him before he killed someone. The investigator realized that the situation had become more complicated. Without both hands, he couldn't use the saint's techniques effectively. He apologized to everyone for not being able to help him alone. The leader, fearing for his life, turned to someone for help. The knight turned to Teo, who trusted him with everything without choosing a reward. He believed that if Teo was innocent and impartial, he could stop the Sword Saint. The investigator put a healing potion on his hand and offered to hand over power to Teo, who he believed was absolutely not a traitor. He expressed his willingness to abide by any decision Teo made as long as the traitor was caught, as he didn't trust his judgment. In a conversation with Spirit, Teo expressed his distrust of the powers and circumstances that the knight and investigator had given him. Spirit congratulated him on his promotion and noted that Teo was probably the reason for his refusal to accept the reward. Teo regretted the tense atmosphere among the rentiers and the deaths. He realized that he would be forced to back down. Teo asked the knight if the investigator had always been like this. The knight explained that religious conflicts had been a serious problem when he first came to the tower, and there were constant skirmishes between different religions and sects here. The only way he knew of to resolve such conflicts was for an investigator to show up and kill them all. Teo thought about the media covering up the peaceful understanding between religions and realized that the truth was different from what he believed. The investigator apologized for his oversight and asked Teo to stop the Sword Saint in exchange for full power. Teo expressed his displeasure but agreed to talk about it later. He then yelled at the Sword Saint, urging him to stop fighting and offering to talk. He even offered to invite his granddaughter and date her when she came to the tower. He even said that he would be his grandson and tried to defuse the situation. The man replied coldly, however. He said he had stopped fighting not because of Teo's words, but because he realized that he could kill them when he wanted to and catch the traitors before they were killed. When the leader asked if it was over, Teo urged everyone to calm down. He admitted that he didn't know who the traitor was and might not even be able to find him. Instead, he suggested that they focus on another goal, killing the Demon King. The knight inquired as to how this goal could be accomplished. The fact that the traitor had chosen the Demon King as a reward suggested that they intended to attempt to attack the life of a follower of the goddess. Teo pointed out that the Demon King's core was on the 20th floor and suggested that they defeat it first. In that case, the reward associated with the traitor would disappear. Teo felt that no matter how the tower tried to test them, the solution would always be simple. Just then, a message came up that a quest was being given on the 12th floor. Teo looked at the others and urged them to climb the tower and destroy the Demon King's core. When they reached the 12th floor, a message appeared saying that the quest on the 12th floor had begun. When they looked back, they saw a red rain falling on them. The soldiers of the Empire were horrified, recognizing it as the Reign of Terror, a sign of the Demon King's presence. The leader expressed confusion, wondering why everyone was suddenly reacting this way. He wondered if this was all a script and why the Empire was acting this way. Teo stepped forward and broke the window to see better. He saw a huge figure standing outside and realized that the Demon King had appeared before him. The Demon King spoke, mocking them for thinking that bringing people from another world and giving them high positions would turn them into shields. The Demon King stated that no matter how many warriors and knights they summoned, they were still humans, and pitied them for their foolishness. Those who do not see humans as humans will be consumed by their malice. When Teo opened the minimap, he found that they were surrounded by a large number of demons. A quest message appeared, stating that their task was to bravely fight the Demon King's army and protect the supply lines. The king, sensing danger, appeared. He could summon monsters at will, and his target was the capital, the heart of the empire. Fortunately, the king was forced to manifest away from the city, so his power was weakened. Their goal was to stop the king. If they lost the battle, it would prevent the opening of the 13th floor. The leader expressed his shock and disappointment, wondering if this monster had been weakened. The knight reminded him that he had previously stated that this was not the time for internal conflict. The leader shouted that this was unfair and questioned whether this was even a quest to go on. He felt that the difference in difficulty was too great, especially after the learning experience of the first 10 floors. Teo intervened and urged everyone to remain calm. Teo assured them that they could handle the challenge, for the tower never gives impossible tasks. He reminded the leader that they were not mere hunters. The leader was a captain of the Empire's Royal Guard, and it was his duty to lead them. They couldn't clear the stage with just hunters. They needed to convince and rally, treating them like real people. Teo turned to the Sword Saint, recognizing him as the captain of the knights. He noted that a country with the captain of the knights and the royal guards crossing swords with each other would not be able to defend itself against outside threats. They had been given leadership roles, and now was the time to fulfill their duties. Teo then asked the knight to help find the king and the civil officials in the throne room. Without their leader, it would be difficult to effectively control the empire. The knight agreed to help, and Teo turned to the investigator, recognizing his role as commander. Teo expressed his dislike for hunters like the investigator, but recognized the importance of his position. He told him to go to the walls and boost the morale of the soldiers, as the walls were crucial to the defense. If the walls were breached, it would be the end. The investigator promised to defend the walls with his life, emphasizing his commitment to keep his promises. Teo announced that he would go to the front and take command. When he went to the front, he was surprised to see the Black Witch appear in front of him. He called her Mistress Witch. She corrected him, asking him to call her Mistress Black Dragon. Teo asked how she came out of nowhere, and she explained that teleportation was one of her skills, allowing her to move to any place she saw. The spirit suggested that Teo let the Black Witch kill him, since teleportation was such a powerful skill. Teo asked her why she was here instead of going ahead to the castle. The Black Witch replied that she came to take him to the castle because she saw something on the 11th floor. She believed that Teo wielded a sword that worked for the Empire and they could use it to boost the morale of the soldiers. She emphasized that it was Teo that the soldiers on the wall wanted, not her. The Black Witch reached out to him and offered to make an agreement. She explained that in order for her to teleport him, they would need to make a clear verbal agreement. Teo hesitated, noting that teleportation was usually a rank S skill, and he found it odd that she had revealed his limitations. He wondered if it was okay for her to reveal that information, that it could be her trump card. The Black Witch found his remark odd and reminded him that, according to him, she was the Chancellor of the Empire. She thought it was quite obvious for a Chancellor to use her trump card to defend her country. Calling out to Teo, she emphasized that there was no time to waste and he only needed to agree, no matter how simple it seemed. Teo caught her hand and agreed to use her skills. As they teleported away, Teo reflected on the fact that, even though they called them an empire, those were no different from humans. Even if they were just illusions, their fears were real. Landing on the castle wall, Teo started to express his gratitude, but the Black Witch interrupted him, not wanting to send him away, showing the younger one her bad sides. She noticed that she hadn't become a guild master by sitting still. She then turned to the soldiers of the Empire, urging them to rise. She asked if they really believed that the stone walls would protect them. She reminded them that the true defenders of the Empire were the soldiers themselves. The soldiers looked at her, realizing that she was the Chancellor. The Black Witch continued her speech, urging them to rise and emphasizing that although the walls may one day fall and their homes may perish, but as long as the soldiers stand strong, the Empire will not fall. She urged them to rise up as the last walls of the Empire, as warriors who are the Empire itself, and fight for the Empire and for themselves. She raised Teo's hand with his glowing sword and proclaimed that God was with them. At that moment, a message appeared, saying that the goddess of protection thanked them for the choice they had made and that she was giving up the last remnants of her power. A bright glow erupted from Teo's sword and enveloped the entire battlefield. As the light of the sword illuminated the battlefield, the soldiers noticed that the rain had stopped. They exclaimed in awe, realizing that the goddess must be protecting the Empire. However, Teo, upon reflection, believed that the sword's power was not unusual. It was simply stopping the rain in its illuminated path. Still, he realized that sometimes even small things could make a big difference, especially for people who had almost nothing left. At the very beginning, there was no one in the throne room because all the higher-ups had left the country. The tower had chosen this empire as a stage, like abandoned children being left in a mansion on the 10th floor. The Black Witch shouted to the soldiers to stand up and behave appropriately in front of the Chancellor. As the soldiers began to rise, she breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Teo looking at her, she asked him why he was looking at her like that. She wondered if he had seen her give a speech before. She mentioned that there were many communists in their country, although she did not personally approve of them, but she admired their oratorical skills, and she claimed to have learned that skill from them. Teo was stunned by her words, and the spirit assumed she was trying to make a joke, but it didn't work. The Black Witch turned to Teo and asked him about his future plans and suggested that he delay the enemy at the castle walls. Teo agreed to her suggestion. He pondered over the Black Dragon Master's S-rank skill, which was teleportation. However, he thought about the fact that if they flew directly to their destination, they might instantly find themselves surrounded by monsters. Teo suggested a strategy to create a one-on-one situation with the Demon King by taking the hunters with him, while the soldiers would hold back the enemy. He suggested that if the king put up more monsters to break through the castle walls, the Black Witch should teleport him in front of the king. After hearing Teo's plan, the Black Witch asked if he was going to sacrifice himself. Teo realized that anyone would question his plan, but he knew that death did not mean defeat to him. So he answered confidently, saying that he planned to win and had a hidden ace up his sleeve. The Black Witch recognized that hunters usually had secret weapons and hoped that Teo's weapon would prove strong enough to stand up to the boss. The Demon King spoke, accusing the goddess of pathetic tricks and downplaying the importance of resistance. He rejected the power of light and said that those who do not harvest the rice grains of tomorrow have no use for it. He told the goddess that the time she spent worrying about these miserable things made her miserable too. The king prepared his sword and said, "Then let me show you my light also." A powerful swing of the sword unleashed a devastating force, destroying everything in its path. Soldiers flew into the air and buildings collapsed to the ground. Suddenly a message appeared, announcing the death of a warrior who was not a pawn of the Demon King. The Black Witch, shocked by this turn of events, realized that the direction of the attack was towards the throne room. She announced that the Sword Saint, the investigator, and the leader would head there with their troops. The knight was tasked to search for the king, which shocked Teo. Teo realized that it was the Countess who had just died, and she was not a traitor. The Black Witch became furious at the Countess's death and cursed her in anger for dying first. However, Teo interrupted her and pointed out that the Countess's death meant the tower's connection to the outside world. The Black Witch urged him to focus. She emphasized that not even the Demon King could deliver such powerful blows all the time. She instructed Teo to defend the fallen castle door with her. Teo glanced at the mini-map and noticed that the Demon King's army had changed formations. He wondered if they were trying to break through. He agreed with her thoughts and held out his hand to her. The Black Witch quickly grabbed his arm and activated her teleportation skill. Teo looked around and realized that none of his allies were watching him on the front lines. The spirit addressed him, calling him a zombie and emphasizing how important it was to hold back the enemy alone. To win the war, Teo had to become a beacon of hope, even if only for a moment. The duration didn't matter, just as long as he showed how bravely he held back the monsters alone. The spirit emphasized that true heroes were not defined by surviving for 100 years, but by providing those much-needed seconds to others. Teo pulled out a bottle of elixir and drank it in one go. The spirit reminded him that they had promised to teach him swordsmanship until they got to the 20th floor. Although it was still a little early, it was time for a practical lesson. The spirit instructed Teo on the proper way to stand on his feet, positioning, asking him to put his back foot at an angle and his front foot pointing forward. He then told Teo to focus. He explained that there were 2 goblins up ahead. He noted that their eyesight was poor and their eyes were even closed due to the dust clouds. With the help of the Sword Saint, Teo was able to use their vision. The spirit explained that in a fight, it is not the absolute second that matters, but the relative second. He told him to steal his opponent's sight to win that 1 second. Teo prepared himself, and in that second, his heart beat a little faster, and his blade would become even faster than his heart. The spirit called out to him and declared that it was time for him to become a hero. As Teo relentlessly slaughtered the goblins, the spirit instructed him, emphasizing the importance of treating each enemy individually. When each goblin was on the verge of defeat, Teo would swiftly move on to the next, performing the smooth and seamless dance of his sword. The spirit stated that 1 second had elapsed up to that point. He then advised him not to pause between swings, urging him to maintain a continuous flow of attacks, like a musical composition. Just as in music a lower tone sets the stage for a higher tone, Teo was encouraged to link each strike with the next, using his sword in a harmonious rhythm. The spirit emphasized that wielding a sword is essentially a battle against time. Beginners can barely stay on their feet for a second, while experienced swordsmen can dominate for 5 seconds. The key is to seize every moment and not rely on just one strike, but to anticipate the next move. While normal people let time pass naturally, a true fencer must actively interact with it to truly live. Addressing Tio as a swordsman, the spirit suggested that he hold out for 10 seconds, reminding him of the difficulties involved in becoming a true swordsman. Tio, however, was hesitant. He wondered why the tower had bestowed exceptional skill on someone he thought was a psychopath. He wondered if overcoming the trials of the tower required such ruthlessness and if he should emulate the Flame Emperor. Dismissing that thought, Tio made a firm decision. He vowed to surpass not only the Flame Emperor, but even the 100th floor of the tower. He was determined to prove that one didn't have to follow in the footsteps of a madman to achieve greatness. As Teo continued to fight the monsters, a message materialized in front of him that his existence had become clearer and his level as a hunter had been raised to D rank. Recognizing Teo's achievement, the spirit congratulated him as 30 seconds passed, acknowledging his growing skill. As Sword Saint entered the battle, he turned his attention to Teo and smiled and introduced himself. Upon reflecting on this encounter, Teo realized this was the second time a hunter of the highest rank had introduced himself to him. And each time it was a different person, unlike himself. This revelation filled Teo with both confidence and confidence that based on his previous experiences, he would be able to accomplish feats beyond his wildest dreams. In response to his smile, Teo smiled back at him as well. The Sword Saint suggested that they fight together, combining their forces. And just like that, a hunter of the first rank, a captain of the Empire's Knight Order led a combined attack. At that moment, the investigator arrived on the scene, apologizing for his tardiness and acknowledging that Teo had tried to buy them time. As befitted his rank, the guild leader swore that he would be in charge of them from now on, thanking Teo for his contribution. He gave orders to all present, ordering them to eradicate any threats to the Empire and urged them not to back down. He emphasized that the goddess was on their side. Amidst the ongoing battle, Teo's thoughts were focused on one thing: moving forward. As he fought, the leader approached him and complimented him on his performance, explaining that his delay was due to his work with the guards and members of his guild. The leader, as a member of the Heavenly Martial clan, promised to demonstrate why they had such a prestigious reputation. Noticing that Teo was not reacting in any way, he decided that he must be in a trance and expressed his admiration for him. Determined to return the favor, the leader took command of the left squad, granting Teo the privilege of fighting beside him, assuring him that no one had ever died fighting on his right side. A knight arrived, apologized for being late, and explained that although he had found the Emperor, but he had already taken poison to end his life. The Sword Saint reassured him, telling him that taking part in the attack would do more good than leading the troops. Noticing Teo, the knight inquired what he was doing. Suddenly, the Demon King spoke, belittling their efforts and claiming that even the goddess who watched over them was weakening. He challenged them, raising his sword and demanding to show what they could do. In response, someone shouted to the Black Witch, urging her to use the mirror. Determined not to miss the opportunity, she took their advice and activated the mirrors, ordering them to disperse. She then summoned Sword Saint and Leader, and the two quickly repelled the Demon King's attacks and approached her. When everyone was gathered in one place, the Black Witch announced her plan to teleport them in front of the Demon King, ordering everyone to stay close to her. She shouted to Teo, urging him to hold on. He looked back at her outstretched hand, and she warned him that if he disobeyed, they would leave him behind. At that moment, Teo stared wistfully at the scene before him, realizing that it was about to disappear. He recalled his memories of those hunters and realized that even if they forgot everything that had happened, it wouldn't undo the fact that it had happened. He compared it to a man dying on the first floor and a soul dying on the 99th floor. But despite that, they managed to accomplish their goal. The spirit turned to Teo as his partner and stated that they intended to defeat the mob boss. Teo grabbed the Black Witch's hand, determined to continue on his way. He admitted that he believed he was stronger and could handle the situation better. The Black Witch then used her skill and they teleported in front of the Demon King. The Demon King found their trust in each other intriguing, considering there was a traitor among them. However, he doubted that they believed that a simple tattered rag could protect them. From surprise, Teo let go of the Black Witch's hand and she cried out in alarm. Teo rushed to attack the Demon King, knowing that this might be their last meeting. He inwardly apologized and expressed his hope to meet them again in the next life, even if they wouldn't remember what happened that day. The Demon King mocked Teo's stupidity and asked if he was going to kill him. However, Teo smiled defiantly, showed his middle finger, and explained that he should be killed by the Demon King instead. Messages appeared announcing Teo's death and that the skill requirements had been met. Teo would receive the monster skill, Demon King, at random. Not satisfied after his death, Teo announced that it was time to start the second round. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had accidentally copied the skill of the monster, the Demon King. But Teo was left with another doubt. He couldn't help but wonder why the tower had given immense power to such people and empowered a person like him, even though he thought he was nothing. He speculated that perhaps the tower was disappointed in the hunter's attitude. The spirit, seeing the skill cards, offered to read the skills he had learned from the monster. Teo readily accepted the offer. The spirit began to list the skills. The first skill revolved around the concept of invisibility. It refuted the notion that if something could not be seen, it did not exist. It called for the discovery of the truth and the consequences of ignorance. Innocent bloodshed does not exist in this world, and heaven willingly sheds purple blood, but only that blood witnessed by man will become the rain that falls. Teo pondered the fact that the Flame Emperor would undoubtedly have caused widespread destruction on the 10th floor. He wondered why the tower was not disappointed by his actions. No sooner had Teo delved into his thoughts than the spirit revealed the next skill, which used a person's emotions as fuel to strengthen the aura. The stronger the emotion, the more powerful the aura became. It didn't matter what emotion it was. The fire path burned regardless of the fuel it used. However, gradually, the user would become dependent on that emotion. Teo had come to the conclusion that there were hidden tasks on every floor of the tower. Therefore, he was sure that the 12th floor was no exception. The spirit moved on to introduce the last skill that allowed him to summon the people he killed as monsters. However, the summoned creatures did not retain their previous skills and memories, only appearing as basic monsters such as goblins, orcs, zombies, or skeletons. This skill can only be used once per week. After familiarizing himself with the 3 skills, Teo decided that these were the ones he needed the most. He confidently declared his decision, even though the spirit disagreed. Teo felt that this skill would be useful for clearing up to at least the 20th floor. While the spirit questioned Teo's choice, Teo chose a skill card and expressed anticipation of what he would accomplish with it. He then turned to the spirit and inquired about the Sword Saint's daily schedule. The spirit confirmed that he was aware of his schedule, and Teo asked for more details about the evening activities. The spirit agreed to provide the requested information. Teo soon received notifications that the skill selection process was complete and the skill was copied. He was informed that he would be returning to a point 24 hours earlier. Another message informed him that his hunter rank was now D rank, so the penalty for his skill was coming into effect, that is, recreating the injury received by the enemy who killed him. So Teo witnessed the Demon King's injury, but more on that later. Black Witch asked Teo about his decision to leave, to which he replied that he needed to prepare for the opening of the 11th floor if he didn't want to fall behind the others. The Black Witch expressed doubt that he could prepare without knowing what the 11th floor was. He inwardly admitted that there was no problem up to the 10th floor. However, on the 12th floor where the Demon King appeared, he had doubts. The Black Witch suddenly noticed his worried expression and asked him if he was okay, if he was hurt. Teo assured her that he was fine, but he became agitated when he saw how many amazing people like her were gathered here. Teo revealed that he did indeed know what the 11th floor was, and even had information on finding it. He received this information as a reward for passing the 10th floor. This revelation shocked everyone present. The Black Witch guessed that Teo wanted to share the information with them as well. Teo agreed, but on the condition that they would do him one favor in the future. He could not reveal the nature of the favor at the moment, but he assured them that it would not endanger anyone's life and would not involve acquiring money. If the request seemed impossible when the time came, they could refuse him. The investigator considered the condition favorable and agreed to accept the information. The Countess also agreed, emphasizing that they still had the option to back out. The leader expressed his willingness to listen to Teo for the time being, and the knight saw nothing wrong with the deal and agreed as well. Teo decided that the first stage was now past. He proceeded to give the audience details about the Empire from floors 11 through 20. They began to discuss the implications of the textbook only being valid up to the 10th floor, realizing that from the 11th floor they could be involved in large-scale battles. Teo believed that with this new information, they would be able to get through the 11th floor without difficulty. As he was about to leave, he approached the knight and asked to go for a walk together, wanting his advice on some matters. The knight agreed and said that if it would not take too long, he would be happy to accompany Teo. Teo stated that he only needed 30 minutes of his time. The knight smiled back, agreeing and expressing his willingness to accept his request for a meeting. As Teo and the knight walked, the spirit informed him that the Sword Saint was following them. Teo tried to sense the Sword Saint, but couldn't detect anything. He asked the spirit to confirm that the old man had the invisibility skill, so he was hard to spot. He ordered the spirit to make sure that the Sword Saint was indeed following him. He remembered a previous encounter that had left him with an unpleasant feeling, and he wanted to resolve before they went further up the tower. He realized that the relationship between the Sword Saint and the guild leaders was strained, and if he drew his sword against Teo, it would automatically make him an enemy of the guild leaders. He realized that the news of the traitor would cause significant damage and could lead to their downfall. Clearing up the misunderstanding seemed to him a necessary step to avoid such a damaging outcome. The knight asked where he was taking them, noting that if they went that way they would pass through a dark neighborhood. Teo said he wanted to introduce him to a certain store. In his reflections, Teo revealed that he had purposely made himself visible based on the spirit's information about the Sword Saint's schedule. His goal was to lure the swordsman into chasing after him. However, the knight was unaware of this. Confused, the knight asked Teo about the store. He explained that it was run by a talented chemist who was as yet nameless but had great potential. He hoped that the knight would be able to visit the store and perhaps buy some of the products. Knight smiled and asked if Teo was being serious, to which Teo replied in the affirmative and stated that he had no reason to lie. Teo realized that Knight must have activated his lie detector. Knight asked if anything strange was going on, expressing concern. Teo assured him that he only needed his help and that, if anything happened, it would be him, not Knight, who would be in danger. He asked him for his trust. In his thoughts, Teo assumed that the truth would likely be revealed by the Knight's lie detector skills. The Knight apologized for finding everything suspicious and agreed to continue on his way. Soon they pulled up to the store and the alchemist greeted him enthusiastically. Teo expressed surprise that she was still working. She informed him that although her business hours were over, her store was always open to him since he was her first regular customer. She noticed the Knight's presence and inquired about his identity. Teo introduced him as the deputy head of the guild, also known as the Knight. The alchemist was shocked by this revelation and exclaimed about his prestigious status, puzzled as to why he had come to a place like her store. Stunned, the alchemist crouched down on the ground and expressed concern about possible detention for substances. She stated that despite working in the alley, she had never produced harmful drugs and lived with a clear conscience. She asked that there not be an investigation. The Knight was stunned by her reaction and remained silent. Teo watched and assumed that the Knight was probably using his lie detector, and so the alchemist's truthful words confused him. Teo reassured her, he told her not to worry, and praised her as a capable and kind chemist. He expressed his belief that her talents deserved more recognition, and he would like to introduce her with the deputy head of the guild. Teo asked the alchemist to provide the Knight with a sample of the potion for testing, hinting that if the effect was favorable, an exclusive contract with the guild could be made. Teo felt that supplying potions to the guild would benefit the guild and make their lives easier. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she shook Teo's hand and called him an angel. She thanked him for helping her in the past when her store was in danger of being sold, and for placing an important order for her. She was immensely grateful that he was now connecting her with other people. At that moment, Sword Saint entered the store and interrupted the conversation. He asked everyone but Teo to leave the place. In a cold tone, he made it clear that he wanted to speak to him alone. The Knight asked the Sword Saint what purpose he wanted to speak to Teo. The Sword Saint brushed off his concerns, saying he must be hard of hearing, and repeated his request, asking everyone to leave except Teo. The Knight was skeptical of Sword Saint's intentions and warned him against attacking Hunter Teo, as it would be seen as a declaration of war against the top 5 guilds. He made it clear that the Avengers Guild would not be left out. Sword Saint placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and commented that all the guilds were in collusion with each other. The Knight became increasingly confused by the situation and admitted that Sword Saint had been reported for hunting people in the past, but emphasized that the Avengers Guild would not tolerate his actions if they were done openly and in his presence. He vowed to stop it at the cost of his life. Puzzled by his determination, the Sword Saint questioned his confidence in stopping him. The Knight admitted that he was not sure, but declared his willingness to fight him with all his might and die in the process. He warned that his actions would brand him as a murderer who ruined an innocent man. The Knight advised the Sword Saint to get down to business if he wanted to live as a murderer for the rest of his time. Teo recalled one of the Sword Saint's weaknesses that he had discovered during the previous meeting, his vulnerability to innocent people. Teo had brought with him the only leader from the leading guilds who could be considered innocent based on the Sword Saint's aggressive ethical beliefs, a knight who had 0 kills. In addition, the alchemist stepped forward and pleaded with the Sword Saint, calling Teo her benefactor and vowing not to forgive him if he harmed him. She recounted a recent incident where bandits had rioted in her shop and asked the Sword Saint to leave. Teo pondered the strange situation, realizing that despite his lack of strength, no match for the Sword Saint, good-hearted people like the Knight and the Alchemist could stop him. The Knight offered to take on the Sword Saint if the latter decided to continue. However, the Sword Saint let go of the hilt of his sword and started to walk away, stating that today was not the day. Teo was relieved that the conditions of Stage 2 had been met, and he was able to briefly talk to the Sword Saint before he tried to kill him. As Sword Saint was leaving, Teo came out of the store and called out to him, telling him that he would be waiting for him alone in an open area on the north side of town at noon the next day. Teo suggested that Sword Saint come or not, but emphasized that he was ready to reveal what kind of man he was. The Knight also joined Teo outside and expressed his disbelief about meeting the assassin. Teo asked the Knight if the Sword Saint was known to be an assassin. The Knight explained that he wasn't widely known as an assassin, but the 5 guild leaders knew about it. He said that Sword Saint had lost his daughter and son-in-law, who lived in the outside world, to the assassin. He mentioned that Sword Saint was an elderly man who kept to himself, and she had little information about the details of his past. He admitted to keeping tabs on him, but that he had no proof. Knight emphasized that their conversation should remain private. The spirit confirmed the Knight's information and said that the Sword Saint had shared the story with him before. His grandson and granddaughter had barely survived that incident. Teo asked why Spirit was only telling it now, and Spirit simply replied that he hadn't asked before. The Knight admitted that he understood the Sword Saint's feelings as someone who encountered criminals in his work for the guild. There were times when he questioned whether such people were worth letting live and thought about destroying those who deserved to die. At times, such a prospect tempted him. Glancing at Teo, he noted that each of the guild leaders had a story to tell, implying that he would eventually learn about them since he had joined their ranks. However, he also warned him of the existence of deeply corrupt places, wondering how he would react when faced with such an environment. He turned his attention away from the conversation, moving on to more practical matters, and inquired about the cost of potions in this place. Budget constraints were a problem for the guild. Therefore, he hoped that the cost of potions wouldn't be too high. The next day, people were eagerly awaiting the opening of the 11th floor. Teo watched the atmosphere, feeling similar to the previous attempt, but with a distinct difference, and that difference was himself. The Sword Saint appeared in front of him and commented on his loneliness. He thought that Teo's confidence in facing him alone was likely due to his extensive experience with assassinations. Teo's thoughts were distracted by his sympathy for the Sword Saint, and a pain for him stirred in his heart. He then turned to the Sword Saint and informed him that he knew why he wanted to kill him. The Sword Saint responded by noting his willingness to confront him in private and hinting that Teo realized what sins he had committed. Teo asked a question, assuming that Sword Saint's motivation stemmed from the detective's skill, insight. Sword Saint expressed surprise at Teo's knowledge, which led Teo to ask Sword Saint for trust in what he was about to reveal. Teo realized that earning someone's trust wasn't easy, as everyone had their own stubborn beliefs. In the case of the Sword Saint, it was all down to his abilities, particularly the detective's discernment. He realized that the Sword Saint had lived up to his stubbornness, and now he had to challenge and convince him that it was wrong. He knew it would be a daunting task, but he was willing to risk his life. Teo eventually revealed to the Sword Saint, shocking him that he was a prophet. Teo corrected himself and clarified that he possessed a skill similar to prophecy. Because of this skill, he learned that the Sword Saint possessed the detective's insight skill. As a result, he realized that the Sword Saint would try to kill him and inquired about the reason why. He explained that because of the detective's insight skill, the Sword Saint saw the number of Teo's kills above his head. The Sword Saint listened silently, and after a while he asked Teo to guess how many fingers on his left hand he held, confident that it would not be difficult for the prophet. Teo understood his approach and wondered about the method he had chosen. The Sword Saint stated that if Teo didn't guess correctly, he would assume that he had lied to him. As the Sword Saint expected, Teo quickly drew his knife, but before the Sword Saint could bear his sword, Teo killed himself. The Sword Saint was shocked at this turn of events. A message appeared in front of Teo, stating that he was returning to the point 24 hours ago. When Teo reappeared in front of the Sword Saint, he started the guessing game again. Before he could finish, Teo realized that he was trying to hide his left hand behind his back and asked him to guess how many fingers were on it. Teo urged him to believe him, emphasizing that it was impossible to get to the 12th floor safely without him. The Sword Saint pointed his finger at Teo, expressing his doubts and suggesting that his skill might not be prophecy, but insight or mind reading. Teo acknowledged this suspicion and realized that once would not be enough to convince the Sword Saint. Teo died again and returned to the point 24 hours earlier. The Sword Saint pointed his sword at him, demanding further proof and asking him to demonstrate that he wasn't playing some trick. Teo realized that it was impossible to change his mind. As before, he died again and returned to the point 24 hours before. Teo, not losing hope, pleaded with him, emphasizing that killing him would cause many casualties on the 12th floor. He realized that it was not easy to convince such a stubborn man who had reached the pinnacle of skill, so he died again and returned to the point 24 hours earlier. Once again coming face to face with the Sword Saint, Teo made a plea for faith. Even though he knew it wouldn't be easy, he was determined to convince the Sword Saint, even if it took weeks. Each time he would die again and return to the same moment 24 hours ago. Standing in front of the Sword Saint, Teo reflected on how long he had been dying, which surpassed the lifespan of the Sword Saint himself. He then suggested to the Sword Saint that rather than asking to be spared for life, he should follow him, see his actions firsthand, and decide for himself whether Teo deserved to die. However, he realized that the Sword Saint still didn't fully believe his words. He pondered his next move and realized that he needed to strike a decisive blow. He said that he would share something with Sword Saint, information that he himself had told Teo in the distant future. Teo claimed that if he revealed this information, he would believe that he was indeed a prophet. Curious, Sword Saint asked what this information was, and Teo replied with a single phrase, "Sword Emperor." Sword Saint and Sword Spirit were shocked to hear this revelation. Teo admitted that he didn't know whose nickname it was, but he remembered that Sword Saint had said that this information would be enough. Realizing the importance of his statement, the Sword Saint made a decision. He announced that he would observe Teo's actions, words, and behavior for the next 5 days. Only then would he be able to determine whether Teo deserved to die or whether he truly possessed the qualities of a prophet. Teo accepted the Sword Saint's offer, expressing gratitude from the depths of his heart. He bowed respectfully to the Sword Saint, appreciating the opportunity he had been given. Upon reflection, Teo realized that his plan had succeeded. He made a pact with the guild leaders and created a foundation that prevented the Sword Saint from immediately attacking him. The Sword Saint probably trusted him for now, considering that Teo had fulfilled the condition of stopping the sacrifices of innocents on the 12th floor. With a satisfied smile, Teo said goodbye to the Sword Saint, saying he would see him in the next stage. He said, "Pass it on," and moved to the 11th floor. At that moment, the voice of the goddess rang out, blessing all those who were climbing the tower and wishing them good luck on their journey. Teo arrived at the battlefield on the 11th floor. Just then, Someone warned the others to be careful of the arrows. The hunters dodged the arrows and were confused by the unfolding events. Suddenly the commander appeared and offered them a task, urging the warriors to join in the attempt to save the empire. Teo pondered the situation, noting that everything seemed to be following the same pattern as before. However, at this moment, the Black Witch gave a command. "Black Dragon, assemble." From that moment on, the Black Dragon took charge of the war. The Celestial Martial Clan and the Avengers Guild were tasked to lead the left flank and break through the enemies, while the rest were to lead the right wing. The Black Dragon was to lead the attack through the center. The Black Witch said that those who were dissatisfied with the command could speak up after the war, but for now, they should focus on killing more monsters if they had the chance. The hunters, determined, began to attack the monsters, and their battle cries echoed throughout the field. Watching this spectacle, the commander paid tribute to the warriors from the other world who fought fearlessly against the monsters. Encouraging the soldiers of his empire, the commander rallied them by asking them to join the battle and follow his example. It looked like the goddess was still protecting their empire. Amidst the chaos, Spirit spoke to Teo, expressing concern that his role had become less prominent and it might affect his reputation compared to last time. Teo smiled and admitted that this was indeed true, but it didn't particularly bother him. The spirit smiled back, noting Teo's spiritual growth. However, Teo's attention was suddenly drawn to something amiss. When he turned around, he saw the Sword Saint standing behind him, shocked by the unexpected encounter. Teo wondered why Sword Saint was here. The one explained that he was watching Teo, referring to his request to observe him for 5 days before deciding whether to kill him. Teo, stammering, replied to the Sword Saint, expressing his concern about being watched all the time. The Sword Saint confirmed that he did indeed intend to keep an eye on him. Worried about the rewards that would be given out for his contribution, Teo asked Sword Saint to participate in killing monsters as well. In response, the Sword Saint swung his own and easily dealt with a group of goblins, assuring Teo that he would handle them from time to time. Teo thought to himself that the Sword Saint was a stubborn old man. Nevertheless, he continued walking towards the Black Witch. He was intercepted by 2 hunters who demanded to know about his dealings with the guild leader. At that moment, the Black Witch turned around, recognizing them. Recognizing her busy commander duties, she gave them 30 seconds to state their needs. Teo informed the Black Witch that he had a reward for clearing the 10th floor. The Black Witch replied nonchalantly when asked what that meant. Teo then handed over the minimap as a reward, explaining that it gave a complete view of the battlefield, including the location of enemies and allies. Shocked, the Black Witch turned around and checked his words. He emphasized that he had no reason to lie and was telling the truth. The Black Witch expressed her displeasure that he had not given her this information earlier. She demanded to be told where the main monster was located, to which Teo replied that it was surrounded by other monsters and therefore difficult to see. Nevertheless, based on the map, he pointed out his approximate location. The Black Witch impatiently asked him to agree with her decision to use his skills. He hesitated, but finally agreed, stating that he supported the use of the Black Dragon leader's skills. He noted her determination and realized that her true nature showed through when she was busy. In an instant, the Black Witch activated her teleportation ability, and they both flew up into the air. She asked where the boss monster was, and Teo hurriedly pointed it out. Once above the boss monster, Black Witch asked Teo if he wielded a sword. He confidently replied that he was capable of killing the monster. In response, the Black Witch threw him down and urged him to continue. Swinging his sword emitting a red aura, he brought it down on the Goblin King. He chopped the king with a single blow, and the surrounding goblins were stunned by the sight. Teo looked at them with a cold gaze and warned them against further resistance, causing the goblins to scatter in fear. Watching this, the hunters cheered and encouraged the others to pursue and defeat the fleeing goblins. At that moment, the Black Witch shouted with delight, expressing her joy at this turn of events. She looked at Teo with rapt attention and extolled his accomplishments, marveling at the fact that they had cleared the scene in less than an hour and suffered minimal casualties, believing that less than 50 or even 30 hunters had died. Teo, however, looked at her and pondered. He reflected on her previous unemotional behavior. He reflected on the fact that many hunters had died due to lack of direction, and now she was happy because there were fewer victims. It seemed surprisingly simple to him how her emotions related to the number of deaths. Trying to calm her down, Teo noticed that she was getting too excited and asked her to calm down a bit. The Black Witch objected, saying that excitement could only be expressed when it was truly great. She praised him again, expressing her satisfaction with his work and noting the surprisingly low loss rate. She praised him for being like a new hero to them, even though he could have gone through the level alone and gotten all the rewards. The Black Witch looked at Teo, warning him that the press would be swarming around him from now on, and he should be ready for it. He looked at her, agreeing that he would be given attention. He reflected, however, that while being treated as a hero and the envy of many would give him great joy, it could not compare to the recognition of the people who had worked hard with him. Teo recognized the merits of all those who had worked tirelessly. He wanted to live a life worthy of their recognition and protect them, lest they be made fools of by creatures like the Demon King or humiliated by figures like the Flame Emperor. He longed for their respect and recognition, even if it seemed like a pipe dream. In this changing world, he was forced to change himself as well. An announcement appeared announcing that raid dues were being counted, and shortly thereafter another announcement appeared confirming that the counting was complete. The raid contribution rankings appeared on the screen, and Teo was in first place. He noticed that the rankings had changed from last time. Another announcement notified the raid participants that the high-ranked participants would enter, and until they received their rewards, the rest of the participants would not be able to go up to the 12th floor. The Black Witch looked at Teo and expressed her optimism, suggesting that they could quickly traverse the 20th floor with the pace they had. However, Teo realized that they would have to pay a price if they acted without careful planning. He realized that if they were deprived of their only talent capable of communicating with the outside world of the 12th floor, the price they would have to pay would be too high, and they would be risking the lives of not only 5,000 people, but tens or hundreds of thousands. He made the decision to shoulder that burden and protect them. When they were taken to the 12th floor, the investigator approached Teo, expressing surprise at his ability to detect the boss monster, and inquired if he was the reward from the previous floor. However, Teo held out his hand, signaling for him to wait. He had something important to tell everyone. Teo noticed that the Sword Saint was not taking any action, and realized that the situation had changed. He assumed that even the Sword Saint would no longer attack him. Teo then addressed the group, reminding them of his request from the day before. He emphasized that he needed them to listen to him and fulfill his request without hesitation. He asked them to do nothing and stay put for the next 5 days. He confidently promised, if they complied with his request, he would clear the 20th floor within 5 days. Shocked, Black Witch asked for clarification, unable to believe that he had asked them to wait 5 days. Teo confirmed that he had spoken correctly and stated that it wasn't a joke. There was silence in the room as everyone pondered the information they had received. The Black Witch expressed disbelief. She reminded him that it had taken years to clear up to the 10th floor, though they had managed to clear the 11th floor in less than an hour. She wondered if his excitement had clouded his judgment. Teo bowed to the Black Witch and looked at her pleadingly, reminding her that he had cleared the 10th floor and shared the rewards and results with everyone. He emphasized that developing the 11th floor and locating the monster boss had benefited everyone. He felt he had the right to ask them for this favor. He asked them to wait only 5 days, regardless of whether or not he would climb to the 20th floor. At this moment, a message appeared in front of Teo, informing him that he had successfully made it to the 11th floor, ranking first. He was promised a reward that included rewards from the Goddess of Protection and the Demon King. Teo pondered the situation and realized that the Demon King seemed to have panicked since they weren't fighting amongst themselves. A series of messages appeared, suggesting that the Demon King wanted him to accept the reward, hinting at refusing to accept the rewards at all, acting suspiciously, encouraging him to make a decision, and expressing bewilderment at his thoughts. The investigator confidently stated that Teo had shared the information with them about the raid on the 11th floor. In return, he asked them to listen to one of his requests and promised to fulfill it unless it proved impossible. It might prove difficult during a 5-day wait, but this request was not impossible. The Black Witch recognized that the request was not impossible, but before she could say anything, the investigator reminded her that a promise is a promise. Reluctantly, the Black Witch sighed and agreed to the request. The other members of the club also expressed their agreement. The leader, not fully understanding Teo's intentions, but still agreed. The Countess agreed, suspecting that Teo had some sort of plan. The knight promised to take no action for 5 days. However, the Sword Saint took a different view, explaining that he had only made one promise to Teo, to watch him for 5 days. The Sword Saint clarified that he was not obligated to fulfill the other requests. If Teo decided to go up to the 20th floor, he would follow him according to their original agreement. Teo acknowledged the Sword Saint's decision and expressed his relief that he supported it. Teo thanked everyone for agreeing to his request and began to say goodbye, saying that he would see them in 5 days. Opening the door, Spirit noticed that none of the soldiers were moving. Teo explained that this was because the quest had not yet begun. Perplexed, Spirit asked about the quest, wanting clarification. Teo explained that no one had chosen a role in the Empire, and as a result, there was no Chancellor or Captain of the Order of Chivalry. The hunters were originally supposed to complete a quest from the 12th to the 20th floor. The quest was to be obtained the moment once they entered the stage of the 11th floor, following the correct order. However, they had already entered the 12th floor some time ago, and the quest had not been received. He emphasized that they needed to choose their roles before starting the quest. Without choosing roles, the Demon King's invasion would not start, and the Empire would not have to face this invasion. However, Teo posed a hypothetical scenario to the Sword Emperor, asking what would happen if he killed the Demon King in their current state. He assumed that if he destroyed the boss monster before the quest even began, no one would be able to choose the reward, and there would be no need to fight traitors or trickery. While Teo was pondering this, a message appeared in front of him that the Demon King was furious. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky and black rain poured down from it. The Demon King appeared from the portal and spoke in an eerie voice, chastising Teo for his insolence. The king urged him to follow the established order and deemed it impertinent for him to come without making a choice. Teo smirked in response to the king's confusion and stated that he had already made his choice. He pointed his sword at the Demon King with a confident smile, explaining that he had decided to kill him before the quest even began. This way, he would not allow the Demon King to harm the hunters or people in the Empire, and the traitors would have nothing to worry about. Smiling calmly, Teo revealed that he prefers happy endings and doesn't like bad ones. He felt that killing the Demon King before he was harmed was the best solution. He reasoned that the Demon King's interference would prevent him from reaching a happy ending. Enraged, the Demon King countered that he was trying to stop him without the Empire's help. In response, Teo raised his sword and dismissed the idea that he needed help, saying that warriors often fight alone. Gaining his resolve, he launched an attack on the Demon King. In the frozen world, with only his sword resembling a needle on a clock, the eternal 5 days began. It approached the frog and ate it, leaving only the frog. The black entity disappeared, wanting to experience more life. The Demon King swung his sword at Teo, and Teo received a message that he was dead. In response, Teo drew a black line on his hand. As he prepared for battle, the spirit informed him that the Demon King's sword technique was not exceptional and relied mainly on brute force. However, the power was still frightening. Teo realized that if he knew the direction of the Demon King's attacks, he would be able to dodge them. He received another message of his death and drew a second line on his hand. Despite dying multiple times, Teo continued to fight, constantly drawing lines on his hand. Captive to time, Teo pondered the implications of the search continuing as usual. He wondered how many soldiers would die on a battlefield that seemed to be flooded with torrents of violence. The death of each soldier meant the loss of at least 20 years of life. If 20 soldiers fell, it meant a loss of 200 years, and 100 deaths equaled 2,000 years. Teo decided not to take on any roles to save those potentially lost years, but he knew he needed to brace his heart for eternal confinement. The spirit expressed doubt that Teo would be able to dodge the attacks, even knowing their direction. Annoyed, Teo asked for silence. Once again, he received a message stating that he was dead. During the battle, the spirit noticed that he still lacked experience in using his aura and needed to balance its flow throughout his body. Teo voiced his displeasure but received another message about his death. The Demon King stood before him, expressing his outrage at the warrior's actions and the arrogance he felt was coming from the Empire. Unable to calm down, Teo attacked and announced that they would start with a strike today as well. Confused, the Demon King doubted his words. Teo struck the Demon King and announced that the warrior had slain the Demon King. However, he received a message that he was dead. Smiling and holding his sword, Teo boldly taunted the Demon King, proclaiming himself the sword of the Empire. Teo swung his weapon and challenged him to prove his words. Teo accepted the challenge and received another message telling him he was dead. Despite the many deaths, Teo continued to fight the Demon King relentlessly. In his thoughts, he realized that his sword was the only needle on the clock, and in order for a second to pass in the world, his sword had to move. He realized that even though it only moved for a second, the world could breathe once more because of that second. He compared his existence to a drop of water that must flow no matter what, even if it meant eternal life. Teo lived his life. He imagined that the Black Witch smiled at him and praised him for clearing the floor in less than an hour, losing less than 40 people. He drew another line on his wrist. The Black Witch looked at him cheerfully and praised him for clearing the scene in less than 50 minutes, specifically noting his offer to join forces with the soldiers. She noted that less than 30 hunters had died. He drew another line on his wrist. The Black Witch exclaimed that they had massacred him in less than 40 minutes, with less than 20 hunters killed. She marveled at this accomplishment on such a treacherous battlefield. In anger, the Demon King asked Teo if death brought him happiness. He calmly replied that he felt happy, and said that the Demon King would not understand him, nor would anyone else. The Demon King prepared to swing his huge sword, calling him arrogant. Teo simply said he was a simple man. The Demon King called him pathetic, and Teo received another message that he was dead. However, He didn't give up because he saw no reason to do so. He believed that his sword, the Black Witch, caught Teo's hand and confirmed in a whisper that not a single person had died. She tearfully thanked him. The Demon King looked at Teo and asked angrily how he dared to stop him alone. Teo pointed his sword at the Demon King, reminding him that warriors fight alone. The Demon King attacked, claiming that his shadows were made up of Teo's uncleanness. Teo prepared to repel the attack, but suddenly a mirror appeared in the sky, blocking the Demon King's strike. When he turned around, he saw the Black Witch there. She apologized for not complying with his request and admitted that she was getting impatient and decided to follow him. Teo jokingly remarked that he was trying to portray himself as a warrior, but it was incredibly cool. The Black Witch seconded his words, summoning her mirrors and expressing her intention to join the fight. Teo playfully remarked that she might steal his kill when he was almost done. The Black Witch objected, stating that stealing someone's kill was the best feeling in the world. They both agreed and started laughing together, enjoying the exciting battle. The Demon King looked at Teo with disdain, calling them bastards. Teo apologized. He expressed his desire to fight the Demon King alone, but he realized that warriors always fought in groups. He suggested to the Demon King to leave it as it was. That was the tradition. In response, the Demon King accused him of trying to take over the heavens with small ones and said that he would no longer engage in sword combat. He summoned monsters such as goblins, causing surprise and worry to the Black Witch, who realized that she couldn't handle the situation on her own. The Black Witch urgently called for the Sword Saint's help, expressing her frustration. The Sword Saint explained that they had been fighting the monster boss for less than 30 seconds and were going to observe for a little longer before intervening. Teo agreed, saying that he planned to hold out for another minute and then ask for help. The Black Witch desperately insisted that Teo and the Sword Saint grab her hand so they could get out of this situation. However, Teo smiled and refused, raising his hand and activating the skill. The Demon King asked in shock what he was doing. Dark energy flowed around Teo and a message appeared, signifying the activation of the skill. The entity slowly increased in size. Each new body brought her a new kind of happiness. Even killing brought her pleasure. Suddenly, he came upon a little girl who was running for help, desperately crying out for her father and anyone else in the vicinity. The predatory creature, driven by instincts, stalked its prey, attracted by the girl's scent. It devoured her with an almost bewitching fervor, absorbing her memories, devouring everything in its path, leaving nothing behind. But after a few moments the girl stood up again. At that moment her father's voice came out. He turned to her, expressed his concern, and scolded her for daring to go out alone. He mentioned her poor health and questioned her ragged clothes. Smiling, the girl assured her father that she felt better now. It was the first name the Demon King had received. Teo, surrounded by dark energy, activated his Summoning 100 Souls skill, causing many skeletons made of earth to appear from the ground. He then turned to the spirit, explaining his reasons for choosing this skill. The spirit asked why Teo had chosen this skill, to which Teo replied that he had originally been attracted by the potential of creating a huge light as a Demon King. However, his views had changed since then. Teo opened the skill card and found the skill information. It was an SS rank skill that allowed him to summon the people he killed as monsters. The summoned creatures did not retain their original skills and memories, only appearing as creatures such as goblins, orcs, zombies, and skeletons. However, they could only be summoned once a week. He posed a question to Spirit, asking how many people he thought Teo had killed. Upon reflection, Spirit guessed the Flame Emperor and Teo himself, which was 2. He confirmed that the guess was correct. He smiled confidently and wondered why Sword Saint's detective's insight showed 4,000 and suggested that the tower calculated the number of kills differently. The Black Witch, amazed by the multitude of skeletons, asked if that was Teo's skill. He confirmed her suspicions, explaining that his skill allowed him to summon thousands of monsters. The Black Witch realized that was how Teo was able to clear the 10th floor single-handedly. Curious that Teo possessed the same skill as the Demon King confronted him. Teo, unsettled, refused to reveal the reason, causing the Demon King to become resentful and vengeful, believing that the goddess had betrayed him. Teo turned to the Sword Saint again for help, asking him to fight the skeletons, assuring him that they would not be easily pushed back. Reluctantly, the Sword Saint agreed, expressing his preference to fight the monsters rather than him. Then Teo turned to the leader of the Black Dragons and asked for her help in confronting the Demon King. The Black Witch agreed, emphasizing that he should not interfere with her during the battle. Teo resolutely raised his sword, ordering the 100 souls to demonstrate their skill. The army of skeletons rushed forward, fighting the Demon King's troops. Even if the skeleton's head was destroyed, they would relentlessly rise again and continue their relentless onslaught. Watching the persistence of the skeletons, the spirit expressed both awe and fear, wondering who these skeletons were. He marveled at their unwavering determination, an army of monsters unafraid of death. Enraged, the Demon King faced Teo, looking incredulous at how a man from another world could stand up to him. He questioned how he, devoid of evil intentions, grudges, or interest in this world, dared to stand in his way. Teo pointed his sword at the Demon King, brushing aside the question of his background. He stated that he was present here at this moment, and if the Demon King questioned his qualifications, he should stop talking. At that moment, a message appeared, announcing that the tower had bestowed a nickname on Teo. It read, Lord of Death. Emboldened by Tower's recognition, Teo launched a fierce attack on the Demon King, saying that Tower had proven his qualifications. Another message appeared praising the sovereign reaping death. This item remained timeless, becoming more beautiful every day. Its captivating fragrance enchanted many who encountered it. People called it the Saint of the Borderland. A mother with a newborn baby in her arms approached the girl, desperately asking for her help. She believed that the girl had the power to heal any illness and begged her to show mercy and bless the child who was suffering from a fatal illness. The girl, adhering to a certain rule, told the mother to leave the child and return at dawn the next day. The mother entrusted her child to her, bowing before her and expressing her trust in the saint. She took the crying child in her arms and noticed how fragile the desperate love of a human being is. She noted that the mother had chosen rags to cover the child, emphasizing that even in the midst of hardship, life can be beautiful. She assured the child that he or she would no longer experience pain, proclaiming that happiness exists in the world because of this wonderful person. As she consumed the child's flesh and bones, their memories were infused into her. Many brought their children to her, wanting the same treatment. When she returned the healthy child to the mother, she comforted her, saying that the child would grow stronger and would not be sick often. Overjoyed, the mother thanked her, addressing her as a saint. Many people stood in front of the girl, praising her as a worker of miracles. They thanked her for helping them walk again, restoring their health and giving them sight. They welcomed her as their savior and were grateful for her presence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man was examining a scroll and wondering if the peasants had fled in groups to join the Holy One who saves. The warlord led a group of soldiers, lamenting the goddess's declining authority and urging his soldiers to take action against the cultists. They were ordered to show no mercy to the witch's followers and to burn down her base. The soldiers obeyed the commander's order. setting fire to everything around them and carrying out ruthless murders. She watched the massacre of her followers in shock, which fueled her anger. She shouted at those who dehumanized their brethren, condemning their evil hearts and calling them to their final destruction. Teo engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King, trying to anticipate his next move. He pondered whether to attack from the left or the right side. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, announcing his death. Unsettled, Teo contemplated his left side as another message suddenly appeared, informing him that he would return to the point 24 hours before. The message also stated that he would have to wait 6 days and 23 hours before he could use the Call of 100 Souls again. When using the clockwork, Death Sovereign's memories and stats will remain, including skills. Just as the Sword Emperor shared his memories, his abilities and action times will remain the same. After receiving the message of his death and subsequent return, Teo continued to fight and died repeatedly until the 100 Souls summon expired. In desperation, the Demon King confronted Teo, calling him a simple man and asking if he possessed the Eye of Prophecy. Teo simply replied, "Something like that." He then received a message that he could now use the 100 Souls calling. After activating the skill, numerous skeletons materialized, shocking the Demon King. The skeletons fought against the Demon King's army while Teo launched an attack on the Demon King himself. The spirit expressed admiration for Teo's persistence and suggested that he try to repeat the challenge in the future. Teo brushed the idea aside, urging the spirit to focus on the current battle. While he blocked the attack, Spirit continued to speculate on the consequences of repeated challenges. Before their conversation could develop further, however, another message arrived. Teo, annoyed by the situation, expressed his displeasure to the spirit, blaming him for having to repeat the process for another week. Spirit, smiling smugly, replied that he should blame his own weakness, not blame. After receiving a message counting down the time until he could use the 100 Souls appeal again, he vowed to beat Spirit one day. The Sword Spirit laughed. He reminded Teo that he was already dead and could not be defeated. As Teo prepared to confront the Demon King, the spirit convinced him to defeat the Demon King as soon as possible, boasting that he had overcome the 20th floor alone even without skills. Teo instructed the Black Witch that the Demon King would be approaching from the right. The Black Witch summoned her mirrors and lined them up into a star shape. She combined their power into one and unleashed a powerful attack on the Demon King, causing a massive explosion that tore his body apart. Teo praised the Black Witch for her excellent strike. The Demon King's body began to regenerate. Teo anticipated the next move and shouted to the Black Dragon leader that the Demon King would come from the left. He then told the Sword Saint to dodge to the left, planning to attack as soon as the Demon King's body became vulnerable. Following Teo's instructions, the Black Witch attacked again with her mirrors and blasted the Demon King's body. Disappointed, the Demon King tried to recover. Teo was stunned to see the Demon King's skin hiding underneath the dark liquid body. Suddenly, a message appeared, stating that the Demon King had decided to retreat. Teo exclaimed in shock, surprised at the sudden turn of events. Another message followed, saying that the Demon King had retreated to the 13th floor. Teo couldn't believe that the boss monster had escaped just as he was about to defeat him. The Demon King assured him that he would be back. Enraged, Teo yelled at the Demon King, calling him a bastard. Before their eyes, the Demon King disappeared from the 12th floor. Teo thought about the purpose of his efforts and ran his hand over his face in frustration. Reports surfaced that the tower had realized his decision and was setting up a hidden quest. It also said that the quests on floors 12 through 19 would be revised. Teo was shocked to discover that the quest could be revised. The new quest was titled Warrior of the World Where Time Stopped. The purpose of the quest was to deal with one's heart by resolving to not let a single person die. It asserted that justice and loyalty remain meaningful even in a world where time has stopped. The message also stated that the Demon King had been injured and had not traveled far, giving Teo the opportunity to pursue him. A bright glow enveloped the space, and there were reports that the Demon King could not be found on the 12th floor and that his retreat was confirmed. The Black Witch was shocked by this discovery. She turned to Teo, demanding an explanation of what was happening. Teo admitted that this was also a first for him, and even the spirit was unfamiliar with the situation. Teo then directed his attention to the castle and noticed that the number of flags on the castle walls had greatly diminished. The Black Witch agreed with his observation and grabbed his hand, urging him to hold on to it as they needed to investigate further. He agreed, and the Black Witch used her teleportation skill, transportation to the top of the fortress walls. There they witnessed an amazing transformation. The once gloomy and dreary city turned bright and shining. He realized that history had changed. The Demon King's invasion of the Empire, which had been recorded in history, had now become non-existent in this world. A message appeared saying that the quests on the 11th and 12th floors would be revised due to the history change. Teo thought about the unseen forces that caused the story change and realized that it was due to his actions. However, the commander of the castle walls noticed him and shouted at him, demanding to know who they were and reprimanding him for daring to set foot in their castle. Teo recognized the commander and addressed him, which surprised the commander, and he asked how he knew who he was. In his thoughts, Teo understood why the commander, who was a friendly soldier on the 11th floor, was treating him like an outsider. All of a sudden, Teo suddenly burst into loud laughter, shocking both the commander and the Black Witch. Even the sword spirit was stunned. However, he continued to laugh. Smiling, he looked forward and shouted, expressing his pride and joy. He declared that he had protected the Empire and fulfilled his promise without shame or regret. He was proud of himself, knowing that he had accomplished what he had set out to do. After reflecting on his past, he realized that he had lived a wasted life filled with envy, ridicule, and aimless drinking. He used the coldness of the world as an excuse to harden his heart and throw away his own life. But now he stood proudly, even if the entire world looked up to the Black Dragon and the Sword Saint Chieftain. He was proud of his accomplishments. A series of messages appeared, announcing that the stage had been cleared and reporting the completion of the 12th floor. The number of raiders was counted, and it turned out that there were only 3 of them. The raid contribution rankings were shown, with Teo ranking first, Black Witch ranking second, and the Sword Saint ranking third. Confused, the commander looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Teo waved him off happily and charged him with the care of the Empire. He apologized that his role as a warrior was over and emphasized that defeating the Demon King was his end. Recognizing that there were still areas in the Empire that needed improvement, he expressed his faith in their ability to continue and wished them well. In response to his cheerful demeanor, Spirit began to laugh and remarked on his unpredictable nature. Teo smiled and admitted that he couldn't help it, jokingly stating that he was too beautiful that day. The spirit joined in the laughter, appreciating his refusal to act like a loser. Teo then turned to the Black Witch, urging her to come up to the 13th floor with him. However, she looked at him with disappointed eyes and remarked that there were no normal people among the high-ranking hunters. Teo was stunned by her statement and asked it for clarification, but she grabbed his arm and initiated the teleportation. Teo, Black Witch, and the Sword Saint stood side by side, preparing to move forward. The Sword Saint instructed Teo that the right to enter first always belonged to him. He asked him, representing them, to use the pass command to keep moving. Teo said, "Transmitting," and they were instantly transported to the 13th floor. When they arrived on the 13th floor, a message appeared informing him of the teleportation and welcomed him. The Demon King stood before them, furious, and shouted at them for daring to take away the children he had spared and sheltered. He accused them of mocking him and expressed his intention to curse them. The Sword Saint and Black Witch were stunned by the terrifying scream and were perplexed as to what could have caused such a reaction from the Demon King. Meanwhile, Teo prepared for battle, and the spirit, shocked, looked at the Demon King and questioned his current condition, noticing that he looked weaker. Teo was puzzled by this remark. The sword spirit explained that his weakened strength seemed to be more than just the result of an injury. It was as if his level had dropped, comparing him to a lower version of himself rather than the powerful SSS rank king he should have been on the 12th floor. The Demon King now seemed closer in strength to the Goblin King they had defeated on the 5th floor with minimal effort. This turn of events was unexpected, since boss monsters were supposed to get stronger as they climbed the tower. The spirit wondered if breaking the witch's aura was having the effect of lowering her level. Amidst these thoughts, a series of posts appeared, counting the rewards and saying that they cannot be fully tallied until the 19th floor is cleared. However, an unofficial reward could be given out now. In addition, all maps from the 11th to the 20th floor had been opened. Teo, shocked by the world map and the unfolding events, exclaimed that he had realized something important. He spoke up, explaining why the Demon King was behaving the way he was. He asked the Black Dragon leader to review the previous stage, where the story of the Demon King's invasion of the capital and the existence of the refugee camp had come to a complete halt. He noted that the refugees must have fled either from the Empire or another part of the world, but the camp had completely disappeared. The Black Witch realized and added that not only had the history of the Empire's invasion changed, but also the history of the invasion of the entire world. Teo continued, stating that they had returned to an era when the Demon King had not yet invaded the continent. It was during that time that the temple was attacked. He asked the spirit about the Demon King's level decrease. The spirit was confused at first, but Teo explained that the voice informing the hunters of their level increase also mentioned their existence. It seems that the growth of the boss monster was due to the killing and hunting that has now ceased, causing it to fade away. A message appeared indicating the Demon King's rage and fading existence. Enraged, the king prepared to attack. He summoned his minions, ordering them to kill his enemies. Teo, engaged in combat, offered Spirit a wager by guessing how many times he would die before reaching the 19th floor. Spirit agreed, betting on less than 100 deaths, while Teo aimed for less than 99 deaths. They agreed that since it was a wager, Spirit would provide no assistance this time, leaving him to face his own kind. He smiled and agreed. At that moment, a message appeared saying he had died and was being sent back 24 hours. In the midst of the battle, Teo stated that he urgently needed to deal with the overwhelming number of people. He asked the leader of the Black Dragon if she could, to which she replied that she was already doing her best with her wide zone skill, since she was the only one capable of doing so. Teo mentioned that he would only be able to use his skill after 3 coins, but he quickly brushed it off and turned to the Sword Saint, asking him to smash the lid of the sarcophagus-like object. While the Sword Saint fulfilled his request, he beat up a zombie and received another message that he was dead. He told the Sword Saint about the secret passage hidden under the sarcophagus. He told him that there was a hammer there that was very effective against the undead. Urging him to take out the hammer and use it, he explained that if he infused the hammer with an aura and struck the ground with it, all zombies would be destroyed in one blow. When the Sword Saint asked how he knew this, he simply declared himself a prophet. Unfortunately, Teo was bitten by a zombie again, and he received another message that he was dead. Now that the Sword Saint was holding the hammer, he admitted that they had managed to deal with the zombies to some extent with his help. Teo stated that they would now have to fight the Demon King. At that moment, a huge monster with a single eye appeared in front of them. The Sword Saint expressed his surprise, wondering about the nature of this creature. Teo explained that it was a giant-turned-zombie that had probably once been a temple protector, but had turned into a demon after being killed by a subordinate of the Demon King. He noted that they could learn more if a cult investigator was present. The Sword Saint announced his intention to face the giant, and Teo allowed him to do so. When the giant swung his weapon, he received the message that he was dead. The Sword Saint reiterated his determination to fight the giant, but Teo interrupted him, emphasizing his role as prophet. Then he turned to the Black Witch and ordered her to aim her beam at the giant's eye. With enthusiasm in her eyes, the Black Witch declared her desire to hit the giant's eye. Teo approved of her desire, and they prepared for a confrontation. The giant zombie let the laser out of his eye, and Teo received the message of his death again. Without giving up hope, he activated his skill, 100 Souls Summon. The Black Witch commented in shock at Teo's skill, which appeared to have no waiting period. He admitted that it did have a waiting period. He then explained that he needed the Sword Saint and Black Witch to fight the giant, but he cautioned them against getting in his eye, warning of dire consequences. The Black Witch questioned his decision. She pointed at the giant's massive eyeball, wondering if he had a beam attack. Would he be able to keep from getting hit in such an eye? Seeing her point, Teo agreed with her, but begged off, citing lack of time and no opportunity for further explanation. Sword Saint supported Teo's request, calling him a prophet. The Black Witch, though disappointed, reluctantly agreed to do her best to keep her eye out, and Teo expressed his gratitude. Soon, the zombie giant was defeated, and the Demon King cried out in horror, mourning the loss of his general. A report appeared that the Demon King had retreated to the 14th floor. When the Demon King left, the empty and dark temple turned into a bright atmosphere. The zombie giant that had fought them a few minutes ago was now sleeping peacefully, guarding the temple. Teo smiled and announced that it was time to continue on their way. Black Witch took Teo and the Sword Saint by the hands, using teleportation to move them. As the trio continued to fight, reports began to surface that the Demon King had decided to retreat. They fought through forests, water, and fire, facing the Demon King on different floors. Teo noticed the story regressing as they pushed the Demon King back. Reports said that the Demon King was retreating, and each floor was listed as the location of his retreat. The Demon King, who had once been formidable, now looked pitiful and weakened, his existence fading away. He looked angrily at Teo and blamed him for the situation, saying that if Teo had followed the proper procedures, things would have turned out differently. He expressed disbelief that a simple swordsman from another world could have caused such chaos. Teo calmly replied, noting that he was finally able to see the Demon King's eyes, that it was a tragic case that the warriors had never met the Demon King face to face. He then pointed his sword at the Demon King and challenged him to either go at him with everything he had or run away again. Teo taunted the Demon King, asking how much weaker he would become if he decided to retreat again. He emphasized that if the Demon King didn't give his all in battle, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning. The enraged Demon King mocked his words, calling him a hyena tearing his flesh. Teo then turned to the Demon King and gave a warning. He repeated that the Demon King must rush at him with all his strength. If the Demon King couldn't, his time would become longer than the king's history. When Teo was first killed by the Demon King, He received messages notifying him of his death and the punishment for his skill taking effect. The punishment was to recreate the trauma suffered by the enemy who killed him. The level of the punishment was considered medium. Teo and the spirit arrived at a place engulfed in flames. The soldiers around them shouted that they would burn the witch's lair without mercy and called all its inhabitants cursed monsters. Amidst the raging fire stood a girl who doubted the cruelty of these people, wondering who they were to burn their own kind. In the fire was a mother and a crying child, acknowledging the stifling heat and urging him to hold out a little longer. She watched the people she had once helped leave the world. Overwhelmed with grief, she fell to her knees and painfully cried out their names. She grabbed a handful of earth and ate it, expressing her regret for their plight. She then spoke of their humanity, emphasizing that they were born human and understood the beauty of life. They even shed tears for others. But she couldn't understand how others could so easily and without hesitation classify them as monsters. As she lamented, black energy began to flow through her body, and she wondered at the unfathomable reason for humanity's lack of empathy for those they once called their own. Shrouded in black miasmas, she confronted the others, questioning their belief that they were human and her children were doomed to exist as monsters forever. It seemed to her that people only recognized humanity in others if there was evidence of it. In response, she vowed to curse them all and consume their evil intentions that were the reason for her existence. That day, resentment fell upon her like rain, and her heart groaned. When the rain ended, she declared that from that moment on, no more villages would be burned. The spirit looked at Teo lying on the ground and urged him to wake up, assuring him that this was not his hell. A series of messages appeared to indicate the completion of trauma recovery, confirming that the subject's self was intact and signaling the end of punishment. When Teo hit the Demon King cried out in pain. The spirit urged him to strike at the Demon King's exposed head. With a powerful blow, he struck the Demon King, causing him to recoil in agony. Teo noticed that the Demon King's body actually became smaller, and most of the evil substance disappeared. A message appeared that the Demon King's existence was fading. In despair, the Demon King lamented the resentment and discontent of his children, but he could not hold on. Teo commanded a retreat, ordering the Demon King to return to the 20th floor as victory was no longer possible. It was time for the Demon King to return to where he belonged, the Demon King's castle. He cursed in annoyance as he disappeared, and a message confirmed his retreat to the 20th floor. History changed, and the stage of the 19th floor was opened. Teo bowed and addressed the Sword Saint and the Black Dragon leader, expressing his desire to meet the Demon King alone on the 20th floor. He thanked them for their help and asked them to continue traveling alone. The Black Witch agreed with his decision, recognizing his significant contribution and mentioning that she was willing to wait, breaking her promise not to move for 5 days. The Sword Saint informed him that once the current day was over, the 5th would come, and if he managed to get past the 20th floor, they would meet separately to discuss various matters. Teo accepted the offer, thanking again, and then used the gear to move to the 20th floor. After his arrival, a message appeared, welcoming him as the Lord of Death and informing him that he had entered the boss stage. The message stated that he was the only challenger and wished him good luck. It also stated that the rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor would be calculated together and recognized his great achievements. Deathlord's powers were adjusted. He was given limited apostle powers, allowing him to modify all of his skills except X-class skills. Reflecting on the situation, Teo wondered about the purpose and origin of the tower, as well as the presence of other worldly organisms in it. He assumed, however, that the tower now existed to observe the choices of those in it and to remember their own decisions. Pointing his sword at the Demon King, he declared that it was time to put an end to everything. In response, the Demon King declared that the village belonged to him and warned him not to destroy their paradise. At this moment, the message that the boss stage was beginning appeared. The sky was clear without a single cloud. There would be no rain on this day. The Demon King, overwhelmed with anger, screamed at him, expressing his refusal to forgive. The burns inflicted on him and the memories associated with them were still fresh in his eyes and mind. He asked about his intentions, if he wanted to wipe out the atrocities of those who wanted to harm his paradise. The Demon King remembered the tires and the sinister plans they represented. Teo, immersed in thought, considered this world as the smallest stage where the most vicious boss monster dwells. The Demon King rushed at him while swinging his sword and launched an attack. However, Teo effortlessly blocked the sword strike and reminded the Demon King of their past roles. On the 12th floor, the Demon King was the invader, and Teo stood as the warrior who stopped his advance. By pushing him away, the Demon King recognized the strangeness of this world, for now their positions had reversed, with the Death King defending himself against the Demon King's attack. With a battle cry, the Demon King attacked once more. Teo quickly chopped down the Demon King and dismissed his words as meaningless. The Demon King screamed in pain, and a message appeared, indicating that the Demon King's existence was fading. Unable to calm down, Teo struck the Demon King again, insisting that he should become even weaker than he was now. Another message appeared, indicating the Demon King's shrinking existence. As he continued to deliver powerful blows, Teo emphasized further weakening the Demon King's presence. With each blow, the black miasma peeled off the Demon King's body, causing him to cry out in anguish. As the black miasmas began to dissipate, the girl screamed in protest, begging the tower to prevent this outcome. Teo spoke with cold determination, recognizing that she had weakened enough. She, gripped by fear, begged Teo to stay away from her and not come any closer. Undeterred, Teo challenged the girl to stop him, by power, sword, or any other available means. He warned that if she failed, he would strike her down. The girl, overwhelmed with anger and grief, expressed her outrage at the atrocities committed against her children. She asked how they could have done this to her. Teo responded by reminding her that she herself had claimed to be a stranger from another world. He emphasized that everyone in that world, including the Alliance, the Temple, the King, and even the Queen had joined forces and burned down her village. According to Teo, there was no one on the continent who was free from guilt. However, he stated that hunters like them, who came from another world, were free from that guilt. He argued that she had no right to hold him accountable for the actions of others and that she did not have the strength to stand up to him. In a trembling voice, she denied her intent to do harm. She insisted that her only desire was to heal the sick. Teo accused her of devouring the precious child entrusted to her and then bragging that she had saved him to deceive others. She struggled to choose her words and tried to defend herself. She claimed that she had no memories of being human and lacked knowledge. She insisted that she didn't know the consequences of her actions at the time. Unable to bear it, Teo pointed out that she'd hidden the truth from others by assuming the identity she'd absorbed as a child. He claimed that she had chosen to remain silent for fear of being treated like a monster. She admitted in a desperate plea that she did not know, emphasizing her lack of understanding at the time. She expressed regret, stating that she would not have killed the child if she had known. Teo drew a parallel, suggesting that people who committed atrocities might have used the same excuse. He wondered if all people were the same, pointing to soldiers who were simply following orders and commoners forced to evacuate. He wondered if there were people like her among them, could claim they didn't know what was going on. Teo stood in front of her and apologized, admitting his own lack of knowledge and ignorance. He mentioned that the only form of justice he believed in was karma. He asked her if she considered those whom she had banished, absorbing them into her shadow, to be human beings. He suggested that she herself should suffer the same fate so that justice would prevail. In response, he called out to the tower, summoning an apparent reward that allowed him to change one of his skills as he wished. A message appeared, confirming that the tower had acknowledged his request, but informed him that unreasonable changes were not possible. He explained that he wanted to change the skill of summoning 100 souls, specifically the aspect that memories could not be inherited. He wanted the summoned soul to be able to retain memories of its previous life at will. Teo explained to the tower that his request was reasonable, emphasizing that he was not asking to preserve the abilities of the dead or reduce their time of effect. He only wishes to inherit the memories. A message appeared with a calculation of his request level, and the tower recognized his reasonableness. The skill was called Reincarnation of 100 Souls and was of SSS rank. It allowed the people he killed to be summoned as monsters. The dead could not inherit skills from their previous lives, but their memories and appearance while alive could be retained if Teo wished. This skill could be used once a week. Thinking deeply, Teo recognized that this was his first SSS class skill, signifying a significant advancement. Teo, closing the skill window, informed her that he was going to kill her. He drew a parallel between the way he was devouring her and what she had done to the child and the sick. He expressed his satisfaction that she had become human, because if she had remained a monster, she wouldn't have been able to get the Reincarnation of 100 Souls skill. She lunged at Teo with her sword, but he easily dodged her attacks. Breathing heavily, she gathered her strength and lunged at him again. Teo remembered Spirit's advice about the importance of mastering the basics and relying on his hands and feet in the last moments of life. Teo attacked, successfully slicing her sword in half. She fell to her knees and screamed in despair. In his thoughts, he recalled the Demon King's words, "One who gathers death," and realized the accuracy of that description. As Teo prepared to swing his sword at her again, the spirit interrupted him. He apologized wryly for interrupting, but insisted that Teo refrain from killing and wait a moment. Annoyed, Teo inquired about Spirit's motives. Spirit explained that now that she was no longer a monster, they couldn't be sure that she was truly human. He suggested that she could have been an ordinary soldier. Teo hesitated, pondering the plausibility of Spirit's argument. The Spirit advised Teo to gather his thoughts and emphasized that the tower was strict about such matters. He warned that if Teo killed her without thinking of the consequences, and the tower later revealed that she had been a soldier, he would be held accountable. At a loss for words, Teo was unable to answer. The Spirit continued to argue his point. He asked Teo to look at his skill card, which indicated "people you've killed." Teo grumbled, claiming that a soldier was still a human. Spirit challenged his belief, stating that it was just Teo's own perception. Seeking clarification, Teo turned to the tower, asking if the skill Reincarnation of 100 Souls applied to dead soldiers or only to hunters like himself. However, the tower was unable to answer and stated that this matter was not within its purview. Another message appeared, confirming the Death Lord's authority and recognizing his question as an official topic. Another message stating that the tower was requesting a meeting to decide by a majority of the 6 pillars of life. When the Lord of Death, that is, Teo, arrived in the underworld, the place he usually went after death, he wondered why he was here. Suddenly, several messages appeared, confirming the involvement of various entities. The messages showed that the 6th pillar of life had joined, followed by the 5th, 4th, and 3rd pillars of life. Finally, the second pillar of life also joined in. The Lord of Death, seeing no one around him, felt an overpowering sense of existence emanating from them. Another series of messages appeared, confirming the presence of the six pillars. The tower then shared the question posed by the Lord of Death: does the reincarnation of 100 souls skill also affect their soldiers? The participants were asked to vote to agree or disagree. The Lord of Death felt a strange sense of discomfort as he listened to the conversation among the pillars. He could not understand their language and realized that unlike the tower, where all languages were translated automatically, these creatures existed outside the tower. They might even be on a level incomparable to the Demon King or perhaps those who had created the tower itself. Another series of messages appeared, announcing the beginning of the voting process. The staff of ancient times voted against, and Princess voted in favor of consent. Luna, who cares for the blind, also voted in favor of consent. However, the lawgiver of beginnings voted against, and the god who dances in the void decided to forfeit his vote. In the end, according to the results of the vote, 2 agreed, 2 objected, and 1 refused to vote. The Lord of Death pondered why these powerful beings with supreme power over his skill had made an invalid vote. The question of their motives lingered in his mind. Reflecting on the lack of votes, the Lord of Death realized that there was one person left who did not vote, the Master of the Tower, the one who dwelt in this very place and possessed omniscience. The Death Lord recognized this and spoke up, stating that he felt that the inclusion of the tower soldiers should be agreed upon. He reasoned that if they were not included, how could the Demon King summon many monsters, considering that all the people killed by the Demon King were soldiers in the Empire and Kingdom? The Lord of Death continued, responding to the concerns expressed. He acknowledged the concerns that he could indiscriminately kill soldiers and then summon them again. However, he assured them that he had shown them what kind of person he was and had no intention of living that way in the future. Then a message appeared, expressing mixed feelings. Not bad, but difficult. And, Lord of Death, speak from your heart, not your head. The Death Lord smiled and confidently stated that the Demon King was his prey and asked them not to interfere since he was the one who had caught him. This was followed by the announcement of the vote of the Life Master, who voted in favor of consent. At this point, the vote ended. The space began to disintegrate. It was announced that 3 agreed, 2 objected. As a result, the Death Lord's reincarnation of 100 souls skill would now be able to target soldiers. The Lord of Death was in a daze when the spirit called out to him. The spirit turned to him and asked why he was suddenly in a daze. He reminded him to go to the tower for answers. Seeing no response from the Lord of Death, the spirit called out to the Zombie King again and asked if he could hear him. Losing his head, the Death Lord pondered over the time that had passed, which seemed to him to be both an instant and an eternity at the same time. He turned to Spirit, and the latter responded with surprise. He noted that the latter was finally starting to respond and jokingly mentioned his earlier taunts about being a zombie. Ignoring the taunts, the Lord of Death asked if Spirit had heard or seen the events that took place in the tower, such as the summoning to the underworld and the references to the Pillars of Life and the Tower Master's laughter. Spirit looked at him confused and apologized for teasing him too much, urging him to come to his senses. In shock, the Death Lord realized that even Spirit, the legendary figure who had cleared the 99th tower in the other world, did not know about these entities. He wondered who he had just met. However, he decided to reassure himself by recognizing that although there was much he did not know, there was also what he did know. He was determined to deliver the final blow to his victim, and believed he would know more when he reached the 100th floor of the tower. As he prepared to swing his sword, the spirit intervened, questioning his intention to kill without consulting the tower. The Lord of Death reassured him, telling him that everything was fine and that he already had an answer. After killing the girl, the Lord of Death ordered the 100 souls to bring her back to life. From the black liquid, her body regenerated. He then ordered her to stand up. He looked at her and realized that although she looked the same as she did before she died, a new life had been born within her. He realized that as the one who brought life into the world, he had a responsibility, starting with giving her a name. Addressing her, the Lord of Death said that the name she had taken was nothing more than a stolen name, and she could no longer use it. He decided to name her Hungry Demon and stated that she would serve him as her master. In his thoughts, the Lord of Death pondered the past. He believed that she, who didn't deserve a name, now had one. The Hungry Demon bowed to Lord Death and acknowledged him as his master, promising to follow his orders. Lord Death pondered the fact that on the promised 5th day, one of the 2 kings had fallen. Confused, the spirit watched the weeping Hungry Demon and wondered why she lowered her head to the Death Lord without resistance, considering what he had done to her. The Lord of Death replied cryptically that he would soon understand the reason. At this point, a series of messages appeared indicating a search for the Demon King's existence on the 20th floor. However, it turned out that the Demon King no longer existed, signifying a change in history. As a result, the burned and silent village was transformed into a cheerful and lively village. The Hungry Demon screamed, begging for no more destruction of the village. And then soldiers from the Empire arrived, and the general ordered everyone to stop. The Hungry Demon was on his knees, begging the Lord of Death, expressing his willingness to obey and do whatever he ordered. She begged him to save her paradise, emphasizing that she would not hold a grudge or take revenge. The spirit, realizing the motive behind the Hungry Demon's actions, noted this revelation. The Lord of Death recognized it and said he would take action. Spirit acknowledged that the Lord had a duty to protect his subordinates and apologized for not noticing it sooner. The Lord of Death then approached the soldiers of the Empire and informed Spirit that he too had lost the bet, suggesting that Spirit think about what to do next. The Lord of Death stood in front of the soldiers and shouted, ordering everyone to stop. The general replied to him, reaffirming his authority as a general and expressing outrage at the interference of the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death smiled and inquired as to the reason for their presence in the village. The general explained that they were here by order of the emperor. They had received information about a witch who was inciting the commoners of the continent to revolt. People were rumored to have fallen into the witch's trap and turned into monsters. The general claimed that he couldn't just leave them alone and had to purify them with holy fire. The Lord of Death opened the map and pondered the situation. He realized that the people standing in front of him were the same people he had saved from the 12th to the 19th floor. They had all expressed their willingness to punish the evil witch. The general turned to the Lord of Death in a loud voice, demanding to know who he was, this man blocking their path. The Lord of Death had received a message stating that the people of this continent were still unaware of his commitment to justice and loyalty. However, justice would remain justice and loyalty would remain unwavering. The message asked if he would still choose to be a warrior in a world where time had stopped. In response, he addressed the general, who claimed to have arrived in the village on imperial orders. The general, filled with anger, protested the Death Lord's unofficial address, claiming that he had arrived by imperial order. The Lord of Death, shocking the general, pointed out to him his awareness of the emperor's sorry state and questioned his constant references to imperial orders. Confused, the general denied that he understood his claims and accused him of having been sent by a witch. The Lord of Death, with the knowledge gained from the general's trauma, learned of the general's past actions in overthrowing the crown prince and attempting to place a third prince on the throne. The Lord of Death, realizing this information, remarked that the general should not live this way, and reminded him of the emperor's kindness. The general, upset, identified the Lord of Death and accused him of trying to manipulate the minds of the assembled people from all over the world. Death Lord hotly denied being a puppet of the deposed queen and criticized the general for poor character judgment. In a cold tone, Death Lord demanded to know who had sent the general. He asked the general to see for himself. The Lord of Death confidently declared himself an emissary sent by the great founding emperor. He recognized the presence of chaos in the imperial family and the atrocities of the crown prince's deed. The Lord of Death realized that the general had joined the third prince out of loyalty to the empire. He revealed that his condemnation of the general's obsession with power was a test of his personality and wondered if the general was upset about it. Stunned, the general denied being upset and expressed regret for losing his temper. The Lord of Death then challenged the general, asking why he didn't get off his horse if he wasn't upset. In response, the general immediately kneeled down, apologized, and swore allegiance to the empire. The other soldiers followed suit, expressing their respect for the emissary of the founding emperor. The spirit remarked to Lord Death that he could bluff, and Lord Death playfully acknowledged the remark. The spirit went on to teach him that the most important thing in handling a sword is not only your ability, but also your trust and confidence. Trust in yourself is crucial. Similarly, this applies to bluffing. To bluff your opponent, you must first bluff yourself. Remember, bluffing is about self-confidence. Meanwhile, people from the other floors began to discuss whether the Death Lord was really the emissary of the founding emperor. The Death Lord noticed their skepticism and realized that the lies he was telling with the sacred sword only worked on the soldiers of the empire. The general approached the Lord of Death and respectfully asked why he was here, since they had come to subdue the witch. Remembering the spirit's words about bluffing, Lord Death confidently stated that he had already subdued the witch. The general, shocked, exclaimed in bewilderment. The Lord of Death pointed to the hungry demon, and the people recognized her as the Witch of the West. They immediately called for her execution, demanding that she be burned and killed. Then the Lord of Death ordered the hungry demon to come forward and kneel, which she did, obediently complying. Next he ordered her to lower her head, look at the ground, and put her forehead on the ground. The hungry demon followed his order. The Death Lord then told her to push herself off the ground in that position and do a somersault forward. The hungry demon hesitated for a moment, but eventually completed the maneuver. The Death Lord continued to give her a series of physical tasks. The Lord of Death addressed the people, stating that he had already subdued the witch. He emphasized that she no longer had the power to harm the continent, and assured them that they could be at ease. However, one of the knights interrupted and questioned the general's actions, reminding him that they had come to subdue the witch. The general, following the assertion of the Lord of Death, stated that the witch had already been subdued. The skeptical knight asked how they could believe that. The general claimed that the sword was proof that the Lord of Death was an emissary of the great founding emperor of the East. Annoyed, the knight questioned the significance of a mere sword. In response, the general became angry and accused him of questioning the power of the empire, saying that the sword was a symbol of the goddess's favor. As they continued to argue, the Death Lord remembered the conflict the hunters had encountered on the 12th floor and realized the reason for the hungry demon's attempt to sow discord among them. Interrupting the argument, the lizard mages called for everyone to disperse. They proposed a simple solution: to confirm whether the young man was indeed an emissary of the founding emperor, whether the woman was a witch, and whether the emissary had indeed subdued the witch. They offered to use the soul jade given to them by a wise king who could tell if a person's blood was good or evil. The lizard men handed over the soul jade and asked the Lord of Death to accept the test if the woman was indeed a witch of the frontier and he was a messenger of the founding emperor. The lizard men explained that the soul jade was a gift given to them by a wise king, capable of revealing the nature of a person's soul. If the blood of a person with a good soul touched it, the jade would emit white light. Conversely, if the blood of a person with an evil soul touched it, the jade would turn black. It would serve as proof of good or evil deeds committed by the person. The Lord of Death, hearing the description, likened it to the ability to recognize lies and detective acumen. The spirit agreed with him, noting that humanoid beings have great skill in creating such tools. The Lord of Death was not confused and agreed to be tested by the jade. The lizard men warned him not to regret his decision, emphasizing that in front of Jade's court, deception would be useless. They then turned their attention to the hungry demon, caught her hand and made a small cut to extract the blood. She poured the blood onto the crystal and the crystal ball turned black. The lizard declared that the hungry demon possessed an evil soul and accused her of committing numerous atrocities and taking countless lives. She tossed the hungry demon aside and turned to the Death Lord, indicating that it was now his turn. Approaching the Death Lord, Lizard confirmed his self-proclaimed title as emissary of the founding emperor and asked if he was ready. The Lord of Death held out his hand, expressing his eternal readiness. The lizard cut his hand, assuring him that it was useless to try to fool anyone. She then dripped drops of his blood onto the black crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball began to emit a bright glow that surprised the lizard and everyone present. The intensity of the light made it impossible to look directly at him. The general on the scene, like everyone else, was shocked and puzzled by the unusual phenomenon. They lamented and wondered aloud about the reason for such an intense light emanating from the jade. In shock, the lizardess expressed her awe at the purity of the Lord of Death's soul and speculated how many lives he had saved. She declared him to be the embodiment of light itself. Confused, the knight questioned it, unable to perceive the light emanating from the Death Lord's soul. This angered the lizards, who declared that it was impossible to socialize with low-grade humans. She claimed that a person with such a soul would never lie, and if they did, it would only be for their own benefit. The lizard further stated that the Lord of Death was most likely an apostle of the goddess. With confidence, the Lord of Death confirmed the lizard's claim, proclaiming himself an apostle of the goddess. As the soldiers and people from the other floors entered the debate, they were discussing whether the Death Lord was indeed the emissary of the founding emperor and an embodiment of light. The knight was stunned by the talk and shouted out a reminder that their main goal was to burn the place down. He emphasized that not only the witch, but also the witch's followers needed to be destroyed to prevent them from escaping divine retribution. The knight urged the Lord of Death, if he was indeed an apostle of the goddess, to take charge of the divine punishment and lead it. The hungry demon, seeking support, grasped the back of Lord Death's robes. The spirit reassured the Lord of Death, saying, "It's all right." He reminded him that the best lies often contain 90% truth and 10% lies. In response, the Lord of Death addressed the knight, warning him to watch his words. He claimed that he would be the one to decide how to administer divine punishment. The Lord of Death raised a finger, stating that he had already fulfilled the divine punishment as he had absorbed all evil. At that moment, a whole army of skeletons emerged from the ground, out of the earth, shocking the soldiers who mistook them for demons. The soldiers wondered in fear about the origin of these terrifying creatures. The Lord of Death placed his hand on the hungry demon's head, explaining that he was the one responsible for summoning these evil creatures. He explained that the witch was not the only evil creature, and that these creatures were the evil creatures he had harbored, including demons almost as evil as the witch herself. At the sight of the monstrous army, the soldiers exclaimed in shock. The Lord of Death announced that the goddess had commissioned him to destroy the evil that plagued the earth. He considered it his mission to subdue all evil and imprison the demons in hell. He declared that what they were seeing was his version of hell. The lizards, amazed at Lord Death's unwavering devotion, marveled that he had performed these acts and they were unaware of it. Lord Death confirmed that this was indeed the case. The lizard's eyes filled with tears. She recognized him as an apostle and realized the burden he carried as a mere human. Confident, the Lord of Death declared that it was his duty. The lizard tearfully declared him a light. The Lord of Death assured them that there was no need for the witch to have a separate punishment, as he had already imprisoned all evil beings. He declared that they would suffer forever under his shadow as he had become their hell. The lizard expressed gratitude, realizing that the Lord of Death had saved them in ways they had never imagined. The spirit, talking to the Lord of Death, mentioned that there was nothing more to teach him and suggested that they leave. He claimed that he was as pure as a child and could no longer bear the sight of a man like Lord Death. Lord Death replied to the spirit, acknowledging his humility and stating that he still had much to learn from his evil personality. Lord Death turned to everyone, reminding them that what was happening was the will of the goddess, a divine punishment. He asked if they intended to disobey the goddess's harsh command. The knight hesitated, expressing his fear that the demons would break free and harm the world. He asked Lord Death about his intentions for the skeleton. Lord Death assured him that he would dispel all doubts once and for all. He uttered the words, "100 souls." Suddenly, one of the skeletons transformed into the human form of the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor burst into anger, cursed the Death Lord, and grabbed him by the collar. He accused the Death Lord of turning him into his current state and vowed to kill him regardless of the consequences. The Lord of Death pointed out to the knight that the Flame Emperor was just as evil as the witch, if not worse. The Flame Emperor continued to curse and threaten those around him. Then the Lord of Death snapped his fingers and ordered the Flame Emperor to dance. The Flame Emperor, shocked, began to dance, still expressing his intention to kill him. Lord Deathlord confirmed that the demons could not go against his order and asked if they still had concerns after witnessing this demonstration. The knight, now on his knees, humbly asked for the name of Lord Death. The Lord of Death introduced himself as Tio. In unison with the knight, everyone present bowed to Tio and promised to follow his orders. Then a series of messages appeared, congratulating him on passing the normal stage, completing the hidden quest, Warrior of the World Where Time Stopped, and passing the boss stage. Deathlord received a series of messages stating that only one raider was present on the raid. The messages continued, calculating the net reward and informing that the reward would be given out in 24 hours on the 21st floor. He stated that he had cleared the steps to the 20th floor of his own volition. He proudly revealed that during his raid to the 20th floor, not a single hunter, empire, or continent had died. Placing his hand on the hungry demon's head, he mentioned that he had even taken the knave in stride. He believed that even if he just watched, the 20th floor would still be cleared. He explained that the burning and disappearance of the village was only one possible scenario, emphasizing that the tower didn't care whether the ending was happy or sad as long as it was properly completed. He pointed out that the Flame Emperor wouldn't have been able to climb to the 40th floor if the world was fixed by the tower. It wasn't an end that was forced upon them. It wasn't a forced end. It was a choice they made. Upon reflection, the Lord of Death noted that there was no rain in the sky that day, and no fire on the earth that day. He then announced that this was the ending he had chosen. The spirit remembered the Flame Emperor dancing and asked if that was part of the chosen ending. The Lord of Death smiled and expressed his admiration, finding it beautiful. Another series of messages appeared announcing to everyone that the 20th floor had been cleared and the 21st floor would open in 24 hours. The Lord of Death glanced at his cell phone and noted with annoyance that the internet didn't work in this place. The spirit reminded him of his earlier statement that he no longer cared how people felt about him. The Lord of Death inquired when he had time to make such a statement. The spirit recalled his desire to be recognized by the Witcher than by ordinary people. The Lord of Death explained that he wanted recognition from both sides. Suddenly, the Black Witch jumped on top of him and hugged him tightly. She excitedly said his name and praised him for his incredible and brave deeds. She couldn't believe that he was still a young man. The Lord of Death flinched in pain as the Black Witch's embrace grew even tighter. She showed him her phone and revealed that he had indeed traversed the 20th floor in 5 days, causing a huge commotion in the tower. She proudly showed a screenshot taken during the short descent to the first floor. She emphasized that he was the only one discussed in the tower and even in the world. The Lord of Death paused to inquire if the Black Witch had personally taken all those screenshots. She confirmed that she had. Surprised, he inquired why she had gone down to the first floor just to collect articles about him. The Black Witch simply replied, admitting that she did it to show him. She advised him not to read the comments, warning him that there would be envious people who would leave angry messages. She emphasized that his accomplishment of having no victims had been an incredible feat, and she urged him to ignore the insignificant people. The Lord of Death looked at the Black Witch and pondered whether she was an angel or perhaps a goddess. The spirit noticed that anyone who treated him well was considered an angel in his eyes. The Death Lord's attention returned to the Black Witch as he filed the newspaper that contained the previous day's headlines. He was stunned to see that he had risen to number 3 in the rankings, which was the first time someone outside of the rankings had achieved such success. The Black Witch congratulated the Lord of Death and emphasized that he now represented all the hunters. She warned him to be careful of his actions since he held such a significant position. Puzzled, he asked how he should proceed. The Black Witch explained that he had joined all 5 leading guilds without officially belonging to any of them. He is considered a guild leader. She noted that although he was affiliated with the leading guilds, it was not befitting for him to be just a member. The Black Witch added that if he wanted to go the solitary route and clear the tower, she would not force him. Noticing the presence of people on the floor, the Black Witch inquired about them. The Lord of Death explained that they were soldiers from all over the continent. He admitted that it would take too long to explain the situation, but revealed that after defeating the Demon King, there was an invasion event involving those soldiers. Using his skills and items, he tricked them into believing that he represented the founding emperor of the empire and convinced them to retreat. The Black Witch recognized Lord Death's skill at deception and noted that it allowed him to clear the 20th floor without spilling blood. She stated that her previous comments were not a criticism, but rather emphasized the positive outcome. Because of his actions, they could now trade with the continent without bowing to the old figures of the outside world who were always trying to negotiate a price with rations. They expected this new trade opportunity to be a game changer. The Sword Saint entered the conversation, emphasizing the fundamental unfairness in trade between the tower and due to the tower's superiority in resources, facilities, and technology. The Black Witch noted that rations had always been an issue in these negotiations. The Death Lord reflected on their relationship and realized that despite the initially unfriendly meeting, they had become much closer. He then questioned the Black Witch to get confirmation that they could indeed start trading with the continent. She confirmed his assumption. In response, The Lord of Death gave his name, introducing himself as the emissary of the founding emperor and an apostle of the goddess in this world. He suggested that it would be useful for them to disguise themselves as apostles of the goddess. The Black Witch expressed her gratitude for the offer, but suspected that there would be a price to pay. She inquired as to what he wanted in return. The Lord of Death outlined his request, stating that he needed the entire 20th floor. More specifically, he wants all the land on the 20th floor. In exchange for this, he would give up any rights to the rewards from the sweep of the 11th through 19th floors. He also allows him to share trading rights on the continent with other hunters. The Black Witch recognized that Death Lord's suggestion was excellent, but explained that she couldn't make the decision alone. She would need to gather the other guild leaders to discuss the matter. She also noted that the 20th floor was not valuable because it was small and not suitable for farming. In her experience, sharing the crops from the 11th to the 20th floor would be more profitable. However, the Lord of Death favored ownership of property over money, emphasizing the value of land. The Black Witch agreed to gather the guild leaders so they could meet and discuss the proposal. Before they teleported to the first floor city, the Black Witch pointed to the Flame Emperor and asked about him. The Lord of Death replied cryptically, informing her that she hadn't seen anything there. Arriving on the second floor of the city, the Black Witch asked if they could meet at the previously mentioned cafe. The Lord of Death agreed. In his thoughts, he pondered these 5 days from the perspective of other people, realizing that it had already been several hundred days for him since his return. He sighed, and the Black Witch inquired as to what was bothering him. The Lord of Death replied that he was beginning to feel the effects of the release of the 20th floor. Opening the door, the Black Witch warned him that he would soon experience more exposure. She reminded him that he was the only topic of conversation in the entire tower and advised him to prepare himself. Upon entering the street, Lord Death was greeted by a crowd of journalists waiting for him. Camera flashes lit up the space. Everyone shouted in delight and hailed him as Lord Death.